This handsome guy is Jinho Kim. He is a world-class MMA champion. But because he is the best in the entire world, he is absolutely drowning in boredom. One day, he opens his eyes inside a completely different body. And to make matters worse, the body belongs to a prisoner. He tries to use magic but ultimately fails. He has absolutely zero mana. That's very strange, because he is a descendant of a terrifying mage lord. After he realizes this world is actually tied to his favorite video game, he's somehow teleported into the game itself. Then something snaps inside. He awakens as a superior mage. Day by day, he embraces the noble blood that flows in his veins, getting extremely stronger each fight. Let me show you how a useless trash completely rewrites the laws of magic, but let's rewind for a minute. A long time ago, during the Great Demon War, humanity was pushed to its absolute limit. Just when hope was lost, a giant black dragon roared onto the battlefield. Riding that dragon was a legendary wizard descending from the sky. He stood tall with twin blades, ready to face the horde alone. With a single blast of magic, he wiped out every monster in his path. The human soldiers could barely believe their eyes as they celebrated their savior. But right after the war ended, something unexpected hit the hero. Just like that, the great wizard vanished from the face of the earth. Cut to the modern day, and everyone is glued to their phones watching the ultimate fight. The stadium is completely packed to watch the world champion defend his title. In the blue corner, we have the challenger Patrick showing off his build. And making his entrance under the spotlights is the undefeated champion, Jinho Kim. Even at over 40 years old, the guy looks absolutely unstoppable. Rumor has it that Jinho is dealing with a leg injury, and Patrick plans to exploit it. The two fighters square up in the center of the ring, the tension filling the air. The bell rings, and the final match begins as they circle each other. Patrick immediately feels the heavy pressure of standing across from a living legend. Patrick decides to shoot for a tackle, thinking he's got the match won. But Jinho counters instantly with a perfect spinning back kick. Patrick is completely out cold on the canvas, ending the fight in the first round. Afterward, Jinho walks right past his manager, skipping the post-fight press conference entirely. He just wants to go home, telling his coach to just book the next fight. The manager opens the door and gets immediately swarmed by eager reporters. They all want to know where the champion went, but he's already long gone. The coach is left alone to deal with the chaos and field all the rumors. Meanwhile, Jinho decides to run 18 miles home in a downpour. Looking back, his whole career has been nothing but effortless knockouts. He quickly rose to become the champion, but winning easily got old fast. Now, there simply isn't anyone left in the real world who can give him a true challenge. He arrives back at his quiet apartment, leaving the loud fans behind. Dropping his gear at the door, he heads inside to find some peace. His penthouse is massive and luxurious, but he lives completely alone. He strips off his wet hood, finally letting his guard down. He boots up his PC, because gaming is the only thing that keeps him going now. A huge grin hits his face as he prepares to tackle the ultimate gaming challenge. The game is called Last Saber, and it's so punishingly hard that most players rage quit. But Jinho has played this brutal game every single day for the past 10 years. He fully expects to fail again, but that's exactly the kind of thrill he craves. Inside the game, his warrior avatar stands ready in the middle of a burning ruin. He's managed to get Demon King Izar down to a tiny sliver of health. His eyes widen as he realizes he might actually beat the final boss. The Demon King swings a massive dark blade to crush him. Jinho effortlessly dodges the strike and lands a clean counterslash. They clash swords one last time, sparks flying everywhere. Jinho unleashes a giant energy blast, completely engulfing the boss. But as the boss falls, Jinho is suddenly hit with a wave of pure existential dread. He lets go of his mouse, feeling completely empty inside now that it's over. The screen flashes a massive message, congratulating him on being the first to clear the game. Then a strange notification pops up, asking if he wants to try the hidden stage. He raises an eyebrow, assuming the system is just glitching out. Suddenly, a glowing magic circle begins appearing right on his keyboard. A blinding pillar of light erupts straight from his desk, filling the room. Jinho watches in shock as his own arms begin to dissolve into light particles. Before he can react, his entire luxury apartment starts breaking apart into a digital void. The next thing he knows, he wakes up outside in the freezing rain with people shouting all around him. Someone grabs his shoulder, yelling at him by a random number instead of his name. The guy barks at him to stop spacing out because they need to move right now. Jinho looks around completely dazed, having no idea where he actually is. He sees a massive crowd of people running frantically toward a giant fortress gate. The guy screams that this is their absolute last shot at freedom. Jinho looks up, realizing he's stuck in the middle of a massive prison break. He wakes up to total chaos, quickly realizing he didn't just get dragged into his favorite game, but he's stuck here as a literal prisoner. There are a million questions running through his head, but survival comes first, so he follows the crowd to make a break for it. But the second he looks ahead, something feels completely wrong and he halts dead in his tracks. His cellmate, inmate 172, screams at him to keep moving before they lose their only shot at freedom. Instead of running, Jinho grabs the kid and forcefully pulls him backward right out of the sprinting crowd. He understands why everyone is desperate to leave, but he has to trust his gut. As an undefeated world champion, his fighter instincts are screaming that passing through those gates means certain death. Right on cue, lightning splits the sky as the massive prison fortress doors swing wide open. The escaping prisoners cheer, thinking they've won their freedom. But their celebration is cut short when a massive slash rips through the front line. It's an absolute bloodbath in a matter of seconds. Warden Clark makes his grand entrance, casually standing over the fallen inmates with a blood-stained saber. He looks down at them with total disgust, calling them nothing but filthy maggots. With a wave of his blade, he signals his heavily armed guards to completely wipe out the runners. Inmate 172 panics, but Jinho points out the obvious. The entire escape was a carefully planned execution trap. The courtyard turns into a shooting gallery as the remaining escapees are mercilessly gunned down from behind. Once the slaughter slows, Warden Clark sheathes his weapon and orders his men to line up whoever is still breathing. The survivors are forced to stand straight in the pouring rain right next to the corpses of their friends. While the blonde kid beside him trembles in pure terror, Jinho keeps his cool, analyzing the situation. The horror is too much for the kid, who falls to his knees and throws up from the stress. A guard immediately cracks him over the head with a heavy baton for breaking formation. Suddenly, a shadow looms over Jinho as Warden Clark walks right up to his face, mockingly calling him lucky for not running. Clark leans in with a twisted smile, letting him know he'll soon regret surviving, addressing him by his new clan identity, Arahan. Jinho watches him walk away, deeply processing the name of the fallen magical bloodline he now inhabits. Days pass, the storm clears, and the brutal reality of their new prison routine begins under the blazing sun. Their mandatory daily punishment is simple, mindless torture. They're forced to spend hours stacking heavy, jagged rocks for no actual reason. Panting under the heat, Jinho looks down at his hands to evaluate his new physical baseline. This body is incredibly weak, and his muscles are already shaking from the strain. He even tried channeling internal magic alone in his dark cell at night, but absolutely nothing happened. An Arahan mage who can't use a single shred of magic explains exactly why his family abandoned him in this hellhole. When a guard barks at him to get back to work, Jinho just complies and lifts another boulder. If he can't use magic, he decides he'll treat this grueling slave labor as basic physical conditioning to rebuild his champion physique. While he works, a floating blue system UI screen pops up, showing that his data integration is still ticking away. Later in the prison mess hall, the inmates gather for a dismal excuse for a meal. Inmate 172 slides over to his bench, noting that Jinho is skipping out on his rations again. Everyone else treats Jinho like a walking curse, but this kid doesn't seem to care about the social isolation. In this world, the Arahan clan is feared as a bloodline of killers, and rumors say looking into their crimson eyes brings death. The blonde kid drops his voice to a whisper, warning him that he needs to watch his back very carefully from now on. Jinho realizes that his intense workout routine is making the guards raise the daily rock-hauling quotas for everyone else, earning him endless death stares. When asked why he's risking his own safety by sitting here, the kid simply says he can't ignore a roommate. But before they can finish talking, Jinho notices a heavy presence approaching, telling the kid that the trouble has arrived. A towering muscular giant known as Inmate 589 steps up, flanked by his entire prison yard gang. The scarred pit fight legend glares down at him, demanding to know if he's the reason for all the extra work. Jinho doesn't even flinch, looking the giant dead in the eye and asking what he plans to do about it. The boss answers with a devastating punch that shatters the stone floor beneath them. But the brute's eyes widen in shock when he realizes his massive fist was cleanly deflected. Jinho immediately slips the guard and rocks the giant's chin with a flawless, explosive counter-strike. The blonde kid watches in utter disbelief as the absolute ruler of the yard gets staggered by a frail mage. Jinho's crimson eyes lock onto his target, knowing that a perfect strike to the jaw will rattle any brain, no matter how big the monster is. Before the giant can recover, Jinho slips right onto his back, sinking in a tight, standing rear-naked choke. The thug's eyes roll back as his massive frame turns completely limp from the lack of oxygen. He drops the unconscious body to the dirt, leaving the rest of the gang backing away in absolute horror. He calmly adjusts his prison sleeve, proving that 7 seconds of proper grappling is all it takes to put down a killer. With the entire courtyard frozen in fear, a ding echoes in his mind, confirming that his system synchronization is finally at 100%. Jinho triggers a massive burst of blue energy, blowing everyone away with his power. He puts up his guard and cracks a confident grin, basically begging the big guy to try that again. Inmate 589 cracks his knuckles and laughs, mocking the little lord for acting so cocky. Losing his temper completely, the prison boss charges forward at full speed to take Jinho down. A massive punch flies right at his head, but Jinho uses perfect head movement to duck underneath it. Instead of backing off, Jinho quickly spins into position to build up momentum for a massive counter. He lands a devastating spinning kick right to the jaw, completely shattering the giant's balance. Jinho lands cleanly back on his feet, while the yard leader completely collapses to the ground. The guy hits the dirt so hard it sends a shockwave through the entire prison courtyard. Jinho looks back at the rest of the gang, completely unbothered while everyone else is frozen in shock. The thugs panic and try to rally the crowd to jump him and avenge their fallen boss. Jinho stomps his heel down on the boss's arm, warning them that one more step means this guy gets spoon-fed for life. Seeing that he has absolutely zero fear, the gang members instantly stop in their tracks. One of the thugs completely folds under the pressure and sprints off to go call a prison guard. Back in the cell, Ryu is practically staring at him with stars in his eyes after watching that blowout. Ryu then notices Jinho looks way taller than before, which means his real-world physical stats are starting to sync up. While the kid rambles on, Jinho focuses up and summons his glowing blue system interface. His profile looks insane with multiple S-tier champion traits, but then he spots a massive problem. Jinho grits his teeth in pure shock when he sees his current mana stat is sitting at absolute 0. He repeatedly taps the screen in frustration, wondering why a legendary mage family gave him a body with no magic. He flops onto his bed, realizing this trash build is exactly why the Arahan clan threw him in prison in the first place. Once he calms down, he notices his base physical attributes are actually completely maxed out at 100. He looks at the garbage prison food on the floor and realizes training off his stat penalties won't be easy on an empty stomach. To make things funnier, his ultimate S-tier Archmage trait is completely useless without a single drop of mana. He decides to handle the magic problem later and shifts his entire focus toward planning a breakout. Suddenly, the cell doors slam open as the guards start shouting out numbers for the next lineup. The inmates trudge down the grim corridor, heavily chained and completely miserable. When Ryu mentions that death row inmates get a final feast of whatever they want, Jinho gets a devious idea. The kid officially introduces himself as Ryu, a street orphan with no family name to give. Ryu explains that he already has a personal reason to break out and asks if Jinho has an escape route. Since the master key is kept at the front gate, Jinho immediately defaults to his MMA brain and suggests fighting the warden. Ryu shuts that down real quick, warning him that Warden Clark is a deadly retired knight who absolutely despises mages. Jinho knows from the game lore that knights and wizards have a brutal historical rivalry. Since a direct brawl is out of the question for now, Jinho suggests a stealth approach instead. Ryu brags that street kids learn to pick pockets before they learn to shake hands, but getting close to Clark is the real issue. Jinho locks in with a dangerous glare, determined to create the perfect opening for the kid. Out in the yard, a head officer barks out new orders, announcing that the warden is doubling their workload. The inmates immediately start complaining about the impossible labor demands. The guard pulls a blade on them, making it clear that Clark's orders are absolute law. Then the corrupt guard points right at Jinho, shamelessly blaming him for everyone else's suffering. The entire yard successfully takes the bait, turning on Jinho with pure hostility. To make things worse, the guard casually walks off for a smoke break, leaving the yard completely lawless. Ryu warns him that things look bad, but Jinho just tells the kid to back up and keep his distance. He realizes Warden Clark is trying to trigger a proxy riot, so the other prisoners will do his dirty work for him. An angry inmate lunges forward, swinging a crude shiv right at his face. Jinho drops him instantly, leaving the first attacker gasping for air in the dirt. Two more thugs quickly step up to surround him, this time wielding blunt iron rods. Jinho smoothly ducks beneath a heavy swing, sliding his foot behind the guy's ankle. He executes a textbook sweep, taking the second attacker's legs right out from under him. He follows through on the way down, driving a brutal elbow strike straight to the guy's chest. The thug hits the ground completely unconscious before he can even process what happened. A third criminal tries to catch him off guard, sneaking up from his blind spot with a sharpened spoon. Jinho reacts with lightning speed, turning around to drive a direct knee strike straight into his ribs. The guy goes flying across the courtyard, completely clearing the space around our champion. Up on the balcony, Warden Clark is watching the entire brawl unfold. He narrows his eyes in absolute disgust as his plan to get Jinho killed completely falls apart. Realizing the regular inmates can't get the job done, the warden signals for full military suppression. A massive squad of guards clad in heavy black armor enters the yard to crush the riot. Ryu grabs Jinho's shirt, completely terrified of the incoming battalion. The lead armored guard steps up and draws a massive broadsword, ready to execute him. Instead of backing away, Jinho strikes the heavy armor joints to find a weak spot. He redirects the guard's momentum, forcing the massive sword path straight into another incoming soldier. The heavy guards crash into each other, creating an absolute mess of metal and limbs. Warden Clark finally steps into the arena himself, drawing his elegant execution saber. Jinho watches his perfect stance, instantly recognizing the heavy aura of a fifth circle knight. He looks back and signals Ryu to get into position, while he handles the main distraction. Clark strikes with blinding speed, leaving a trail of white wind behind his blade. Jinho gets pushed back several yards, realizing his scrawny body can't match a knight's physical strength yet. He aggressively lunges forward anyway, forcing the warden to focus entirely on his attacks. Clark easily parries the punches away with his pommel, thinking the boy is just desperate. But while the warden is distracted, Ryu's hand gently sneaks in and snatches the key ring right off his belt. Jinho drops to his knees, putting on a perfect performance of a completely defeated prisoner. Clark sheathes his sword with a smug smile, entirely blinded by his own arrogance. Back in their locked cell, the duo shows off the warden's master key, ready for the real escape phase. This bald guy thinks he's a big deal just because he's a second circle knight, laughing like he already won the fight. He lunges forward, shouting that a monolith nobody from the Arahan clan is basically dead meat. But his attack completely misses and just smashes into the dirt, cracking the ground. The guy panics because his target literally vanished into thin air right in front of him. Turns out our main character just sidestepped him effortlessly to check if his blonde cellmate, Ryu, is doing all right. The knight is losing his mind, demanding to know what kind of magic was just used, but Jinho just smiles and says he didn't use any. Before the guy can even process that, Jinho connects with a flawless, lightning-fast strike that completely levels him. The knight goes sliding across the dirt yard, completely wiped out by pure physical skill. Right on cue, heavy footsteps echo through the yard as the guards finally show up. Warden Clark walks out of the shadows, demanding an explanation from inmate 218. Ryu immediately steps in to defend him, yelling that the other inmates took him hostage and tried to kill them first. Clark just looks at his knocked-out guards and sighs at how useless they are. He looks straight at Jinho and asks if he somehow unlocked his mana, but Jinho just shrugs it off with a casual sigh. Annoyed by the attitude, Clark unleashes the terrifying purple aura of a fifth circle knight to crush everyone's spirit. The pressure is so intense that Ryu and all the other prisoners instantly collapse onto the dirt, groaning in pain. Jinho stands there completely unfazed, realizing that a normal person shouldn't be able to shrug off a fifth circle knight's aura like this. Right then, a system notification pops up confirming his real-world champion status, unlocked a new S-tier trait called Soul of a Champion. He realizes this trait gives him total immunity to mental pressure and intimidation tactics, which is absolutely broken. Since he was an undefeated world champion in his past life, it makes perfect sense that a retired local knight can't scare him. Clark is internally sweating, staring at this kid who doesn't even have mana, completely baffled as to how he's still standing. He amps up the pressure even more, cracking the stone floors, but everyone else is completely flattened while Jinho just stands his ground. With his S-tier trait active, Jinho just stares right back, completely bulletproof to the warden's mind games. Clark is totally losing his mind, unable to comprehend what kind of monster he's looking at. The warden finally backs down, and Jinho breathes a quiet sigh of relief that the guy didn't actually draw his sword. As Clark orders everyone back to rock-hauling duty, Jinho speaks up and tells him to hold on a second. He calmly looks the warden in the eye and announces that he's sick of stacking rocks, so he has decided to die. He straight up asks to be put on death row, leaving everyone in absolute shock. When Clark warns him not to joke around, Jinho smugly suggests they record the official agreement in a magic crystal ball so nobody can back out. Thinking he finally broke the kid's spirit, a thrilled Clark immediately barks orders for a guard to fetch the crystal ball. But Jinho drops the real trap, mentioning that death row inmates get to choose whatever they want for their final meal. He demands rare, S-grade Verdi beef for his final supper, which makes the warden gasp because of how absurdly expensive it is. This premium meat is legendary in the game world for granting massive, permanent physical boosts and removing growth penalties. Jinho makes it clear that if they try to cheap out or cut corners on the quality of the beef, the whole execution deal is off. While Clark processes the demand, Jinho looks down at his terrified blonde roommate. He points right at Ryu and tells the warden to bring enough luxury beef to stuff both of them full. Poor Ryu is completely horrified, crying because he never agreed to be executed just for an expensive steak. Since procuring the premium meat takes a full week, Jinho gets exempted from hard labor and spends all his free time training in the cell. Ryu just watches him do intense push-ups, completely confused why a guy waiting for death is working out so hard. The training pays off by maxing out his baseline physical stats, meaning any new experience points will automatically overflow into his locked mana stat. A week later, the guards finally open the cell door to announce that their final meal has arrived. They are presented with a massive, glistening feast of beautifully cooked, high-grade Verdi beef. Ryu takes one bite and his eyes literally sparkle, completely forgetting about the execution because the food is so delicious. As Jinho eats, his system interface starts flashing like crazy, confirming that his stunted growth penalties are finally being lifted. He smiles as the energy floods his body, knowing his calculation worked perfectly and his real level-up pipeline is finally unlocked. Meanwhile, up in his office, Clark orders his guards to seal off the corridor and make sure no one interrupts them. The warden is sitting in his chair, completely obsessed and frustrated by what happened out in the yard. He keeps telling himself that there's no way a monolith brat could withstand his aura, so he must have just been having an off day. He grabs a pair of heavy manacles, determined to personally go down there and test the kid's limits at close range. Down in the room, Ryu is rubbing his massive food baby, sighing that he can die happy now after a meal that good. Jinho tells him not to talk about dying just yet, grinning as he feels a massive surge of new power vibrating through his muscles. The door swings open, and Warden Clark steps inside, greeted by Jinho jokingly apologizing that they already cleared the plates. Clark drops the inmate numbers and walks forward, calling him by his true name, Zed Arahan, while secretly vowing to break his smug face. He puts a heavy, intimidating hand right on Jinho's shoulder to initiate his little strength test. The chapter locks in on an intense stare-down, with the warden smiling maliciously while Jinho looks back with dangerous red eyes, ready to test his brand new strength. Warden Clark thinks he can score some major career points if he squeezes valuable intel out of the legendary Arahan bloodline. He fires up a powerful magic suppression tool to force the prisoner to his knees, but Jinho just stands there completely unfazed. The room erupts with a massive burst of electrical energy as the device works overtime. Clark gets smug, fully believing he has completely broken the kid's spirit. Instead, Jinho just stares back at him with a fearless, mocking smirk. Furious that his little power play failed, the warden starts screaming insults while the immense pressure flattens everyone else in the room. Jinho doesn't even blink, casually telling the old man to take it easy. He effortlessly walks right through the magic field, shattering the suppression lines like they're nothing. Jinho tells him to stop throwing a tantrum and either execute him legally or get out of his face. Clark breaks out into a cold sweat when he notices his expensive gauge didn't register a single point of damage. He panics, realizing Jinho's hidden magic capacity must be at least a full circle higher than his own. He looks into Jinho's glowing red eyes and wonders if this terrifying power is the true strength of the Arahan lineage. Trying to salvage whatever dignity he has left, Clark snaps back into a stiff military posture. Jinho asks him one last time if he's finally done crying. Unable to even look him in the eye, the warden turns his back and walks away. Back in his office, Clark aggressively scribbles down a report to warn the other knights about the anomaly. But the stress and overexertion quickly catch up to him. His eyes droop, his grip slips, and he collapses right onto his desk, completely unconscious. Meanwhile, back in the cell, Ryu finally wakes up groggy and completely nauseous from the residual magic aura. Jinho praises the kid for holding it together during the warden's little display. Turns out, Ryu did more than just survive. He proudly jingles a heavy set of iron keys he swiped from Clark's belt. He admits he only pulled it off because the warden was completely obsessed with intimidating Jinho. Jinho glances aside to pull up his private status screen before making his next move. Thanks to that high-grade Verdi beef last meal, his physical attributes all jumped up by a solid 10 points. He looks at his hands, feeling a massive qualitative leap in his overall strength. He drops the bombshell on Ryu, telling him they are officially breaking out of this place tonight. Ryu panics, wondering if they should run immediately before the warden notices, but Jinho assures him the old man is down for the count. The kid just stares at him in absolute disbelief. Jinho explains that the artifact bracelet Clark was wearing is notorious for dumping massive physical fatigue on the user after boosting mana. By his calculations, the warden is dead to the world right about now. He smirks, realizing the old man basically handed them the keys and the perfect timing on a silver platter. Ryu is terrified, but promises to stick with his absolute lifeline of a roommate. He points out they still don't have the key to their specific cell block door, but Jinho just tells him to take a step back. He winds up and completely kicks the reinforced iron barrier right off its tracks. The alarm instantly goes off as the corridor guards spot them standing in the wreckage. Jinho breaks into a casual jog down the dungeon corridor, while Ryu scrambles behind him. They dash full tilt down the stone tunnel, heading straight for the exit. Ryu spots a massive guard blockade waiting for them up ahead and screams out a warning. Jinho just accelerates, telling the kid to keep trailing his path and never stop running. He targets the front lines at blistering speed. Using his real-world MMA boxing mechanics, he slips effortlessly right under a sweeping broadsword swipe. He counters with an explosive palm strike straight to the captain's helmet visor. The kinetic force is so insane, it sends the entire front rank tumbling backward into splintered stone. The remaining troopers look completely horrified as Jinho keeps charging through. An elite guard tries to raise a defense, but gets cleanly neutralized by a brutal follow-up hook. He completely tears through the phalanx, throwing armored bodies aside like wet cardboard. With the path completely cleared, he signals Ryu to step right over the fallen guards. They don't lose a single second of momentum as they rush past the first defensive gate. They hit the secondary corridor, and yeah, it looks like the prison architecture gets even more heavily reinforced from here. A secondary reinforcement squad scrambles out of the side quarters to cut them off. Jinho takes a solid combat stance, ready to break some more heads. He drops the lead trooper instantly, using the falling body to trip up the guys behind him. Ryu can only watch in absolute awe as his roommate pulls off high-flying acrobatic vaults off the stone walls. At this point, the sentries are actually backing away from the absolute monster in front of them. They reach the final interior threshold, but the massive iron vault barrier is locked dead tight. Jinho just nudges Ryu out of the way and points directly at his own foot. He delivers a devastating kick that literally buckles the thick iron doors outward. They burst into the main outdoor courtyard, finally tasting the night air. The watchtower searchlights instantly snap to their position, lighting up the entire escape route. Jinho spots a heavy steel tower shield on a downed guard and grabs it to block the oncoming line of fire. Ryu runs safely under the debris coverage, grinning as they sprint toward the outer perimeter wall. The prison warhounds charge them, but Jinho lets out a flash of his champion aura that has the dogs whimpering in corners. He takes a massive leap, aiming directly for the top stone brick crown of the outer wall. They look out and see a panoramic view of the deep, dark forest. Freedom is literally right there. But right as they reach the ledge, a massive heavy chain wraps around Jinho's ankle and slams him back down into the courtyard dust. He manages to stick a perfect, graceful landing, taking absolutely zero damage from the impact. The prison's muscular elite executioner boss steps up, cracking his knuckles and grinning maliciously. The giant unit swings his massive spiked chain weapon around, cutting off any easy route out. The spiked tip completely shatters the stone floor panels right where Jinho was standing a second ago. Jinho immediately slips inside the chain's range, closing the gap to absolute boxing distance. He lands a brutal core strike that leaves the towering champion coughing up fluid on his knees. With the threat neutralized, Jinho calmly unfastens the heavy cuff loop from his ankle. The giant trooper flops flat into the dirt, completely out cold. Ryu runs up and practically hugs him on the ledge, completely ecstatic that they actually pulled this off. They drop down the outer side, hitting the soft forest brush moss floor safely below. Ryu pants heavily, catching his breath now that they are finally in a free air zone. Jinho smirks, finally free to explore the world map and look for some actual magical challenges. The two roommates vanish into the deep moonlit wilderness shadows as the spectacular prison break concludes cleanly. We hit the underground arena, and the crowd is absolutely losing its mind over the absolute brutality in the ring. Ryu is practically sweating through his clothes, but Jinho just smirks, knowing they are in the perfect place to make some quick cash. Down on the canvas, the fighting is savage, with guys getting totally crushed without a single rule in sight. The reigning champ, a massive powerhouse named Ikas, is busy slamming his current opponent directly into the dirt. He winds up another heavy punch to finish the job. The strike lands flush, and the crowd goes wild, screaming for blood. Jinho watches the flow, realizing this isn't just a basic street brawl, while Ryu begs him to leave before things get worse. But Ikas isn't done, throwing another wild punch at a man who can't even defend himself. He drives a heavy fist straight into the defeated fighter's face. The beating just keeps going, completely uncalled for. Ryu panics, pointing out that someone is actually going to die out there if nobody steps in. Suddenly, the whole crowd stops cheering and gapes in pure confusion. Jinho has walked right into the ring and casually caught Ikas's massive fist with one hand, asking him why he's still hitting an unconscious guy. Ikas glares back, completely furious that some random kid just blocked his attack. Jinho turns to the ref, calling him out for letting the slaughter continue without doing his actual job. The spectators start whispering, wondering if this kid is some hidden noble trying to play hero. Jinho kills that theory immediately, casually announcing he's just a regular beggar from the streets. The arena instantly erupts into heavy boos, angry that a nobody ruined their entertainment. To fix the mood, Jinho tells them to shut up and proposes a real match right now against Ikas. Ryu runs up completely losing his mind, screaming that Ikas is way too dangerous to fight. Jinho just points at him and tells him to stop crying and go put all their money on a victory bet. He steps up to the starting line with a calm, confident grin. The bell rings, and it's a true David versus Goliath showdown in the center of the ring. Ikas pauses, noticing Jinho's boxing stance is perfectly stable, tight, and threatening. Shaking off his nerves, the giant charges forward with a massive overhead strike. He swings with everything he has, aiming to crush the kid in one go. Jinho slips the blow effortlessly and counters with a barrage of lightning-fast, straight punches right to the jaw. He easily dodges the sloppy counterswings, keeping his guard tight and delivering constant damage. Then comes the decisive shot, a perfectly timed straight right that lands clean. The impact sends Ikas flying backward, spitting out teeth and blood. The giant crashes hard into the dirt, and the crowd goes absolutely wild over the massive upset. Ryu is just standing there with his mouth wide open, completely unable to process what he just saw. Ikas barely manages to push himself up to his knees, gasping heavily for air. He snarls, completely humiliated that a street kid is picking him apart. He throws a desperate looping punch, but Jinho ducks right under the telegraphed arc. Jinho punishes the mistake instantly, lighting him up with vicious inside hooks. He connects with a brutal two-punch combination to finish the fight for good. Ikas falls face first, hitting the canvas like a sack of bricks. He lies completely motionless, totally knocked out. The referee finally calls it, declaring the rookie beggar the official winner. Jinho heads over to collect his earnings, but he frowns when he counts the tiny pile of coins, realizing the math is completely off. The clerk waves his hands defensively, sweating bullets and swearing he isn't scamming anyone. Jinho slowly turns a freezing look toward his partner, putting two and two together. Ryu immediately cracks, yelling that he hates gambling and saved some money so they wouldn't starve tonight. Before Jinho can scold him, a woman in a glamorous red dress steps out from the shadows, flanked by massive bodyguards. Jinho zeroes in on her, remembering the ref was looking her way earlier. She introduces herself as Herna, the manager running this entire underground ring. She asks for a quick chat, but Jinho flatly tells her he is not interested and walks right past. Her elite guards instantly slide over, using their massive frames to completely block his path. They stare down at him, completely unbothered by his threats. Herna chuckles, explaining that Ika's was a top-tier city champion she personally scouted, meaning Jinho is a very valuable asset now. She decides to let him leave for today, but promises they will be seeing a lot more of each other soon. Jinho walks away with a serious look, knowing he just stepped straight into a whole new mess. Jinho and Ryu decide to grab a bite, but Ryu is still completely stressed about the arena manager, Herna, who basically runs the city behind the scenes. Ryu warns him that they're bound to run into her again if they stay here, but Jinho is just too hungry to care right now. To him, Herna isn't some terrifying mastermind. She's just a greedy old fox trying to take advantage of his talent. Ryu laughs, pointing out that Old Fox is literally her exact nickname around these parts. Jinho knows exactly how people like her operate. The moment you show a bit of potential, everyone comes knocking. It was the same back in his MMA days, where people only saw him as a financial asset to exploit. He got scammed more than once when he was just a naive rookie with big dreams. Meeting his old coach was pure luck, and that relationship was what finally turned him into a real champion. Thanks to that training, he's no longer a clueless kid, and he's more than ready to see who is more cunning between him and Herna. Their food finally arrives, but the second Jinho looks at the meat, his sharp instincts flag it immediately. He notices the color and marbling are totally off, realizing they're being served cheap counterfeits. Premium Verde beef is incredibly rare, yet this place is serving it to a packed house using lower-grade wage beef instead. Ryu is so hungry his stomach is literally growling, but Jinho refuses to get ripped off and calls the waiter over. The arrogant waiter just hits them with massive attitude, telling them to just eat and get out since they only ordered a single portion. Jinho flatly demands the real beef he actually paid for, but the guy just gets defensive and tries to mock him. When Jinho threatens to loudly expose their fake meat to the entire dining room, the waiter finally backs down and tells them to follow him to the back. They get led right into the kitchen, where things instantly take a dark turn. The restaurant owner, Zhang, steps out with a bunch of massive, armed enforcers, calling them rude little beggars. Jinho doesn't flinch for a second, pointing right at his face and telling him he's the one running a scam. Zhang thinks it's hilarious, telling the kid he needs to learn his place in the real world. But Jinho just clenches his fist and warns them to think very carefully about who is actually going to die if they fight. Zhang calls his bluff and orders his guards to move in, but that turns out to be a massive mistake. Jinho completely demolishes the entire squad in seconds, using flawless execution to counter every single strike. The guards are left completely broken on the floor, absolutely no match for a literal champion. Zhang is left standing all by himself, sweating bullets as he stares at the total carnage. Ryu immediately starts bragging, rubbing it in that his partner is the absolute monster who just took down the city champion, Ika's. Hearing that name sends Zhang into a total panic, completely yielding the moment he realizes who he's dealing with. Jinho lays down his terms. He wants a full refund, and from now on, their future premium meals here are entirely on the house. Zhang looks like he's about to cry at this absolute daylight robbery, but he has zero choice but to agree. With their newly extorted cash, the duo secures a luxury inn, and Ryu is losing his absolute mind over how soft the beds are. He throws himself around the room, totally hyped that they are finally living the high life thanks to Jinho's move. Jinho just smiles, explaining that when you're up against a scammer, you have to give them absolute hell to keep them in line. They finally turn off the lights and get some well-deserved rest after a crazy day. In the middle of the night, Jinho wakes up to a slight creak and catches Ryu suspiciously sneaking out of the room. He doesn't say anything, tracking his partner's movements with a calculated look. The next morning brings a bright new day, and Jinho gets straight back to his intense physical conditioning. Ryu sits on the bed complaining about being hungry, completely baffled by Jinho's non-stop, brutal workout routine. He asks why a mage is training his body so hard, and Jinho admits it's because his mana is completely locked at 0. He pulls up his system interface, but the stat screen displays the exact same locked values as before. He wraps up his morning routine, deciding it's finally time to cash in on that free beef agreement. Ryu is instantly thrilled, completely forgetting his confusion at the mention of a massive feast. They head back out into the city after waiting 3 days, deliberately spacing out their visits so they don't push Zhang completely over the edge. Jinho asks about their remaining gold, and Ryu admits they're running low because the city's prices are insanely high. This triggers Jinho's suspicion. He knows the market, and there's no way Ryu should have burned through 50 gold pieces that quickly unless he's hiding something. They finally arrive at the restaurant, and the staff instantly bursts into the back to alert the boss. Zhang is waiting for them, completely consumed by resentment over the humiliation he suffered. He rolls out a literal mountain of free meat, presenting an overwhelming feast with a malicious smile. Ryu's eyes go wide at the jaw-dropping amount of food, completely oblivious to any danger. The staff immediately slams the door shut, leaving the two alone with the massive heap of meat. Jinho's danger sense instantly takes over. There are no hidden assassins, which means the threat is inside the room. Completely unaware of the trap, Ryu happily builds a massive lettuce wrap to feed his partner. Jinho figures he'll just let the scene play out until he spots the terrifying truth behind this culinary setup. His eyes instantly snap wide open in absolute horror as he realizes what's wrong with the meat. He screams at Ryu to spit it out, but he's a second too late as the kid eagerly shoves the toxic trap right into his mouth. Ryu suddenly starts coughing like crazy, clutching his throat right at the dinner table. He face-plants onto the table, panicking about dying, but Jinho stays completely chill and tells him a tiny bit won't kill him. Jinho immediately realizes what's up as his system flashes right over his eye. Good thing he went through absolute hell to unlock his S-grade poison immunity, or he'd be a goner right now. Ryu is still out of commission, wondering how Jinho even noticed since the poison didn't have a smell or taste. Ryu thinks it's just elite noble stuff and begs to run away, but Jinho has zero intention of backing down. Instead, he gets a wicked grin on his face, planning to make the guy pay big time. Right on cue, Zhang struts in, acting all arrogant and insulting them for calling him up. Jinho plays it completely smooth, claiming he just wants to clear up a quick misunderstanding. Zhang thinks his little venom trap is working perfectly and chuckles to himself, assuming they're just desperate for cash. That's when Ryu puts on a fake smile and slides a fresh meat wrap right over to the boss. Zhang instantly breaks into a sweat, completely losing his mind over why they're handing it to him. Jinho leans in with a terrifying smirk, asking if there's maybe something extra in the meat, like poison. The boss stutters out a terrible lie to cover it up, but Jinho's mood instantly drops. He looks dead serious and asks if Zhang thinks this is a joke just because they were being polite. With a massive crash, the entire table shatters to pieces, sending plates flying everywhere. Standing tall, Jinho calls him absolute trash and highlights how crazy it was to actually try and poison them. Zhang hits a wall and starts screaming for proof, completely panicking inside. Jinho decided he wants proof. Fine, he'll show him proof. He activates his Arahan eyes, and the sheer pressure drops Zhang straight to his knees, trembling in horror. The guy completely breaks down, rubbing his hands together and begging for his life. He's literally crying tears of absolute terror at this point. Jinho just stares down at him with those cold, glowing red eyes. He decides to show some mercy, making the boss swear to never breathe a word about his identity to anyone. And for the second condition, he demands exactly half of the restaurant owner's fortune. Zhang doesn't hesitate for a second, immediately dashing out of the room to grab the cash before Jinho changes his mind. Ryu is ecstatic that the noble family bluff worked, suggesting they pocket the gold and skip town tonight. But before they can make a move, they hear footsteps approaching. It's Herna, the arena manager, stepping out with her enforcers to block their exit. Jinho breaks into a sweat, knowing that if she ruins his noble bluff right now, he can kiss that fortune goodbye. They end up moving to a private lounge to keep things quiet. Herna gives them a smug look, revealing she isn't just here for Jinho. She's actually here to meet a client. Jinho looks over in pure shock, as Ryu instantly drops his head in guilt. Turns out Ryu secretly hired her to find his missing sibling, and now she's greedily demanding way more money. Ryu slams the table in a rage because that wasn't the deal, but Herna just laughs off his life savings. The poor kid starts tearing up, completely devastated that his last hope is falling apart. Seeing his partner look so broken, Jinho steps in and tells Herna they should combine their business together. She gets a massive grin on her face, loving how easy this trap is turning out to be. Despite Ryu screaming that it's a trap, Jinho accepts a rematch with Ika's on the condition that she fulfills Ryu's search request. Later that evening, the two head out into the dark streets of the city. They walk down a quiet alley, with Ryu lugging around the massive chest of gold they took from Zhangf. Ryu keeps his eyes glued to the floor, looking completely miserable and full of regret. Jinho walks ahead and asks why the long face since they just made a ton of money. Ryu is stunned to find out Jinho already figured out his secret arrangement with Herna earlier today. Jinho keeps walking, completely unbothered, saying it wasn't something worth getting angry about. Ryu looks up with wide eyes, deeply moved by how much his partner actually cares. But Jinho looks back with a firm warning, telling him to never hide things again because breaking trust is the absolute worst. Ryu clutches the heavy chest tightly, sobbing from a mix of guilt and pure gratitude. He desperately begs Jinho to drop the rematch with Ika's so they can just take the money and run. Jinho looks back and asks what would happen to his family, knowing Herna would never let it slide. Ryu realizes he's right and looks down in heavy sorrow. In a city this corrupt, finding a lost person on your own is practically impossible. Without real power or connections, a kid from the street stands zero chance. Ryu had been struggling all on his own for the longest time, facing nothing but dead ends. The Empire's slums are an absolute maze, designed to swallow people whole. But finding that missing sibling is the only thing keeping Ryu going. Jinho knows exactly what's at stake, and he's not about to let his partner's hope die. He's fully prepared to take on whatever the underworld throws at them to protect his friend. With his mind completely set, Jinho walks forward into the night, ready to crush the arena rematch. 3 days later, we are back in the packed arena for the big rematch, and the crowd is absolutely losing its mind. Ika's is grinning like he already won, which instantly makes Zed realize something shady is going on behind the scenes. Ryu is practically sweating buckets on the sidelines, begging Zed to just throw in the towel if things get too dangerous. But there is no backing out now, as the two fighters square up in the center of the ring. Ryu notices Ika's is copying Zed's exact defensive boxing stance, which is just plain disrespectful. Ika's raises his guard with a massive, arrogant smirk, totally confident he is about to crush our boy. And honestly, why wouldn't he be? Herna literally guaranteed him a victory before he even stepped out here. The match kicks off and Ika's rushes in wild, but Zed effortlessly slips right past his opening punch. Zed calmly breaks down the attack trajectory in his head, noting that the champion's form is surprisingly tight. Ika's starts throwing a barrage of rapid strikes, bragging about how much he practiced just to match Zed's speed. But Zed just slides right under a heavy swing, completely unfazed by the sudden pressure. He seamlessly pivots directly behind the giant, leaving Ika's swinging at thin air. Zed lands an initial counter, but the crowd notices Ika's didn't even flinch, cheering at his insane new durability. That is when Zed looks down and spots a glowing golden artifact hidden right around the giant's waist. It is the Ogre's Belt, a cheap code item that blocks 90% of physical damage, a total nightmare since Zed's mana is sitting at 0. Ryu completely panics when he sees Zed's normal strikes doing 0 damage to the champion. He starts screaming over the noise, warning Zed that the arena manager definitely rigged this whole match. Ikaz asks if he's ready to quit, but Zed just looks at him like, not a chance, pal. Instead of walking away, Zed relaxes his shoulders and slowly drops his hands. Ikaz instantly hesitates, completely throwing himself off because the kid's entire vibe just changed. Zed starts lightly bouncing on his toes, locking into a flawless, classic MMA stance. He tells the champion he has actually been waiting for a challenge like this, which totally throws Ikaz for a loop. Before Ikaz can even process it, a lightning-fast kick cracks him right across the face. Zed follows up with a heavy roundhouse kick, and this time the brute actually feels it. Facing an opponent who can actually take a hit makes a massive smile break across Zed's face. Back on Earth, nobody could ever last a full minute against the undefeated champion, so he never got to show his true potential. But with the belt buffering the damage, Ikaz becomes the perfect, durable sandbag for Zed to cut loose on. Zed's eyes lock in with pure competitive focus as he steps up the pacing. He winds up, loading another high-speed sequence. He fakes high, completely scrambling the champion's defensive read. Then he unleashes an absolute clinic of brutal, consecutive hooks and body blows that shake Ikaz to his core. Ikaz is internally screaming because he can't block, predict, or even see where these insane strikes are coming from. The giant tries to yell out that he yields, but Zed cuts him off mid-sentence with a clean punch straight to the jaw. Zed drives a heavy, targeted fist directly into the brute's stomach, aiming right for the cheat code. And with a loud snap, his raw physical power completely shatters the legendary ogre's belt. Ikaz watches the pieces fly apart and realizes his ultimate safety net is officially gone. He hits the canvas like a sack of bricks, coughing up spit and completely broken. Terrified for his life, the champion starts begging the referee to end the match right now. But Zed drops one final punch to seal the deal, knocking him out cold. Zed stands over his collapsed body, muttering that he hasn't even properly warmed up yet. Suddenly, an intense heat begins to sizzle behind his eyes. The extreme physical exertion completely melts away his color-changing lenses, exposing his true identity. Ikaz drops backward completely limp, but the fight is the last thing anyone cares about now. Zed looks down in confusion as a bright blue mana aura suddenly starts pouring out from his chest. He watches the magical energy course under his skin like literal electricity, feeling it return to his body for the first time. A system notification pops up right in front of him, confirming the stagnant penalty has been broken. An absolute torrent of blue mana erupts around him, and Zed laughs, realizing his wizard magic is officially back online. Ryu runs into the ring in a total panic, demanding to know why he took his eye covers off. Zed looks at him, his eyes glowing a brilliant, unmistakable crimson red. The spectators in the stands take one look at those eyes and immediately freeze in sheer terror. The entire arena erupts into a chaotic stampede as people scream that an Arahan heir has returned, knocking over tables to escape. Ryu grabs Zed's arm, telling him they need to flee the building right now before the city guards surround them. As they make their escape, Zed points up at the balcony and shouts a final warning to Herna to find Ryu's brother, or else. Herna is left standing in the ruins of her arena, trembling with pure rage as she vows to get absolute vengeance on Zed Arahan. Herna is absolutely losing her mind right now, counting up the massive financial disaster from her failed gamble on Ikaz. Between scouting fees, magic items, and bribery, she realizes she is down a staggering 2,000 gold coins and just screams in pure rage. She swears she will find that little brat and tear him apart for ruining her investments. Meanwhile, Jinho and Ryu are navigating the dim city streets, completely aware that things have gotten incredibly dangerous. They duck behind a stone wall just in time as a whole squad of guards rushes past with lanterns. Once the coast seems clear, they pop out of hiding to plan their next move. Ryu tells Jinho to stay put while he tries to go out and secure some transport for them. But out of nowhere, a hooded carriage driver intercepts them, claiming Herna sent him to help them escape. Inside the carriage, Jinho calmly admits he knows it is an obvious trap, but running away isn't an option if they want to settle this head-on. Sure enough, the carriage is stopped dead in its tracks outside town by Warden Clark and a massive blockade of armed guards. Clark smiles under his mustache, completely thrilled that they walked straight into his ambush. Ryu is absolutely terrified, looking to Jinho to figure out how they are going to survive this. Herna steps up right behind the warden, mocking Jinho for using underhanded tricks to steal a prison cell key. But Jinho just looks back at them, completely unfazed and declaring he has no intention of dying quietly. Clark finds it pretty funny that a regular mage thinks he can take him on, though he admires the crazy amount of confidence. The warden draws his massive execution saber, which immediately starts crackling with a deadly purple wind aura. He lunges forward, unleashing a massive wave of destructive energy straight at Jinho. Clark follows up with another slicing crescent wave, shouting at him to just hurry up and die. Instead of backing down, Jinho locks into his classic boxer's stance, channeling the absolute focus of his past championship self. Right on cue, his system screen updates, giving him a massive 10-point boost across all his temporary stats. His eyes light up with sudden gold and red sparks as a brand new power begins to activate. Clark's heavy blade collides right against Jinho's localized defense, sending high-friction sparks flying through the air. The impact is so intense that Ryu screams out in horror, thinking his partner just got sliced in half. The warden peers through the massive cloud of dust, expecting to see a total demolition. His strike completely split the entire road open, tearing a massive fissure right down the center. But Jinho isn't on the ground at all. He is hovering high in the air, completely engulfed in a massive bolt of golden lightning. The system officially flags it as transcendence, revealing that Jinho has somehow unlocked the legendary lightning aura right under the full moon. He slams back down to the forest floor with a massive crash, sending golden shockwaves tearing through the area. The passive pressure is so intense that Clark is forced to raise his sword just to block the crackling lightning forks. As Jinho slowly walks forward, leaving a trail of gold energy, the surrounding guards completely lose their nerve and start running away in panic. This power stands totally outside the normal elemental wheel, making it a legendary force that has no real weakness. Clark is having a total psychological breakdown, absolutely furious that a pathetic kid is wielding a power that even the Arahan founder failed to master. The remaining soldiers are sweating bullets, completely frozen in place from the sheer terror of his aura. Driven by intense bloodline jealousy, Clark raises his saber with both hands, screaming about how much he hates talent he didn't earn. He unleashes a massive, full-power vertical slash that tears a purple streak straight down toward Jinho. He immediately follows it up with a heavy cross-slash explosion, throwing everything he has into this execution. Jinho just stands there looking up calmly, completely unbothered as the deadly blade light approaches his face. The massive wind pressure swishes violently past, completely clearing out all the dust from the road. But the warden's blade is stopped dead in its tracks, completely neutralized by a solid shield of crackling golden lightning. The defensive barrier flares up, throwing heavy golden shockwaves that push the warden right back. Jinho keeps his forearm rock steady, showing absolutely zero effort and a completely cold expression. He takes a quiet breath as the golden lightning transitions from a shield and condenses tightly around his hands. He cocks his right fist back, gathering a brilliant spiral of power as he prepares to unleash a devastating counterpunch. Warden Clark lunges in with a massive swing, but Jinho Kim catches the lethal blade effortlessly with his bare hands. He follows up by instantly slamming a lightning-fused counterpunch straight into the warden's chest. Clark's guards are completely losing their minds because mages are supposed to cast spells from a safe distance, not fight like an elite MMA fighter. Realizing his opponent breaks every rule of magic, the warden desperately tries to swing again, but his blade gets deflected right back. Clark switches gears, realizing he needs to back away just to get enough room to actually use his sword. But the moment he tries to create some distance, Jinho is already closing the gap to stay right in his face. He connects with another heavy punch, leaving the warden completely unable to find an opening. Jinho launches a ruthless final combo that shatters the warden's defense entirely. The sheer pressure sends Clark flying back as he collapses to the ground, coughing up blood. Defeated and broken, the warden laughs bitterly, acknowledging the terrifying power of the Arahan lineage and telling Jinho to just finish it. When Jinho asks him if he wants to know why he lost, Clark just deadpans and tells him to get it over with. Jinho calmly notes that it's because he trains harder, which completely triggers the warden into yelling that it's only because of his cheat code bloodline. Clenching his shattered sword, Clark rants about how naturally talented monsters always ruin the lives of ordinary people. Jinho just stands there catching his breath, completely unmoved by the warden's breakdown. He coldly tells Clark that he actually had the upper hand, but he let his own massive inferiority complex ruin his judgment. The warden finally accepts his fault and asks to be executed, but Jinho hesitates, realizing killing an imperial officer will make him a wanted man. To make matters worse, his system alerts pop up to reveal his persistent challenger, and transcendence modes have fully deactivated. Seeing Jinho exhausted, Herna panics and orders the surrounding imperial guards to swarm in and finish him off. Jinho prepares for the worst, knowing he's in no condition to take on an entire squad at once. Suddenly, an unnatural, violent gale sweeps through the battlefield out of nowhere. Jinho tries to pinpoint the mysterious high-level mage, casting the spell as the storm abruptly stops. When the dust clears, he looks around in utter shock at the absolute carnage left behind. Every single Imperial soldier is down, and even Herna has been completely eliminated by the unseen protector. The warden looks up in horror, realizing this massive cleanup operation is going to fall back on Jinho's head anyway. Shaking off the shock, Jinho's eyes return to normal as he quickly scans the tree line for his roommate. Ryu pops his head out of the bushes, completely terrified but thankfully alive and well. Jinho lets out a sigh of relief, though he remains on high alert regarding whoever just saved them. Before they can run, Ryu spots a pristine, mysterious card left on the ground right where the storm hit. They quickly retreat into the woods, completely unaware of a cloaked, masked figure watching them from the canopy. The mysterious assassin keeps a silent eye on them, tracking the young heir's movements. Later that night by the campfire, Jinho inspects the card, which initially appears to be a total blank. He infuses a bit of mana into it, causing a glowing red crest to materialize on the surface. The symbol represents the black flame of the Arahans, confirming an elite shadow unit that serves only the family head is tracking him. He flips the card to find a Roman numeral 4 etched on the back. According to family lore, Code 4 translates directly to observation and protection, meaning his estranged clan is actively keeping him alive. Checking his system menu, Jinho notices his stat penalty has eased after defeating Clark, raising his mana to 3. Unfortunately, his ultimate defensive spell remains locked, likely requiring his mana stat to hit at least 5 or 10. Ryu wakes up from his rest and asks what their next move is. Jinho says they are heading to Frilda, but Ryu points out that they're wanted fugitives now, and walking that distance is practically suicide. Jinho just grins, plotting a detour to the southern frontline outpost of Tamia to secure a ride. Meanwhile, back at a massive Imperial fortress, an intricate magic circle begins to flare up with immense energy. A heavily armored knight on a white stallion teleports into the courtyard, surrounded by the vanguard. The squad prepares for immediate deployment under strict orders. The elite commander, Tors Bahul, vows to hunt down the rogue Arahan heir and deliver imperial justice. Tors Bahul is summoned to the main hall to receive a high-priority mission from the head of the family. Lord Bahul looks down from his throne, ready to dispatch his top heir after a dangerous target. He hands over a royal decree demanding the swift execution of a fugitive who just took out a prison warden. Tors accepts the order without hesitation, promising to protect the honor of House Bahul. Meanwhile, out in the dense forest, Ryu is completely losing his mind over how reckless their escape plan is. But Jinho has a strategy, knowing they need to cross through the southern frontline territory controlled by the Battle family. Their ultimate goal is a massive magic transport gate located at a nearby frontier outpost. Ryu complains the whole way, but they both know this high-stakes detour is their absolute best shot at escaping. They set up camp for the night, sharing some jerky while resting up for whatever comes next. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking heavily, cutting their peaceful dinner short. Jinho instantly senses a massive presence closing in on their campsite. Ryu hopes it's just a regular monster, but Jinho's crimson eyes detect something way worse than wild beasts. Out of the fog, 3 heavily armored cavalry units slowly emerge from the dark brush. And yeah, it's an entire vanguard of over 50 elite knights, cutting off any easy escape route. The Legion holds its position, surrounding the area as they pick up signs of the campfire. Ryu begs Jinho to leave him behind and use his insane speed to break out alone. But Jinho completely shuts that down, because abandoning a friend is never an option for him. The knights move into a tight encirclement formation, closing the trap on the fugitives. As the scouts search the perimeter, a pair of glowing eyes watches them silently from the deep shadows. Instead of waiting to get cornered, Jinho steps out into the open to negotiate directly. A knight immediately lunges at him with a lethal slash, forcing Jinho to fluidly dodge backward mid-sentence. But before the soldier can strike again, an invisible runic trap activates right beneath his boots. The attacking knight is frozen solid midair, his blade completely jammed by a massive burst of yellow sparks. A dark hooded figure steps out of the smoke, coldly telling the Empire's forces to back off. More armored knights drop from the trees, drawing their weapons to secure the perimeter. Jinho breaks a sweat realizing his secret protectors were way closer than he ever anticipated. Even with his sense stat maxed out at 100, he didn't notice an entire shadow squad tracking his every move. It turns out the Arahan family's legendary elite guard, the Black Mirror Squad, has arrived in full force. The squad leader glares at the army with absolute zero fear, completely shutting down their advance. Massive blue lightning coils start crackling around the area as high-tier magic grid setups begin to link. The main commander finally steps up to the front line as his lieutenant panics over the sudden magical interference. The shadow leader recognizes the commander instantly as the first heir of the Battle family. Jinho's jaw literally drops because he knows that exact aura better than anyone. Tor's Battle happens to be Jinho's absolute favorite hero character from his past life's video game database. Tor steps forward with his blue elemental energy flaring, demanding to know if he's speaking to Zed Arahan. The secret guard captain moves defensively, completely blocking the commander's view of his master. Tor unsheathes his blade, engulfing it in blue spiritual fire as he prepares for a full-scale clash. Blinded by fury, he unleashes a massive pillar of light energy, vowing to make them pay for threatening a battle. But that plays right into the counter-trap, triggering a massive crimson 7th circle magic circle across the entire forest floor. Jinho looks on in horror, recognizing the sheer scale of the high-tier landmine trapped beneath their feet. 50 elite knights are instantly locked down, completely unable to lift a foot without triggering a lethal detonation. Tor stubbornly refuses to back down, unleashing his full aura right inside the red tactical grid. Jinho panics because at this early stage of the story timeline, Tor's isn't strong enough to survive a 7th circle blast. If a full battle breaks out here, the entire Knight Legion is going to be completely wiped out. Ignoring the threat, Tor's defiantly unleashes his family's signature secret technique, the Roar of the Lion. Jinho sprints directly into the danger zone, screaming at his own guard squad to deactivate the spell immediately. The shadow leader completely dismisses the command, stating he only takes direct orders from the head of the house. Jinho barks back that they can easily capture the enemy alive without triggering a literal massacre. He turns around and screams at Tors to stand down, but the stubborn commander tells him to shut his mouth. Tors glares back with absolute hatred, completely convinced that Jinho is a ruthless murderer who slaughtered civilians. With neither side willing to compromise, the blue and red magical energies collide in a blinding explosion, leaving everything on a massive cliffhanger. All right, it looks like both sides are finally willing to sit down and actually talk. But before they can even get a word out, a massive shift in gravity hits the field. Tors tries to unleash his ultimate move, but the massive blue aura completely fails to detonate. Jinho is completely stunned, realizing his hidden guard squad actually listened and deflected the blast. The intense magical energy shatters into millions of harmless glowing shards. The Black Mirror leader emerges from the shadows, making sure his young master is completely safe. As the thick dust cloud clears, the true aftermath of the broken spell is revealed. Jinho realizes Tors possesses insane potential, having cracked a high-tier wind barrier with an unmastered move. Suddenly, blood splatters onto the muddy ground right next to the knight's armor. Tors drops to his knees, coughing up blood, completely crippled by the severe magical backlash. Jinho steps up with his crimson eyes glowing, asking why he'd use a secret spell he can't even control yet. With his energy completely depleted, the proud commander collapses headfirst into the dirt. His personal vanguard of knights panics and rushes forward to protect their fallen lord. One of the guards checks his pulse and calls out that it's fatal mana reflux. But the knights are entirely powerless because none of them have a high enough magic circle to heal him. Jinho glances back, knowing exactly who has the power to fix this. The shadow captain stands there calmly, waiting to see what his master will decide. The captain questions why on earth they should waste energy saving a sworn enemy knight. Jinho fires back that if Tors dies here, their family won't be able to avoid a massive, all-out war. Green particle leaks show that Tors' condition is getting drastically worse by the second. Jinho realizes he has to take matters into his own hands to keep his favorite hero alive. He draws his blade and takes a wide stance, threatening his own hidden guard squad directly. With his eyes blazing red, he warns them that his job isn't a bluff and they will be finished if they don't move. He demands they perform the healing immediately, promising to take full responsibility for the fallout. The captain steps forward into the light, causing the defensive knights to draw their weapons in a panic. Realizing they have absolutely no choice, the guards reluctantly step back and allow the mage to help. A brilliant wave of green healing energy washes over Tors, completely stabilizing his broken circuits. Once the mages vanish into thin air, Ryu checks on Jinho to see if he's doing okay. Jinho's attention is immediately drawn to a mysterious card left behind on the grass. With the crisis averted, the story transitions inside the secure military camp gates for the night. The token is revealed to be magic card number 9, basically telling him he's completely on his own now. Jinho is surprised Ryu even knows about the squad, but Ryu explains their terrifying reputation is common knowledge. Jinho explains that dealing with knights is simple because their strict code of honor forbids them from killing a savior. While mages only care about material gold coins, knights will gladly sacrifice everything for their pride. Right on cue, a guard approaches to politely announce that their commander wants an audience. The group gathers around a warm table where Tors pours them some exquisite family tea. Jinho casually slurps his drink, completely breaking the stiff, formal tension in the room. Ryu takes a massive, happy gulp, absolutely loving the elite flavor. The two young lords lock eyes across the table, silently establishing a deep level of mutual respect. Jinho drops the bomb that he's only 15, starting a hilarious dynamic over who gets to be the big brother. Tors clears his throat and formally thanks him, admitting he officially owes Jinho his life. Jinho just smiles gently, glad to see his favorite character is exactly as honorable as he remembered. The host immediately shifts the conversation to the elephant in the room, the murder of Warden Clark. Jinho uses the quiet moment to lay out the entire story of what went down at the prison camp. Tors listens intently and agrees it sounds like textbook self-defense, but notes he needs definitive proof. Jinho logically points out that if he were a ruthless liar, he would have just let Tors die out in the rain. Convinced by the logic, Tors slides a valuable bag of powdered minar across the table as an official apology. Jinho pushes the material wealth away, stating he prefers a very different kind of favor instead. He asks the powerful noble family to track down Ryu's missing sibling, completely shocking his roommate. The next morning, the military camp transitions into a bright, peaceful atmosphere. Jinho goes straight to work shirtless, knocking out heavy physical training to build up his stats. Ryu happily offers to go hunt down some local mountain beef the second his friend finishes his sets. The golden morning sun reflects beautifully off the dangerous peaks of the Verde Mountains. Looking out at the vast snow-capped ranges, Tors watches Jinho train with an immense amount of respect. He realizes he's just formed a true bond with a mage who is more knightly than any warrior he's ever met. Tors welcomes everyone with a massive platter of high-quality beef from Verde. He treats it like standard protocol for hosting a guest from the Arahan family, noting it's perfect for building up strength. Jinho immediately respects how Tors uses a round table with no seats of honor, making everyone equal. Ryu, however, is completely paranoid and whispers to Jinho, wondering if the meat is actually poisoned. Once Ryu takes a bite, he completely changes his tune, loving how it literally melts in his mouth. The peaceful vibe doesn't last long, as one of the hostile knights abruptly stands up to leave in protest. More knights follow him out, leaving behind empty chairs and an incredibly awkward silence at the table. Tors tries to apologize, but Jinho calmly tells him not to punish them since mages have been their enemies for generations. Jinho then shifts the topic, asking Tors what he really wanted to talk about. Tors asks for a favor, requesting that they delay their trip to Frilda by just a single day. He wants his men to see that Jinho is a decent guy, and Ryu agrees since rushing out now would just make the knights give a half-hearted search anyway. The next day, the search party moves past the walls of Tamiya Fortress and into the dangerous southern front. They quickly run into a beast, dropping it to the ground with a heavy thud. A knight reports that it was nothing but a low-tier demonic creature. Tors acknowledges the report and commands the entire squad to keep moving forward. The unit marches deeper into the dense forest path, keeping their guard up. Jinho looks around at the massive tracking setup, wondering if Tors did all this just to set up a post-mission celebration. It turns out to be a strict Bahal tradition to throw a massive feast whenever their units return safely from a mission. Jinho watches Tors lead, realizing the guy is genuinely trying to make him feel welcome. Suddenly, the vanguard stops as Tors finds massive, completely unfamiliar footprints pressed deep into the dirt. He looks back and asks the squad if anyone recognizes what kind of monster left them. The knights point out it's completely missing from their bestiaries and suggest calling it in to headquarters. They assume that even if it's a new species, it's probably low tier, but Tors doesn't want to take any blind risks. Jinho steps up, agreeing they should fall back, but notes that only applies if they don't know what they're dealing with. The knights immediately lose their minds, furious that Tors would even consider taking a Western mage's word over theirs. Jinho fires back that maybe the Arahans simply keep better records, prompting a knight to insult him as a monolith fool. Jinho's eyes flare red as he reminds them that a lowly knight talking down to an Arahan heir is the real insult here. Before a full brawl can start, Tors steps in and aggressively silences his men. He tries to apologize to Jinho, but a deafening roar cuts him off as a massive basilisk ambushes them from behind. The giant beast smashes the earth, sending dirt and debris flying everywhere. Tors reacts instantly, leaping high into the air to reposition. He checks on Jinho, but Jinho screams at him to dodge a lethal strike coming from his blind spot. A second massive set of jaws lunges directly toward Tors. The teeth snap shut with a loud crack, but Tors barely rolls away in time. He realizes with absolute shock that they are dealing with two separate monsters. Tors ignites his elemental flame sword and orders everyone to focus all fire on the monster to the right. The knights charge together, drawing their magic blades to back up their leader. They coordinate perfectly, swinging their weapons in a massive synchronized strike. But the moment their swords hit, they just bounce off the beast's armored scales. The squad panics, and Jinho realizes their mid-tier blades don't stand a chance against that hide. As the basilisk coils back, Jinho realizes what's coming and screams at everyone to hit the deck. Tors trusts his instinct and echoes the order, commanding his men to drop. Jinho looks back and notices one arrogant, flat-topped knight completely ignoring the warning. The guy is still complaining about listening to a mage right up until the last second. The basilisk unleashes a massive spray of venomous quills, covering the entire area. Jinho tackles the idiot to the dirt just in time, bluntly reminding him that he literally just saved his life. Jinho sprints over to Tors, warning him that the next attack will sweep low and be impossible to dodge. With zero time for questions, Jinho proposes splitting up and demands to know if Tors can handle the beast on the left. Tors takes the challenge, telling Jinho to just worry about staying alive, which earns a smirk from Jinho. Tors leads the charge to lock down the left monster, right as Jinho's system trait kicks in. Watching his favorite character fight so hard inspires Jinho to unlock his true power, slamming his fists together as lightning sparks. The system screen blares, granting him a temporary +10 boost to every single stat. His hair shifts to bright gold as crackling lightning floods his body, fully activating Transcendence. Jinho targets the second basilisk, throwing a massive explosive punch straight into its face. Just when Jinho steps out to do some casual hunting, a giant basilisk decides to jump him. Knowing the monster only has one weak point, he positions himself perfectly right above its massive crown. He drives a massive electrical strike straight down into the beast's head. With the monster entirely down, Jinho lands safely as the leftover lightning crackles around his hands. He checks the carcass and pulls out a glowing core called the Breath of the Demon. Since mana is the only stat he has left to max out, this item acts as a guaranteed permanent mana potion for his build. With the first beast taken care of, he heads off to secure his second objective. Meanwhile, Tors Bahil gets hit hard and crashes backward against a rock face. Just as the beast corners the Lord, Jinho drops from the sky with a yellow lightning strike to crush it. Tors completely freezes in disbelief as the massive threat is taken out right in front of him. As the smoke clears, Jinho stands calm, completely enveloped in his vibrant yellow lightning aura. Tors can only sweat in shock at the incredible power right before his vanguard finally rushes in. He recognizes the legendary aura immediately, entirely rewriting what he thought he knew about Jinho. He points out that Jinho was supposed to be completely monolith, demanding to know how this is even possible. According to the world's rules, human mana circuits are supposed to be fully locked in by age 6. Unlocking an elemental affinity at 15 is unheard of, making Jinho an anomaly in 1,000 years of imperial history. Jinho casually asks if he can pocket the demonic core, and a grateful Tors tells him it's all his. Securing 2 rare drops in one day leaves Jinho feeling like he just hit the ultimate gaming jackpot. Back at the outpost, the base guards can't stop gossiping about the legendary lightning aura user. They find it hilarious that a powerful mage would choose to give up raw beast hides just to spend his free time working out. Inside the camp tavern, the arrogant knight Jinho saved earlier swallows his pride and offers a deep apology. Jinho casually tells him not to sweat it, while Ryu looks on, noticing how much the squad's attitude has shifted. Tors walks into the room and asks both of them to step outside for a private chat. He reveals that his entire vanguard was so moved by the fight that they have all volunteered to help find Ryu's sister Lisa. Tors mentions he has to report to his family estate first, fully expecting some political heat for aligning with an Arahan. Jinho smiles and reassures a worried Ryu that having the heir of House Bahil on their side changes everything. Hearing that an entire legion is moving to find his sister leaves Ryu completely overwhelmed with relief. The group immediately packs up and travels south to the bustling harbor of Port City Frilda. Ryu tries to outline his sister's features, explaining that Lisa is 13 with long blonde hair down to her waist. When Jinho asks for more identifiers, Ryu awkwardly adds that she's just really cute, leaving the knights speechless. Jinho structures the hunt anyway, ordering the knights to quietly investigate the smaller noble estates across the city. To investigate Ryu's former employer directly, Jinho picks out a pristine noble disguise complete with a purple jewel brooch. Knowing the staff might recognize Ryu, Jinho decides it's best to infiltrate the facility completely alone. Dressed in high-class tailoring, Jinho confidently struts down the alleyway while a stout guard watches his approach. He steps up and asks the guard if this building still belongs to the Hamel merchant group. The guard chuckles dismissively and informs him that the old business went under, and it's a slave market now. The merchant quickly loses his polite facade, calling Jinho a brat and questioning his noble status. Jinho glares right back, coldly warning the guy that he is making a massive mistake. The merchant just laughs it off, claiming real highborns never walk around without a massive entourage. Believing he can easily handle a lone kid, the heavy man raises a fist to teach him a lesson. That turned out to be a horrible idea, and one instant counterpunch leaves his face looking like a bruised mess. Jinho follows it up with a hard slap to ensure absolute compliance during the interrogation. The terrified merchant drops to his knees, quickly blabbing that they bought the property after the previous owner collapsed. He explicitly name-drops DeVito as the main slave lord in the South, immediately placing a massive target on his back. When Jinho asks where the captured captives are being kept, the merchant casually calls it the product display area. Jinho slaps him across the jaw repeatedly until the guy stops treating human lives like inanimate objects. The thoroughly beaten guard submits completely, pointing toward a dark, eerie staircase leading underground. Jinho steps directly into the shadows of the basement entrance to find out what's going on down there. He looks past the heavy iron bars, preparing to tear the entire operation apart. Seeing these poor people locked up like animals completely ticks Jinho off. Since Lisa isn't among them, he realizes she's likely been moved to a larger hub run by a slave boss named DeVito, but he has one last thing to do here first. Jinho corners the beaten compound leader and gives him one final chance to do something right by handing over the vault keys. With the keys secured, Jinho locks the slaver inside his own dungeon cage. It is some pretty poetic justice, leaving the corrupt trash behind bars to see how it feels. Jinho distributes the slaver's gold to the victims and helps them settle into a safe house compound for the night. An elderly man breaks down in tears, deeply moved that anyone would show them this level of kindness. Over dinner, the elder introduces himself as Gordon, a former aide to the fallen Chervil family. Jinho recognizes the name immediately because, in this world's lore, the Chervils were the ultimate masters of blacksmithing, just like the Arahans are to magic. Unfortunately, the Empire completely wiped them out on trumped-up charges of treason. Their downfall shattered their incredible crafting legacy, leaving the world without their game-changing magical gear. Looking at Gordon's scarred hands, it's tragic that their world-class talent is now just a distant memory. But then Gordon leans in and asks Jinho to keep a massive, highly classified secret. He drops a total bombshell. Lord Lacto, the rightful Chervil heir, actually escaped the purge and is still alive. Lacto faked his death by burning his assistant's body and is currently hiding out in a town called Myers. Jinho promises to keep the secret safe, knowing exactly how dangerous it is to live as a marked fugitive. Heading back to the tables, Jinho tries to cheer up Ryu, promising they will find his sister once they investigate DeVito tomorrow. Gordon overhears the name and pales, warning them that DeVito is a high-tier criminal they shouldn't mess with. And the absolute worst part? Rumor has it that DeVito's biggest secret sponsor is none other than the Arahan family. Ryu watching Gordon explain the macroeconomic threat model. Jinho rubs his chin, realizing this ruthless proxy economic warfare perfectly matches the toxic Arahan mindset. If that's the case, taking down DeVito means colliding directly with the elite political powers of the Empire. Ryu looks at Jinho with intense anxiety, terrified of the danger he's dragging his friend into. But Jinho just flashes a confident smile and tells him not to worry, because crushing evil slavers is simply the right thing to do. The very next morning, Jinho tracks the lead straight to a massive stone fortress sitting right on the harbor line. He doesn't waste any time and walks right through the grand archway of DeVito's main operational base. The reception guard is completely caught off guard by this lone noble casually strolling into the courtyard. A large mohawk brute charges down the hallway, screaming at Jinho for trespassing. The rest of the security thugs surround him with weapons drawn, boasting that they crush arrogant nobles for breakfast. Jinho just adjusts his posture coolly, mocking them for getting a little too brave just because they have the Arahans backing them up. Then he unleashes his signature glare, flashing the unmistakable crimson-red eyes of a pureblood Arahan master. The terrifying display works instantly, and the Mohawk warrior drops his axe, diving face first onto the floor to beg for his life. But Jinho spots a cloaked ninja operator bowing in the shadows, realizing a hidden elite spy is embedded among the basic guards. Right on cue, the big boss DeVito looks down from the balcony with a crooked smirk, wondering what brings an Arahan noble to his doorstep. DeVito slowly walks down the stairs, assuming his family connections make him safe from any corporate noble interference. Jinho doesn't care about the small talk and gives a cold command to surrender all the captives immediately. DeVito just bursts out laughing, treating the threat like an absolute joke. He looks over to his secret Black Mirror backup to order a swift execution, completely missing the fact that his elite guard is frozen in pure terror by Jinho's eyes. Still acting incredibly smug, DeVito waves his finger and claims he'll generously spare Jinho's life out of respect for his noble status. With no choice left, the cloaked operative reluctantly draws his sword with a sharp metallic ring. Jinho sizes him up internally, calculating his speed and guessing what magic circle tier this single Black Mirror squad member belongs to. He tightens his glove into a solid iron fist, preparing to blitz the assassin with a heavy surprise strike. But right before the brawl erupts, an unexpected external shockwave suddenly rattles the entire mansion ceiling. Out of nowhere, a massive breakthrough blast of blue elemental energy tears straight through the roof, completely shattering the room and cutting the confrontation dead in its tracks. Tor's Bahul crashes the place with his knights, declaring an imperial order to wipe out every single slaver. DeVito completely panics as his entire operation falls apart in a matter of seconds. Even his hidden Black Mirror agent gets taken down right in front of him before the guy can even make a move. Tor's corners the slave trader, reminding him of the absolute dishonor he brought to the southern lands. DeVito tries to beg for his life, but Tor's isn't interested in listening to excuses. Jinho just stands by watching, completely amazed by how intense the situation got so fast. With one quick swing, DeVito gets permanently retired from the slave trade business. Tor's cleans his blade, completely unfazed by the execution he just carried out. The remaining slaver guards try to run, but the knights make sure absolutely no one escapes. Tor's personally finishes off the heavy hitters, completely clearing out the main hall. With the first floor secure, the knights prepare to sweep the rest of the mansion. Jinho approaches Tor's, asking if the emperor really ordered a total crackdown on all slave markets. Tor's confirms it, admitting he came to this specific hub himself because it was the biggest operation around. He warns Jinho not to overdo things since he hasn't even reached the first circle yet, despite having that crazy lightning aura. Jinho doesn't mind the lecture, realizing this imperial decree is the perfect cover for his own goals. He looks down at the defeated spy, realizing the guy chose to stay silent out of pure loyalty to the Arahan family. The conversation cuts short when a knight yells out that they found hundreds of captives locked away in the basement. They bring up roughly 600 people, and Ryu nervously scans the crowd hoping to spot his sister. Tors orders his men to specifically check for any blonde girls and bring them forward immediately. Ryu calls out for Lisa, checking face after face as the crowd files past him. He thinks he sees her for a second, but it turns out to be a false alarm. After checking hundreds of people without any luck, Jinho tells him to stay strong and keep looking. But when the last group steps out, Ryu's heart completely sinks as the search officially comes up empty. As the sun sets outside, the knights prepare to escort the freed captives over to the Imperial Palace. Tors thanks them both for the help, promising they will continue raiding more slaver camps tomorrow. Suddenly, a loud noise from a nearby warhorse startles a cloaked girl walking in the back line. Her hood slips right off, revealing a young blonde girl looking up in absolute shock. Jinho immediately notices the hair color and asks Ryu if that was the girl he was looking for. The girl turns around at the sound of her name, and the two siblings instantly freeze. Ryu doesn't waste another single second and sprints across the courtyard, as fast as his legs can carry him. Lisa bursts into tears as her brother crashes into her with a massive hug. Jinho realizes they completely missed her earlier because her hood was covering her face the entire time. Tors gets a little emotional watching the reunion, though he tries to pretend it's just dew in his eyes. To celebrate, Tors takes everyone to a local tavern and declares that all the food and drinks are entirely on him. He slides a massive plate of meat over to Lisa, telling her to eat as much as she wants after everything she went through. Tors welcomes her to the group, assuring her that since Ryu is his friend, she is family now too. Jinho quietly watches them from the corner, internally joking about how weird it feels for a 40-year-old soul to be hanging out with kids. Ryu proudly tells his sister that their new friends are incredibly wealthy and powerful noble heirs. The old blacksmith Gordon watches the kids laugh, glad to see a bit of genuine warmth after so much misery. Jinho actually smiles, thinking this might honestly be his first perfect day since waking up in this fantasy world. Of course, that peace shatters instantly when the tavern doors get completely blasted open. Jinho's smile completely vanishes as he looks up to see who interrupted their dinner. It turns out to be the towering vice-captain of the Battle Knights, Philip Robert. Without saying a single word of greeting, Philip steps forward and draws a massive steel broadsword. He points the glowing blade straight at Jinho's neck, completely halting the entire room. Philip coldly announces that he carries an urgent message from the Lord, demanding they hand over the disguised traveler right now. We join the carriage ride over to the massive estate, as things get immediately tense. Philip tries laying down the law, demanding that Jinho never look the Lord in the eye and make sure to kneel right away. But Jinho is not having it and cuts him off, asking who exactly he thinks he's ordering around. Philip grits his teeth, warning him that they are in battle territory and he could easily lose his head. Jinho flashes a glare right back, reminding the vice-captain that he is an Arahan and needs to be treated with actual dignity. Philip just scoffs, clearly annoyed by the traveler's attitude as they arrive. Jinho knows exactly what he's doing because showing any weakness right now would just make him easy prey. At the same time, throwing his weight around too much could push things too far, so he has to handle this perfectly. They pull up to the grand mansion, and Jinho silently hopes his gamble pays off. Philip leads him inside and tells him to wait outside the massive doors. When he enters the reception room, Jinho notes that being called here instead of a regular office means he is officially being treated as a guest. He takes a glance around, trying to mentally prepare himself for what is coming. Suddenly, a heavy pressure completely drops on him from behind. The sheer weight of the aura confirms that Lord Fernando Battle has arrived. The pressure is so intense that Jinho can barely even move his hands to turn around. What makes it terrifying is that the Lord isn't even using magic, meaning this is just the raw presence of a 10th Circle Swordmaster. Jinho forces his body to move, slowly taking a step forward to face the pressure head-on. He turns around to see Fernando sitting regally on his throne, surrounded by a swirling blue aura. Jinho grits his teeth, forcing himself to look straight at the powerhouse without backing down. Fernando acknowledges his boldness as an Arahan, but demands that he show proper respect inside his walls. Jinho takes a hard gulp, knowing that kneeling out of fear is a complete disgrace, so he opts for a respectful bow instead. He openly states that since he was brought here in a carriage as a guest, he expected proper hospitality, but he'll bow if that's how things are done here. Fernando stares down at him heavily, letting the blue flames of his aura flare up. Jinho stands his ground, sweat dripping down his face under the intense glare. Suddenly, the tension shatters as Fernando bursts out laughing, clearly loving how bold this kid is. The Lord commands him to take a seat, noting that he can't have an actual guest standing the entire time. As high-grade tea is poured, Jinho takes a breath, relieved that he's safe for the moment. Fernando gets straight to the point, asking why he went after the slave trader DeVito before even receiving the official order from the Emperor. Knowing he can't pull a fast one on a swordmaster, Jinho decides to be fully honest and tells him he simply followed his conscience because slavery is wrong. Fernando leans forward, questioning if he truly didn't know DeVito was secretly tied to his own family. Jinho admits he thought it was just a rumor at first, but decided to act on what was right regardless of any family ties. The old lord warns him that the Arahan family definitely won't let this slide, but Jinho calmly responds that he has absolutely no regrets. Fernando finds it completely remarkable that an Arahan would willingly turn against their own blood for a sense of honor. Since it's getting late, the lord invites him to stay the night and even join him for breakfast. Jinho stands up to accept the invitation, completely catching the old man off guard. Instead of a basic bow, Jinho delivers a formal and perfect knight's salute. Fernando is thoroughly impressed, realizing this day is just full of constant surprises. Night falls over the estate as Jinho is escorted to his living quarters. The moment he's alone in the guest room, Jinho lets out a massive sigh of relief, completely drained from the encounter. He's just glad the old lord acted exactly like he did in the game, proving that sticking to the truth was the right call. Now that the life-or-death challenge is over, his stomach starts growling just as a knock sounds at the door. The staff brings in an absolute feast, making him realize he's getting the luxury treatment. But before he can even enjoy his meal, a dark blur suddenly cuts through the room. Jinho leaps back as a burst of speed rocks the area, but the intruder vanishes instantly without leaving a single trace. He scans the room, completely shocked that an operative from the Black Mirror squad managed to bypass the heavy mansion security. Jinho walks back over to the table and spots a mysterious object left right on his food plate. He picks it up and realizes it is a magic card 0, a legendary item used for high-level communications. His eyes flash red as the realization hits him like a truck. The card means the ominous head of the Arahan family is officially calling for him, and things are about to get way more dangerous. Morning arrives at the Battle estate, breaking the quiet after a rough night. Jinho is still completely stressed out, unable to believe the Black Mirror squad managed to slip a card into his room right under everyone's noses. It makes him realize that no matter where he runs, the Arahan family's network is always going to find him. His spiraling thoughts are cut short when Tors knocks and checks up on him. As they walk through the sunlit hallways together, Tors mentions some surprisingly good news. The head of House Battle has officially decided to call off the bounty on Jinho. It would be the perfect setup for a clean escape, but Jinho knows that card changes everything. He can't keep running, so he'll just have to face them head-on. Tors decides to show him around the massive estate grounds, starting with the night quarters and training fields. Jinho isn't really impressed by the grand military view until a strange noise catches his attention from a nearby fence. Tors guides him over to a special paddock reserved for the family's mystical white horses. There's only one horse inside right now, standing completely isolated from the others. The second they get close, the beast aggressively rears back and warns them to keep their distance. Tors explains that while these sacred beasts usually pick a master within a few months, this one has been completely untamable. It has rejected absolutely everyone for 2 straight years, even the Lord himself, which instantly piques Jinho's interest. Tors is just glad to finally see Jinho, showing a little genuine curiosity about something around the estate. But the intense glare from the horse makes it clear this creature isn't going to submit to just anyone. The quiet moment by the stables doesn't last long, though. A familiar, incredibly smug voice interrupts them from behind. It's Vice Captain Philip, showing up with a couple of his loyal knights and a massive chip on his shoulder. Tors immediately steps in, demanding that Philip show proper respect to an invited house guest. Philip gives a highly exaggerated, mocking bow to play along with the order. Then he immediately goes back to pushing his luck, trying to bait Jinho into a trap. He snickers, taunting Jinho that a rough training yard might be a little too intense for a soft magic user. Philip frames it as a harmless sparring opportunity that would be a great learning experience for everyone involved. To really hammer home the insult, he even offers a handicap, pointing out a low-ranking recruit who just joined a couple of days ago. Tors tries to shut the nonsense down, but Jinho calmly steps up and tells them he's down to play. From the sidelines, the white horse snorts, keeping its eyes locked onto the field. The cocky novice knight grabs a wooden sword, totally convinced this is going to be an easy win. He asks if Jinho honestly thinks he stands a chance, and Jinho just coolly calls it a 50-50 coin toss. The recruit laughs off the answer, and instantly flares a massive blue mana aura to show off his power. He arrogantly hopes Jinho can at least survive a few seconds, so he can get a proper warm-up in. Philip watches from the side with his arms crossed, completely unimpressed by what's about to happen. The signal is given, and the duel officially kicks off. The knight charges forward at high speed, aiming to end things with a single heavy stroke. He brings the wooden blade straight down with everything he's got. Jinho doesn't even bother to move or chant a spell, standing completely calm as golden lightning begins to arc around his body. The swing cuts through the air, finishing its downward arc. But the sudden shockwave leaves both Tors and Philip staring with their mouths wide open. Jinho is completely untouched, standing perfectly still while casually telling the guy he needs to actually try next time. Panicking, the knight tries to reposition and swing again, but his speed is nothing compared to an MMA champ. Jinho casually steps right into his guard and blocks the direct strike with his bare, lightning-infused fists. The raw kinetic pressure instantly cracks the wooden weapon, sending the recruit into an absolute panic. Before the guy can even process what's happening, Jinho unleashes a blinding flurry of rapid, heavy strikes. He winds up his left arm, loading it up with a final surge of pure electrical current. He connects, launching the arrogant knight across the training yard with a massive discharge. The shattered pieces of the wooden sword rain down, leaving Jinho standing alone in the dust. Philip and Tors are frozen solid, realizing they completely misjudged what this monolith Arahan is capable of. As the lightning finally cools down, Jinho locks his focus forward, letting everyone know he is not the one to play with. Zed's last opponent is out cold, and the knights scramble for a healer. Meanwhile, Zed barely looks bothered after dropping him with one clean attack. That only angers the others, who draw their swords and rush him together. Another knight demands a rematch, but Tors shuts the challenge down immediately. Zed knows his magic earned respect, but a fifth circle knight still outclasses him. With more challengers gathering, Zed refuses to fight whenever they snap their fingers. One furious knight calls that cowardice and turns the argument into an insult. Zed reminds them he fought for Tors, then dares them to attack an Arahan mage. Before anyone tries, Lord Battle appears behind Zed with terrifying pressure. Every knight drops to their knees the moment they recognize their lord. One command from Lord Battle puts every sword back in its sheath. That entrance rattles Zed. Even maxed perception never sensed Battle approaching. Facing a true swordmaster, Zed apologizes, but Battle respects that he never backed down. Lord Bahul turns the mess into a lesson and warns everyone to train harder. Experience means nothing, he says, unless they understand it and make it theirs. Zed answers politely, but Bahul's promise not to forget lands like a warning. Zed bows before things worsen, and Pearl suddenly tears across the yard. She circles the grounds at full speed, turning confusion into a full performance. Nobody understands Pearl's sudden display, including Zed and Tors. The Bahuls recognize her selection ritual. Pearl is demonstrating herself before choosing a master. The knights can hardly believe Pearl has finally chosen someone. Then Pearl stops beside Zed and makes her choice impossible to misunderstand. Tors confirms it. Pearl chose Zed and Arahan as her master. The good news sours fast, because Pearl chose the one family Bahul distrusts most. While Lord Bahul weighs tradition, Pearl calmly accepts Zed's touch and answers for herself. Lord Bahul honors her decision, but Zed must accept Pearl as a lifelong companion. Zed finally learns her name and realizes this bond is extremely serious. The vow sounds suspiciously like marriage, so Zed asks Pearl what she wants. With Lord Bahul waiting, the choice now belongs entirely to Zed. Zed accepts Pearl as his comrade and promises to honor her choice. Philip immediately objects, arguing that only Bahuls have ever ridden the sacred horses. Lord Bahul counters that the horses chose Bahuls only because nobody offered them freedom. Philip cites the Arahan horse slaughter, but Lord Bahul already secured Zed's promise. Philip still refuses to trust him, because mages can lie without blinking. So Lord Bahul guarantees Pearl's safety by promising to kill Zed himself if necessary. Lord Bahul respects Philip's loyalty, but the decision is final. Philip swallows his anger and finally accepts his lord's ruling. Zed leaves before tempers flare again and discovers Pearl is ridiculously fun to ride. He urges Pearl faster, eager to reach Frilda before the night ends. Ryu and Lisa are stunned when Zed returns on a sacred white horse. Zed dismounts while Ryu celebrates the impossible. He survived House Bahul and brought Pearl home. Once inside, Zed sits them down and explains everything that happened. He starts with the Black Mirror card, then explains the demon's breath and lacto-cherval. When Zed announces his Arahan visit, Ryu refuses to let him face it alone. Zed admits the Arahan household is dangerous, with nobody inside he can trust. Ryu volunteers as his butler, and Lisa joins the plan as another servant. Leaving them behind is safer, but their loyalty is exactly what Zed needs. So Zed thanks them and agrees they will face the Arahans together. Before leaving, Zed searches for one more advantage to bring against his family. His first card is Lacto-cherval, the last heir of a ruined blacksmith family. His second card is the breath of a demon, which needs holy water to become an elixir. To secure both advantages, Zed must visit Myers and collect that holy water. By morning, the group is ready, though Zed doubts the Arahan Lord will wait forever. With the plan settled, Zed leads Ryu and Lisa toward Myers on Pearl. Lisa slams the table in absolute shock when she hears the plan. She can't believe Jinho wants to blow their entire stash of 500 gold coins, but he insists it might not even be enough. To craft a powerful elixir that will fix his low mana, he needs to pour top-tier holy water over the demon's breath core. Standard holy water costs about 10 gold coins a pop, meaning his budget only secures 50 bottles. Since standard water has a terrible success rate, he traveled to Myers specifically to find a priest he can actually trust. Lisa begs him to keep at least 1 gold bar for emergencies, but Jinho shuts it down, noting they still have silver coins left. Before heading out, Jinho gives Lisa a side quest to look into a local contact. He tells her to pile up their remaining silver on a table to entice information out of the locals. Since their target is a cautious fugitive, Jinho's brilliant strategy is to see who avoids the easy cash and track down the ones who don't show up. Jinho originally wanted to use this gold to buy magic tools. But after learning about the legendary blacksmith Lacto-cherval, He shifts gears to prioritize the elixir first and recruit Lacto to build his tools later. When he reaches the cathedral, a massive, rowdy crowd is already packed outside the doors. Jinho is completely caught off guard by how packed the place is. A nearby townsperson explains that the church is running a half-price fire sale on holy water. Jinho's eyes light up, because a half-price sale means he can score enough bottles to brew 2 elixirs instead of 1. But then the math stops mathing, because real holy water takes a full day to produce, making a massive discount stockpile completely impossible. He walks inside to see the priest flashing an incredibly suspicious, wide grin. Jinho tests him immediately by greeting him with a totally fake name. The guy blindly plays along, and Jinho catches him in the lie instantly. The fake priest tries to play dumb, acting completely confused. Jinho slams his hand down and exposes him as a fraud, demanding to know where the real Father Johan is. Instead of backing down, the scammer subtly slides a hidden dagger from his sleeve, dropping a veiled threat. The desperate commoners in line don't realize it's a scam and start shouting at Jinho to stop holding things up. The fraud leans in with a menacing smile, telling Jinho to get out of the way of his business. By sunset, Jinho has left the cathedral to rethink his approach. Sitting alone in his room, he realizes the scammer had zero fear, which heavily implies the local military might be in on the scam. He decides to write up an official crime report to test the waters, knowing local garrisons are easily corrupted. Later that night, Jinho rides his white horse, Pearl, straight up to the guarded barracks gates. The sentries immediately spot the horse and recognize it belongs to the prestigious Bahal family. They immediately put up a wall of bureaucracy, telling him he can't report anything without a formal appointment. Jinho points out that investigating local crimes should be their priority, but the sweating guard just hides behind standard orders. Suddenly, the guards snap to attention as a cavalry squad rolls in. Jinho narrows his eyes, realizing the big boss has finally arrived. General Palman struts forward in gold armor, looking more like a corrupt politician than an actual knight. Palman completely ignores the mention of a crime report and immediately accuses Jinho of stealing the Bahal family horse. Pearl snorts in pure annoyance while Jinho calmly explains the horse was a gift, adding that he's just a low-tier mage. Palman laughs right in his face, finding the idea of a random mage getting a rare white horse totally ridiculous. Jinho cuts through the noise and lays out the exact details of the fake holy water scam operating at the church. Before he can even finish his sentence, Palman barks an order to arrest him, leaving Jinho to play along with fake surprise. The garrison soldiers draw their weapons and instantly surround him. They completely box him and Pearl in, cutting off any escape. Jinho stays totally relaxed, because this aggressive reaction confirms his theory that the military is backing the church scam. Palman smirks, fully believing he just caught an easy, defenseless target. As they tie his hands, Jinho casts a backward glance and warns the general that he's the one who will regret this. Palman just laughs it off and threatens to break his bones in the torture chamber as they shove him away. Meanwhile, the story shifts over to the Grand Bahal estate. Lord Fernando Bahal is reviewing a new imperial report regarding a major reward from the emperor. The runic scroll confirms that House Bahal takes the top spot by rescuing over 3,000 citizens, leaving the Arahans in second place. The emperor publicly broadcasting these rankings is a massive political statement to balance the power between knights and mages. Proud of their victory, Fernando tells his son Tors to start preparing for the long journey to the capital to claim their reward. Tors turns around, confused when his father is suddenly cut off by a knock at the door. A heavily armored knight bows and reports that a young boy is waiting outside the estate demanding an audience. The messenger reveals the boy claims to be a friend of Zed Arahan, and Tors instantly realizes it's Ryu. Tors looks completely shocked that the kid actually tracked them down all the way out here. Fernando decides to hear him out, while the scroll highlights that the emperor explicitly commended Zed Arahan for protecting the people. Lisa arrives at the Grand Hall, bowing low to show her respect to Lord Battle. She passes over the emergency letter Z left behind just in case he didn't make it back by dark. Lord Battle takes the message, curious to see what the young genius has to say. But the moment he opens the parchment, his eyes widen in complete shock. The letter exposes a fake holy water scam running right under their noses, heavily tied to corrupt local military forces. Reading the postscript, Bahul realizes Zed predicted his own capture and planned this entire intervention from the start. He commends Lisa for her incredible bravery, calling her actions truly honorable. The Lord immediately orders his staff to prepare a meal for her, while he pens an official response. As Bahul's energy flares, Lisa can only marvel at the sheer weight of a true knight's presence. Soon after, a maid serves a warm meal to the exhausted girl. Meanwhile, down in the dark dungeons, things are looking pretty weird. Ryu is hanging upside down in heavy ropes, but instead of begging for mercy, he's grinding out a crazy core workout. He's been at it for over 2 hours straight, completely breaking the brains of the guards who are supposed to be torturing him. General Palman walks into the cell, immediately pinching his nose at the heavy smell of sweat. The guard salutes and explains that the prisoner has literally been doing this through multiple guard shifts. Ryu just keeps pacing his breathing, treating the torture chamber like his personal gym. They finally drop him to his knees, his hands still securely bound behind his back. Palman demands to know if he used a magic spell to steal the white horse pearl, since the beast completely rejected the general. He refuses to believe a legendary warhorse would ever willingly choose a mage master. Ryu just looks up at him with a cocky grin, fully enjoying the general's frustration. Losing his temper, Palman draws a silver dagger from his armor to handle this personally. The guards watch in disbelief, as Ryu keeps smiling calmly right in the face of danger. Palman brings the blade close, threatening to make him pay for that smug look. He taps Ryu's knee with the weapon, warning him that his bones are about to be ground to dust. Ryu tells him exactly where to shove it, sending the general into a total rage as he swings the blade. Suddenly, a loud commotion at the cell gate completely halts the strike, making Palman snap. A terrified guard bursts in, holding an urgent official decree straight from House Bahul. Palman reads the document, which identifies Ryu as a friend of the Bahul family and a member of the elite Arahan bloodline. The letter demands a full investigation into the cathedral's corruption, warning Palman he will face ultimate judgment if he doesn't stand down. Palman sighs and glares back at Ryu, realizing Ryu orchestrated this. Ryu confidently confirms that the tables have officially turned. But Palman loses his mind entirely, deciding to execute Ryu on the spot to bury the evidence forever. Before he can move, a crackling aura of golden lightning violently erupts from the boy. The heavy steel chains binding Ryu instantly shatter into pieces. He stands up completely unrestrained, his power filling the room. A massive shockwave throws Palman back across the cell. Right then, a shadowy ninja figure drops from the ceiling, surrounded by glowing magic circles. It's an operative from the high-tier Black Mirror squad, embedded right under the military's nose. Ryu drops his stance, tracking the new arrival with a serious gaze. The operative orders Ryu to step outside immediately, stating they are here to escort him back home. Ryu firmly refuses, explaining he still hasn't secured the lacto-chervil elixir he needs to survive. The Shadow Guard isn't trying to hear it, insisting they only answer to the family head's direct command. Ryu cuts a deal, telling them to inform the Lord that he needs time to prepare himself for whatever punishment waits back home. As the spy vanishes to relay the terms, Ryu knows his actions against DeVito and the Bahuls will definitely be questioned. The operative returns with a final verdict, confirming the Lord has granted his request. Ryu accepts the strict terms, knowing he now has a firm deadline. With exactly 14 days left on the clock, the terrifying gaze of the Arahan family head looms over him as the final countdown begins. A shadow operative drops by to tell Jinho that an Imperial investigator is on the way, so he needs to play his cards right. But that's not all. The Lord explicitly wants him to stop hiding his identity and start rocking the Arahan family name. Jinho is completely thrown off, realizing they actually want him to ditch his concealing eye lenses. Before he can even argue, the messenger pulls a classic ninja move and vanishes into thin air. 2 hours later, Imperial investigator Cox arrives on the scene, highly impressed that a young kid just exposed massive military corruption. Deciding to follow his family's orders, Jinho pops out his contact lens to reveal his true bloodline. He gives a polite bow, leaving the investigator completely startled. With his natural red eyes fully on display, Jinho introduces himself as Zed Arahan, the 7th son of the family. Hearing that legendary name absolutely breaks Cox's brain. Once the shock wears off, Cox bursts out laughing, thrilled by the coincidence. It turns out Jinho's name was actually written into an official imperial dispatch penned by the emperor himself. Jinho takes the document, completely baffled by how the emperor even knows who he is. Cox explains that the freed commoners spoke up for him, making Jinho realize Gordon actually kept his promise. Since his reputation is solid, Jinho asks for a favor. He wants to handle the corrupt cathedral frauds completely on his own. Cox gladly agrees, fully trusting the Arahan family's capability. Jinho bows in appreciation, glad to see a high official who doesn't mind letting someone else take all the credit. Cox goes a step further, handing over full command of his imperial troops and giving Jinho total authority to handle the lawbreakers. But hearing Cox praise his family's usual intense attitude gives Jinho a hilarious reality check about his lineage's terrible reputation. Soon, Jinho rolls up to the grand square of Myers Cathedral with a massive brigade of imperial soldiers backing him up. He steps forward and issues a dead-serious ultimatum, telling the scammers inside they have 3 seconds to surrender or face the consequences. A soldier reminds him that weapons and magic are strictly banned inside the Holy Temple, making a forced entry incredibly risky. Jinho doesn't care about the risk and decides to head inside alone. With his crimson eyes locking onto the target, he is completely determined to handle this with pure physical combat. Ignoring the frantic warnings of the soldiers, he charges straight into the dark cathedral entrance. The troops are left panicking outside, wondering how a guy with 0 magic is going to survive an armed ambush. Losing their patience, the soldiers draw their swords, ready to storm the gates and back him up. But Cox immediately halts them, explaining he temporarily gave Jinho his command badge to let him handle the job solo. Inside, Jinho goes to absolute work, crushing the armed syndicate through raw martial arts. Even when surrounded by a sea of thugs with daggers, he doesn't flinch for a second. With his glowing red eyes staring them down, he stands entirely victorious over the broken group. Outside, Cox just smiles calmly, telling the nervous troops to watch a true Arahan take the spotlight. The sounds of absolute destruction echo from the building, as Jinho systematically finishes off the remaining guards. The soldiers are still stressing out, convinced that sending him in alone was a massive mistake. Suddenly, the front doors creak open, and the entire army takes up battle positions. Instead of a disaster, a long line of defeated scammers comes shuffling out, completely tied up in ropes. Jinho strolls out right behind them with a smug smirk, holding the master leash. The entire square erupts into massive cheers at the ridiculous sight. Cox laughs heartily, thoroughly impressed by the absolute power of the Arahan bloodline. With the frauds secure, Jinho turns back toward the dark entrance to call out the real prize. The crowd watches closely as a shadow finally steps into the light. It is the true priest, Father Johann Chris, finally rescued from his confinement. The citizens instantly recognize their beloved leader and celebrate his survival. Father Johann immediately gets to work, casting a wave of genuine holy magic over the crowd. The warm, divine light spreads across the plaza, healing the scammed townspeople and inducing instant regret in the captured thugs. With order restored, Johann formally reintroduces himself as the true 49th Imperial Priest. Deeply grateful, Johan invites Jinho inside the cathedral to unwind over some tea. Before Jinho can step inside, Investigator Cox pulls him aside for a final word. He reaches into his robes, presenting Jinho with a highly prestigious gift. Jinho looks down at his palm, realizing he is holding the permanent Imperial Investigator's badge. Cox tells him that his honorable spirit makes him the perfect fit for this power, as long as he promises never to use it for personal gain. Jinho happily accepts, thrilled by this incredible boost to his regional authority. With a friendly wave, Cox and his personal guard head out, glad to have formed a strong bond with an absolute monster. Securing a massive win and permanent Imperial backing, Jinho walks into the cathedral with Father Johan to map out his next big moves. Father Johan is incredibly grateful, thanking Jinho for saving him and the cathedral from those scammers. He can tell Jinho didn't do this just out of structural faith, so he asks what he really wants. Jinho gets straight to the point and says he needs the church's high-quality holy water. Johan looks at him thoughtfully, wondering exactly what he intends to use it for. Jinho explains he was kicked out of the Arahan family for having 0 mana, but now they are summoning him back, and it is a complete death trap. He needs every possible advantage he can get his hands on to survive the trip back. If he can use this holy water to boost his mana stat from 3 up to 5, he will finally unlock the game-changing Transcendence skill. Believing this meeting is driven by divine will, Johan decides to fully back him. He pulls out a heavy dark box and sets it on the table. Johan reveals he spent a long time pouring his own pure divine energy into these specific items. Inside are 3 glowing flasks of premium holy water, a massive upgrade from the usual stuff. Jinho jumps up, completely thrilled by how generous the priest is being. But Johan is not done yet, and reaches into his robes for one more personal gift. Back in his private room at the outpost, Jinho lays out his new loot. He looks down at the items, still trying to process his luck. It feels like a dream to hold top-tier gear he could only dream of back when this was just a video game. First up is the glowing emblem Johan gave him, the legendary priest's mark. In this world, a priest's endorsement carries the absolute weight of the emperor, meaning his wanted status is totally wiped clean. With this mark active, regional authorities can't just execute him on a whim, which massively shifts the odds in his family feud. Combining the investigator's badge with this priest's mark gives him the ultimate political shield before facing his bloodline. But now it is time to move on to the real prize, upgrading his internal strength. He pairs his 3 holy waters with 2 bottles of demon's breath, praying the alchemy works on the very first try. He pops the cork with his teeth, willing to risk it all. The glowing holy fluid trickles down, fusing right into the center of the dark red demonic core. The ingredients spark together, giving off a sharp hiss of magical green smoke. Jinho watches in absolute shock as a perfectly crafted potion floats right above his hand. He actually beat the brutal game drop rates and nailed the recipe on the first attempt. He doesn't hesitate for a second and down tilts the fresh elixir straight into his mouth. The system dings immediately, confirming his mana stat has successfully jumped up to 4. He still has 2 backup flasks left in the box to try and secure the final point. He clenches his fist, desperate to hit that milestone of 5 total points. A chaotic vortex of light and dark collides over his desk, and unbelievable luck strikes twice. Johan's insane level of devotion must have completely boosted the base success rate of this holy water. Jinho gulps down the second potion, and his heart thumps as a massive wave of energy triggers across his vision. The system window flashes white, declaring he has finally unlocked a brand new skill. He celebrates ecstatically, clenching both fists as raw power lines shimmer right through the room. He collapses back onto the bed, huffing from the intense, nerve-wracking anxiety of the whole process. The description reveals that Transcendence massively boosts his physical stats and grants an active mana shield. The next morning, the crew takes a walk through the sunny streets of Myers City. Ryu reports back on the secret tracking mission, revealing he found about 40 white-haired targets with one eye. He filtered them by offering a cash prize, and since 34 showed up, the true target must be one of the 6 who skipped. Jinho smiles warmly, genuinely impressed by how fast his companion tracked down this crucial intel. Ryu confidently puffs out his chest, eager to prove just how useful he can be to the team. Jinho stops in his tracks and vows to protect both Ryu and Lisa no matter what, calling them his very first real comrades. The sudden emotional declaration catches the siblings completely off guard, making them sniffle and tear up right on the path. Before things get too sappy, a voice calls out, and Jinho turns around confused to see someone recognizing him. A young townswoman with pink bob hair explains that the entire town is talking about the heroic Arahan who crushed the fake priest. Jinho looks around and realizes the murmuring crowds weren't glaring at his red eyes out of fear. They were full of pure admiration. The citizens revere him as a true servant of God, completely flipping the ruthless reputation of the Arahan family on its head. The crowd keeps cheering and thanking him as they pass by. Ryu and Lisa are a little overwhelmed by the sudden massive spike in public attention. Suddenly, Jinho freezes as a strange, static sensation hits his focus. He whips his head toward the crowd, sensing an unusual presence right in the middle of the square. Right there in the street stands a man with distinct white hair and one eye, the blacksmith Lacto Chervil himself. Zed spots a suspicious hooded figure walking away in the middle of a crowded street and immediately starts his chase. He pushes past the confused bystanders, trying his best to keep up with the target. But the market is just too packed, and the guy completely vanishes out of sight. Ryu runs up to see what's going on, and Zed explains that their main target was right in front of them. Since they can't let him get away, Zed demands to know the closest of the 6 hiding spots Ryu mapped out. The duo hightail it down the road before the guy can skip town for good. Zed locates the building and kicks the door to room 203 wide open. Turns out it's just a terrified random tenant, and Zed instantly realizes he hit the wrong room. While the poor guy begs for more time on his rent, Zed quickly ducks back out. He dives right off the balcony to hit the basement level next, leaving Ryu totally stunned. Reaching the basement room, Zed senses something terrible and yells at Ryu to get back upstairs. His instincts flare up as he detects a massive magical buildup waiting inside. It makes sense that the world's greatest blacksmith would leave lethal defenses behind. Before he can step back, a high-level trap triggers, forcing his system to cast Transcendence. The room erupts into a blast of azure light, tearing the stone walls to shreds. The explosion should have been fatal, but Zed's rare trait, Immortal Gambler, saves his life. Looking around, the raw destructive force confirms it was high-tier azure flame. Ryu runs down coughing through the smoke, completely relieved to find Zed standing in the rubble. Even though his passive trait bailaid him out, Zed is seriously annoyed that he technically had to die once. The noise from the blast naturally sends shockwaves through the entire neighborhood. Hiding out in a nearby room, the team worries that since the Arahan family uses fire magic, they'll get blamed. With the building totally pancaked, any real physical evidence of a setup is completely gone. They consider asking the Bahul family for backup, but Zed says it's too risky with the Black Mirror squad watching. Right on cue, the regional army arrives to lock down the perimeter. A massive blockade forms outside, and General Madden orders Zed to step out. The crew panics at the sound of clanking armor, terrified of what the soldiers will do. Zed just cracks his knuckles and tells them to wait inside while he handles it. He casually walks out the front doors and faces the armed soldiers entirely unbothered. General Madden immediately barks out an order for his troops to seize the suspect. But Zed just flashes the sacred priest's mark he got from Father Johan. Seeing the imperial token, Madden hesitates and asks if he's actually backed by the cathedral. The general begins to sweat, quickly offering an apology for the aggressive welcome. He mentions he just took over command from General Paulman and explains the town is on edge after the bombing. Once Zed explains he was caught in the blast, Madden completely changes his tune and treats him like a victim. Zed covers his tracks by claiming he just stumbled into a random trap while looking for someone. Realizing he can turn this mess into an advantage, Zed decides to recruit the army to find his target. When Madden hesitates to use state troops for private matters, Zed drops his real trump card, an Imperial Investigator badge. The soldiers look absolutely floored by what they're seeing. By Imperial law, holding that badge gives Zed absolute authority over regional forces. The entire regiment snaps to attention, completely submissive and ready to follow his orders. Zed kicks off his scheme by ordering them to bring out a master sketch artist to draw the bomber. Peeking from the window, Ryu can barely believe how easily Zed just hijacked a whole army. Soon, posters go up all over town showing a guy with a giant afro, which looks absolutely nothing like Lacto. The townsfolk gather around, completely losing it over the massive 500 gold coin bounty. Deep in the crowd, a cloaked elderly man looks at the drawing with a very confused frown. Lacto immediately realizes the noble kid drew the wrong face on purpose to send him a secret message. He pulls down his hood and slips away from the board to head toward the designated meeting spot. Arriving at the Zelkova Tree Plaza, the weary blacksmith decides he is finally done running. Before he can even scan the crowd, Zed's crimson eyes appear directly behind his shoulder. Zed whispers calmly, warning him to stay quiet so the nearby guards don't make a scene. Lacto looks back in shock, wondering how a mere noble kid managed to sneak up on him. Once they get into a secluded room, Zed drops his hood and properly introduces himself as the seventh son of House Arahan. Lacto peels off his magical skin disguise, dropping the fake face entirely. Revealing his true scarred face, the old blacksmith warily asks why an Arahan noble is tracking down an outlaw. He is left completely speechless when Zed confidently asks him to become his family's personal master craftsman. Gordon just looks on silently, completely weighed down by his family's dark past. Jinho gets straight to the point, reminding him that keeping the Chervil legacy alive is his true purpose. Gordon sighs, admitting it sounds like a dream he can't actually afford to chase anymore. But his eyes go wide when Jinho confidently promises to fully restore his family's lost name and honor. Gordon calls him out, though, asking if he even knows what really went down during the massacre. Honestly, the game's official records are super vague, only mentioning a quick rebellion that got wiped out by Imperial forces. But Jinho has deep database knowledge, giving him insights that regular people completely miss. He points out that a family entirely focused on making magic tools had zero logical reason to rebel. Besides, the Emperor is an immortal powerhouse, meaning a direct rebellion would just be pure suicide. Jinho locks eyes with him and asks for the real story behind the setup. He knows Gordon's family was an elite tier group, second only to the mages of House Arahan. Gordon explains that the real trouble started the moment the upstart Billy family tried to push their way into the picture. Jinho recognizes the name immediately, mapping them as ambitious mid-game rivals. He listens intently as the old blacksmith breaks down the exact sequence of events. It turns out the Billy family wanted an exclusive deal and demanded they completely cut ties with the Martins. Of course, the Chervil family had too much pride and gave them a hard refusal. Spited by the rejection, the Billies fed false information to the Martins to intentionally split the alliance. Jinho connects the dots, realizing both rival families were used to ignite the chaos. Before anyone could even react, the Imperial army stormed in and brutally slaughtered every worker on site. Gordon trembles as he recalls how they never even got a single chance to explain themselves. Jinho nods along, finally getting a clear picture of how the tragedy was orchestrated. Still, one major piece of the puzzle keeps bugging him. If the Arahan family's elite Black Mirror squad was secretly involved, they would have erased every single bit of evidence. He catches himself, though, deciding it's way too early to make massive assumptions without absolute proof. He gives Gordon his definitive, solemn vow to see this through to the end. Jinho extends a hand with an intensely confident grin, completely welcoming his new ally. Gordon looks at his own calloused hands, deciding it's finally time to hope again. They lock into a firm handshake covenant, officially sealing the deal. With the contract set, Jinho spins around and commands the group to finally move out. He can't help but smile, thinking about the solid team he's starting to build. Between a sacred warhorse, imperial badges, and a master craftsman, he's amassing some serious leverage. He clenches his fist, determined to see exactly how much his network is worth when they reach Arahan territory. After a long trek, the party finally hits the roaring metropolis of Nekka, capital of the western region. The sheer scale of the white stone walls and towering spires is honestly pretty ridiculous. They make their way down the central streets, taking in the crazy level of luxury. The entire crew marches right into the busy plaza, looking like total outsiders. Lisa is completely blown away by the literal gold buildings sparkling everywhere. Ryu breaks it down for her, explaining that the major guilds basically run a total monopoly over the city's wealth. She can't stop pointing out the insane opulence while Ryu just sweats from the hype. Gordon points out how incredibly fast the city has boomed since his last trip decades ago. Jinho turns back, surprised to learn the old blacksmith actually knows the local layout. But his focus instantly shifts when he catches the nearby crowd acting weird. People start pointing and whispering because traveling with Pearl's glowing blue eyes is a dead giveaway for the Battle family. Realizing the massive visibility risk, Jinho immediately ducks the party into a mid-tier inn. The second they get to the room, Jinho throws his cloak on, catching Ryu completely off guard. He tells the kid he needs to check out a few critical local spots completely solo. He lays down the law for the group, making sure they stay fully insulated at the base. He warns them not to wander off, since it's incredibly easy to get completely turned around in a place like this. Ryu bids him safety, while Lisa politely bows as he makes his exit. Jinho slips out into the corridor with a sharp smirk, ready for the stealth phase. Night sets over Nekka, shifting the vibrant city into a much more dangerous playground. Glancing down the alleys, he notes that no matter how bright a city shines, the shadows run deep. He enters an upscale boutique, completely cloaked to keep a low profile. But the shopkeeper spots his noble uniform trimmings and immediately panics, thinking an Arahan lord just walked in. Jinho shuts down the excessive bowing and coldly orders a pair of custom black lenses. The merchant is super confused why a high noble wants cheap commoner eyes, but Jinho's silence quickly snaps him to data entry mode. Next, Jinho points straight to a rugged set of standard workwear hanging on a display rack. When the merchant protests that it's not for sale, Jinho just strips off his expensive noble coat and offers it as premium trade payment. He sheds the flashy identity completely, sliding into the plain fabrics. Standing completely transformed in a basic traveler vest and red scarf, he finally blends in perfectly. With his piercing red eyes completely masked under the black contacts, Jinho heads out to pay a little visit to the king of the backstreets. Jinho winds up walking down a pitch-black street, surrounded by massive stone buildings under a cloudy night sky. He heads deeper into the dark alley, completely unaware of what's waiting for him in the mist. Suddenly, Jinho senses something off and casts a cold glance over his shoulder into the shadows. Sure enough, a couple of massive figures are lurking behind the corners, tracking his every move. Before he knows it, 3 muscular thugs step out to block the path ahead, completely surrounding him. Instead of panicking, Jinho just clutches his growling stomach, complaining that this beggar outfit is making him starve. One of the thugs jumps out from behind a wooden pillar, completely startled by how relaxed he is. The leader steps forward with a smug face, ready to break the new guy in. The giant thug starts trash-talking, demanding to know where he crawled out from. Jinho just smirks right back and asks if they have any food, totally throwing the guy off guard. Furious at the disrespect, the thug raises his fist and threatens to end him before hunger does. He throws a massive punch, but Jinho effortlessly ducks right under it. Seeing their leader miss, the rest of the gang panics and rushes down the alley all at once. Jinho sidesteps cleanly as another weapon swoops past his shoulder. Then he goes on the offensive, landing a crushing body blow that folds the first thug. With a quick sweep kick and a back fist combo, he sends the remaining grunts crashing to the concrete. Just like that, the entire alley is covered with groaning thugs, while Jinho stands casually in the center. He lets out a confident grin, completely untouched by the whole crew. The defeated giant leader struggles on the floor, barely able to process what just happened. Jinho looks down at him, mockingly asking if it hurts. The bruised leader snaps back, warning him that their crew is going to erase him without a trace. Jinho doesn't even blink and calmly decides he'll just take over their entire gang instead. Out of nowhere, a sharp blade wrapped in green light slices through the air right at him. A mohawked assassin wielding dual swords steps out, giving Jinho credit for dodging the surprise attack. The grunts on the floor immediately cheer, hyping up their arriving vice captain. Jinho just smiles, realized he managed to hook a big fish on his very first day in the city. The newcomer introduces himself as Kinjira the assassin, telling Jinho he better start begging for his life. Jinho is totally unimpressed, wondering out loud why a legendary assassin is running around with low-tier street beggars. Insulted, Kinjira charges forward at high speed, his blades roaring with green wind gusts. He lets loose a cross slash, but Jinho reads it perfectly and ducks under the blades again. Realizing his opponent is slick, Kinjira unleashes a massive vortex of green elemental mana around his daggers. He bursts right through the wind storm, throwing everything into a direct assault. Jinho analyzes the flow of mana, recognizing that this guy is at least a fourth circle combatant. Kinjira sees his cautious expression and smirks, thinking the kid is finally frozen in fear. He swings his glowing blade downward in a heavy arc to finish the job. But Jinho just puts up his boxer guard, completely ready to parry the magical strike with his bare fists. Kinjira pushes the pace, blurring his weapons around Jinho in a dizzying screen of green light. Jinho tilts backward by an inch, cleanly evading the close quarters onslaught. Suddenly, two more identical Kinjira figures dive down from the roofs with green elemental trails. The triplet assassins strike together from multiple angles, catching Jinho in a coordinated trap. A massive green shockwave shatters the street right where Jinho was standing. But Jinho's quick magical defense manages to deflect the worst of the impact. He backflips safely out of the smoke cloud, landing gracefully at a distance while the brothers stare in disbelief. The identical Kinjira triplets line up side by side, finally showing their true numbers. Realizing his current mana cap is too limiting against three of them, Jinho sighs and decides it's time to stop holding back. The triplets think he's bluffing and charge forward together to finish him off. Jinho immediately activates Transcendence, golden lightning arcing across his body as his eyes ignite a bright crimson. The assassins instantly freeze in sheer terror, recognizing those glowing red eyes as the legendary Arahan trait. Golden lightning floods the entire alleyway as Jinho pumps massive amounts of elemental magic into the air. The system steps in, activating his S-rank persistent challenger trait to temporarily boost all his stats by 10 points. With his stats pumped up, the system unlocks two high-tier spells, Transcendence and Lightning Strike. Jinho's eyes gleam crimson through the gold sparks, locked onto his targets. He opens his hand, gathering a highly concentrated sphere of golden electricity. He aims straight down the narrow alley at the fleeing triplets. The massive golden blast erupts forward, completely engulfing the running assassins. The lead brother screams as the heavy lightning strike hits them dead on. An enormous bolt of holy lightning crashes down from the clouds, wiping out the entire street layout. When the smoke clears, the rubble is falling, and the three Kinjira brothers are lying charred and unconscious on the ground. Jinho lets out a small HMPH as the residual gold electricity fades away. Suddenly, he hears voices shouting, and realizes the massive explosion just alerted the city guards. Not wanting to get caught, Jinho immediately dashes down a dark branch of the alleyway. Knowing that spell was way too flashy, he hoists one of the unconscious triplets over his shoulder to interrogate later. The local streetlights spin past as he navigates the dark twists of the backstreets. He slips past a cobblestone corner under a dim hanging lamp, completely losing any pursuers. He makes it back to the safe house, reaching out for the rustic wooden door handle. Once inside his dim room, Jinho casually drops the tied-up triplets onto the floorboards. He takes a seat on a wooden chair by a lone candle, finally catching his breath after the chaotic night. The three elite assassins lie side by side on the dusty floor, completely out cold and ready to be questioned. Jinho was hoping to handle his business quietly tonight, but luck isn't on his side. A sudden patrol guard's light blinds him out of nowhere. Instead of running, Jinho tells them to get that light out of his face. The guard realizes he's dealing with an Arahan noble and instantly starts sweating bullets, asking for his name. Jinho pretends to be the seventh son, Zed Arahan, and feeds them a fake lead to send them running away. He sighs in relief, realizing his family's name basically makes him untouchable here. With the guards gone, he walks back over to the unconscious assassin. Luckily, the guy is still breathing after that crazy lightning blast. Jinho hoists him over his shoulder to move him before anyone else shows up. But he senses he's still being followed and tells the hidden stalkers to show themselves. The remaining two Kindra brothers drop down from the rooftops. They immediately drop their weapons and bow, begging him to spare their brother. Jinho is completely caught off guard by how submissive they are. The assassins actively cry, swearing they will never cross him again. It's pretty wild to see cold-blooded killers begging with tears for their family. They explain they only target corrupt nobles who abuse poor commoners. They claim they were only on high alert because thugs keep trying to take over their alley. Jinho looks them in the eyes and makes them swear they've never killed an innocent soul. Seeing their devotion reminds him of how these guys were trained to protect the weak. He figures that while murder is bad, these brothers are the only hope desperate peasants have left. So Jinho gives them a choice: take him to their leader and he'll save their dying brother. The brothers hesitate, refusing to risk their boss's safety even to save themselves. Jinho reassures them he just wants to buy information, not fight. He literally promises them on his family name as an Arahan. He actually respects their caution, knowing that if they agreed right away, they'd be faking it. To prove his good intentions, he tells them to tie his hands. He even offers to let them blindfold him so they can keep their base secret. He demands they match his trust, since he's making himself completely vulnerable. The brothers wrap him up, leaving Jinho completely blind and bound in the dark. Under the hood, he smiles, ready to finally meet Nekka's backstreet king. They lead him through a maze of twists and turns to throw off his internal compass. Jinho suddenly breaks the silence and asks if they're looking for the Black Mirror squad. He laughs, telling them to stop walking in circles because his family's shadow guards already know this maze. The lead brother freezes up, totally loses his nerve, and goes dead silent. The assassin nervously asks if the deadly squad is nearby right now. Jinho just shrugs it off, forcing the terrified guide to keep moving. They walk deep down into a dark, claustrophobic underground tunnel. Finally, the blindfold comes off, and Jinho blinks to let his eyes adjust. The brother steps up and announces to the room that they brought a visitor. Sitting at the desk is Eddie, the king of the backstreets, looking more like a quiet scholar than a mob boss. The brother quickly apologizes, explaining the noble demanded a meeting. Eddie tells them to get this trash out of his sight, leaving the guide fidgeting under pressure. Before things get tense, Jinho slides a glowing green potion across the desk. He tells them it's holy water, and the brothers bow until their noses hit the floor. With his side of the promise kept, Jinho steps forward to talk business. When Eddie tries to ignore him, Jinho straight up grabs his ledger to force his attention. Eddie snaps, his calm facade completely breaking as he yells at Jinho. But then he catches a glimpse of Jinho's face and freezes when he recognizes the Arahan traits. Eddie glares at his men, assuming his inner circle just sold him out to a noble powerhouse. Jinho just looks back coldly, addressing him by his proper underground title. Eddie tries to regain control, noting Jinho is way too young to be the known Arahan lord. He puts on a smug smile, claiming a random noble has absolutely nothing he wants. He laughs, mocking nobles for always offering predictable bribes like bags of gold. Jinho plays his trump card, explaining how Eddie's perfect memory was rejected by corrupt bureaucrats because of his low birth. He points out that Eddie only rules the shadows because the system gave him nowhere else to stand. Jinho reveals he isn't offering gold. He's offering the names and dirty secrets of the officials who ruined Eddie's life. Realizing he can finally get his revenge, Eddie smirks and reaches out to seal the deal. Jinho lays his cards on the table, offering a direct trade of information. He lets Eddie know that cornering him at this exact stage of the game is absolutely critical. To test him, Jinho asks if that photographic memory of his really lets him remember every single thing he reads. Eddie smirks, completely confident in his own brain, but warns Jinho not to act like they're close friends. An awkward silence settles over the dark courtyard as Eddie goes back to flipping through his files. Amused that Jinho noticed his reading habits, Eddie chuckles and asks what else he's managed to deduce. Jinho smiles right back, completely confident that he finally has the upper hand in this negotiation. He points out that Eddie's body language completely gave him away the second he turned to face him. Realizing he's caught, Eddie scratches his head and agrees to finally listen to the pitch. Jinho tells him he wants the complete file on the Arahan family, specifically everything on his brothers. Eddie considers the request, noting how information can be the ultimate weapon or shield in a noble power struggle. But then he asks the real question: what kind of valuable secret is Jinho offering in return? When Jinho claims it's something he doesn't know, Eddie gets deeply skeptical, claiming his network already sees everything. Jinho calmly shoots that down, reminding him that a true heir is always going to know more about the family than an outsider. Knowing Eddie is an absolute information addict, Jinho decides it's time to push a little harder to force his hand. He gets up and threatens to walk out, acting like the deal is completely dead. Eddie can only watch in stunned silence as Jinho actually starts marching away into the darkness. Walking away was all part of the plan, since meeting the Kinjura triplets early bought him plenty of time to play hard to get. He knows the Street King's obsessive curiosity will eat him alive until he reaches out first. Suddenly, the armored triplets drop to their knees in unison, deeply grateful that his holy water saved their youngest brother. They admit they're ashamed for letting their hatred of nobles blind them, and emotionally ask for his name. He introduces himself as Zed Arahan and walks off, realizing these assassins actually possess an unbreakable code of loyalty. He looks back over his shoulder and laughs when he sees them still bowing low in the dirt. The knights remove their helmets, officially revealing their identical mohawks as the legendary Kinjura brothers. Recognizing their high-level assassin status, Jinho realizes bringing them over to his side would be a massive asset. With his new muscle secured, he fields an imposing stance and gets ready to reshape the entire deal. Jinho marches right back into the courtyard, prompting Eddie to smirk and assume the noble couldn't hold out. He smugly asks what brought him back so fast after talking such a big game. Jinho sits down and completely flips the script, demanding to buy the Kinjura triplets instead. Eddie slams the table in utter shock, completely derailed when Jinho offers to pay using exclusive information. Pointing right at the brothers, Jinho explains he doesn't even need the intel on his siblings anymore. Eddie tries to reclaim control, defensively reminding him that those triplets are his vice captains and he's still the boss here. He warns Jinho that giving up his top enforcement muscle is going to cost way more than he thinks. Jinho doesn't even blink, calmly telling him to name his price. Eddie grins wickedly, demanding to know the full story of how an abandoned Arahan heir survived prison and escaped. Jinho just sighs, baiting him by saying he thought the king of the backstreets would actually aim higher. That completely insults Eddie's pride, sending him flying out of his chair in a total rage. Losing his mind, Eddie lunges forward and aggressively grabs Jinho right by his collar. Jinho just looks away, completely unbothered as his eyes flare into a freezing combat crimson. Eddie keeps screaming threats, completely blind to the trap he just walked into. Then Jinho locks eyes with him, unleashing an aura so terrifying it completely freezes the street king in his tracks. Eddie swallows hard, his hand visibly trembling as his grip entirely slips away from Jinho's cloak. The Kinjura brothers panic in the background, begging their boss to stop before he gets them all executed by House Arahan. Eddie quickly backs off, clearing his throat and offering a shaky, stammering apology. Jinho crosses his arms, entirely dominating the room as he asks Eddie to repeat exactly who he's dealing with. Completely humbled, Eddie waves his hands defensively and grovels for mercy. Leaning into his noble authority, Jinho tells him he needs to learn how to use high society instead of just hating it. Eddie looks completely lost, wondering how a commoner street network could ever use an Arahan noble. Jinho just sighs at how slow he's being, while Eddie nervously begs him to explain the actual plan. Jinho drops the act, looks him dead in the eye, and promises to drag him out of the shadows. Eddie starts sweating, unable to process a high-ranking noble making this kind of deal. Jinho lays out the master plan, offering to set him up with a prime building in the upper district to run a legitimate intelligence agency. He clarifies the legal loophole. Jinho will own the property, and Eddie will simply lease it to bypass the commoner restrictions. To seal the deal, he promises to assign official Arahan magic knights to serve as the agency's personal security. Jinho stands up, presenting a massive partnership where they both win, leaving Eddie with absolutely no reason to refuse. Eddie looks down in absolute disbelief, realizing this is a dream opportunity to gain real power and elite noble backing. With his hands trembling, he looks up one last time to make sure the noble isn't playing a cruel joke. Jinho assures him an Arahan never breaks a promise, reminding him that backstreet gossip is nothing compared to high society secrets. Terrified of letting this slip away, Eddie lunges across the desk and aggressively grabs Jinho's hand to lock in the contract. But the second they shake, Eddie freezes as he suddenly realizes what he just signed away. Jinho flashes a massive triumph grin, happily letting him know that the triplets and the intel are his official non-refundable deposit. Zed finally arrives at his destination, riding up on the sacred white horse he claimed from his rivals. He's officially standing outside the massive gates of the Arahan family estate. Ryu immediately notices how exhausted he looks and asks if he's doing all right. Zed just brushes it off with a grin, telling him he was simply too excited to sleep. In reality, he spent the entire night memorizing every bit of intelligence data Eddie handed over. Securing Eddie as a photographic memory information partner was exactly the move he needed to make. Now he just needs to buy himself enough time inside family territory to grow stronger and survive the brewing war between the heirs. Everything rests on how he handles himself today, because one wrong word could ruin his future. The group approaches the primary entrance, which is heavily fortified and locked tight. The estate guards watch closely as the travelers draw near on foot. The moment Zed dismounts, the guard recognizes him as the seventh heir. But the guard stands firm on the rules, warning him that his companions are barred from entering. Zed tries to vouch for his team, but the guards refuse to let any outsiders through the gate. His plans are already hitting an immediate roadblock, and it's making his crimson eyes flare with irritation. Gordon quickly steps in, advising Zed not to force the issue or break family rules right off the bat. Nodding, Zed tells the old blacksmith to wait outside and promises he'll be right back. Gordon still can't shake a terrible feeling about what's waiting for the young master inside. Before stepping through, Zed looks back at the mohawked Kinjara and entrusts his friends to the assassin's protection. With the guard leading the way, Zed walks past the perimeter completely alone. He knows their lives are riding on his performance now, meaning failure isn't an option. His heart is pounding against his chest, but he forces himself to stay completely focused. To survive this encounter, he has to perfectly play the role of an arrogant, practical Arahan child to win his father's favor. He enters the grand throne room, where the terrifying Zenedin Arahan calls out to his youngest child from afar. Zed immediately drops to one knee, already breaking into a sweat from the sheer weight of the man's presence. Zenedin looks down with glowing crimson eyes, casually asking how it feels to return home after so long. Zed keeps his head down and replies that everything feels exactly the same as before. He specifically notes that the biting, cold pressure filling the room hasn't changed a bit. Hearing that, Zenedin bursts into a loud, booming laugh that rings through the entire chamber. The acoustic shockwave leaves Zed wincing in physical pain as his ears ring violently. The Archmage notes that it sounds like his son can actually perceive his hidden mana aura now. Zed stays perfectly still on the long carpet, realizing he is dealing with a monster who murdered all his own brothers to claim that throne. He steals a quick glance upward, keeping his composure under the intense scrutiny of the Empire's top mage. This is Zenedin Arahan, a ruthless dictator who remembers Zed as nothing more than a frail, useless child. Zed shoots back with a bold response, declaring that the word frail has absolutely no place in their family. Zenedin roars with pride, thrilled that his youngest isn't a fool who's completely blind to mana. But the tone shifts instantly, catching Zed entirely off guard. Zenedin narrows his glare and demands to know the truth behind the boy's lightning aura. Zed answers carefully, explaining that he knows it's a rare power standing far above the four basic elements. His father reminds him that their lineage has only ever produced fire magic, asking how he managed to unlock this anomaly. He finds it intriguing that the boy wasn't even shocked to acquire a power that only appears once a century. Zed plays into the family ego, claiming that such a blessed ability rightfully belongs to the Arahan name anyway. The answer hits the mark perfectly, making the maniacal lord smile with absolute satisfaction. Zed internally begs him to stop laughing, as the pressure feels like it's literally twisting his stomach. He bows deeply, taking comfort in the fact that his rare trait makes him far too valuable to be executed on the spot. Suddenly, Zenedin cuts him off with an icy, menacing tone. He directly interrogates Zed about whether he knew the slave trader DeVito was secretly working for their house. Zenedin slams his hand down in a fury, demanding to know why he eliminated their asset alongside the rival Bahal family. Zed breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the pleasantries are over and the true life-or-death trial has finally begun. He argues back logically, stating that dirty slave traders were a massive long-term liability who defied the emperor. To save his skin, Zed leans heavily into his stubborn child persona, splitting profit into clean and dirty categories. He proudly looks up, asking why the Empire's greatest noble house should ever lower itself to accepting blood money. Zenedin simply stares back down, completely dismissing the boy's idealistic speech as absolute nonsense. When pressed about collaborating with Tor's Bahal, Zed claims it was a total coincidence under imperial orders, denying he ever asked for their help. His father calls him a blatant liar, pointing out that he accepted an exclusive white horse directly from their enemies. Zed clenches his fist against the floor, firmly correcting the record by stating he was kidnapped, not invited. Zenedin listens in silence as his son completely flips the narrative of the event. Zed confidently claims he didn't receive a gift. He took Pearl as a war prize right from the enemy's hands to boast Arahan's superiority. He stares back with a defiant, sweaty glare, fully committing to the act that a stubborn 15-year-old would think this deserves a reward. The room falls into a suffocating deadlock as the ruthless Archmage warns the boy not to play games with his slick tongue. The Archmage stares right through him, warning the kid not to get cute with his words. Jinho plays his role perfectly, sweating under the massive pressure. But surprisingly, the old man actually finds his arrogance amusing. Jinho immediately realizes his father knows he's lying, but is deliberately letting it slide. Since he has a free pass, it's time to start making demands. The Archmage tells him to speak up and name his price. First on the checklist is securing all the backlogged operational funds for his manor. He also demands his own squad of magic knights, fully aware his siblings will try to bribe them later. Then the conversation shifts to his crew, and the boss calls them a band of street rats and assassins. Jinho drops the bomb anyway, explicitly revealing that the old man with him is Lacto Chervil. The Archmage immediately pushes back, stating a wanted traitor belongs in an imperial cell. But Jinho catches the bluff instantly, realizing his dad is just testing his political awareness. He calls the boss out on it, asking why the mighty Arahan family would care about imperial politics anyway. That hits the mark, and the Archmage laughs, calling his political rivals nothing but worthless worms. This confirms everything Jinho needed to know, proving his family wasn't behind the massacre. He locks in the deal, asking for complete custody and protection over Lacto. The boss shoots down the official pardon right away. Jinho refuses to budge, asking why the family would pass up the greatest asset in the empire. He pitches Lacto as the ultimate master craftsman who will skyrocket the family's military power. The Archmage capitulates, telling him he can keep the old blacksmith, but the legal headache is his alone to handle. Jinho bows out gracefully, completely thrilled that he now holds absolute leverage over Lacto. He leaves the grand hall behind, having successfully walked away with everything he wanted. As soon as the doors close, a high-ranking officer emerges from the shadows. Captain Callies Leal steps forward to give his report on the young master. The captain admits the kid's sudden personality shift is incredibly suspicious. He highlights that not even the first heir possessed that level of confidence at 15. The Archmage just smiles, completely entertained by how hard his son tried to manipulate him. Callies is shocked that the boy escaped a brutal punishment. The boss explains that the raw determination in the kid's eyes was simply too good to crush. He decides it's time to throw the boy directly into the family meat grinder to see if he survives. Meanwhile, the crew finally rolls up to Jinho's assigned manor, and it is a total disaster zone. Ryu and Lisa are already regretting their life choices, just looking at the absolute mess. The Kinjira brothers immediately volunteer for chore duty, out to prove their loyalty. Everyone rolls up their sleeves and starts aggressively battling centuries of dust. Right in the middle of it, the backup Jinho requested finally arrives. 20 freshly minted magic knights stand at attention, ready for duty. Their leader nervously admits they've only been official knights for less than 3 months. Jinho isn't surprised he got stuck with the rookies, and the rookies clearly think they drew the short straw. The young commander looks around awkwardly, asking what exactly the mission is. He suggests calling for commoner servants, but Jinho just smiles. He hands them the cleaning supplies, telling the elite soldiers they're on housekeeping duty. When they try to complain about their noble pride, Jinho shuts them down instantly. He demands to know who specializes in water magic, and 2 terrified recruits raise their hands. Then he orders the wind mages to handle the dust on the roof. Suddenly, high-tier elemental magic is being used to violently pressure wash the hallways. Jinho supervises the madness, telling them to stop whining and keep scrubbing. Against all odds, the dilapidated ruin actually starts to look like a proper palace. With the place looking spotless, Jinho proudly starts handing out room assignments. Lacto is incredibly grateful, but Lisa drops a massive reality check. They have absolutely zero food. The kitchen is completely bare, except for a sad pile of stale bread. Lisa suggests making a late-night run to the nearest town. Jinho pauses, realizing there's a much more efficient way to solve this. He asks if the neighboring estate belongs to his brother Tunda, giving the knights a minor heart attack. They desperately warn him to stay away from that territory. Jinho gets a massive grin on his face when they explain that an uninvited visit is legally a declaration of war. Meanwhile, over at the luxury estate, Tunda Arahan is having an absolute meltdown. He's violently smashing expensive plates all over the floor because he hates onions. The spoiled brat threatens to execute the terrified maid staff on the spot. His elegant butler, Grace Monet, tries to calm him down, but Tunda just demands harsher punishments. Grace secretly notes that she needs to renew the enchantment spell keeping him compliant. Suddenly, a panicked guard bursts into the room with an emergency report. Grace loses her cool, realizing the youngest sibling just breached their borders in the dead of night. And right on cue, Jinho rolls up completely alone, ready to kick off his very first family war. A terrified maid runs into the dining hall to tell Grace Monet that the youngest heir, Zed, has just arrived at the mansion completely alone. Grace can barely believe her ears, demanding to know if the girl is absolutely sure about what she saw. Before the maid can even finish her sentence, the doors click open. Jinho walks straight into the room with a confident smirk, noting that it looks like he interrupted their dinner. Tunda's guards immediately rush forward to surround him, but Jinho doesn't even blink. He mocks them for their total lack of manners, prompting the guards to quickly offer a tense greeting and ask why he's here. Jinho ignores them and turns his attention straight to Grace Monet, asking if she plans to greet him properly. Grace stares back silently, completely taken aback by the massive wave of confidence coming from a kid she used to look down on. She feels a heavy pressure radiating from him, realizing this is definitely not the weakling she once knew. Her mind races as she wonders if he somehow managed to awaken his mana. Jinho presses her again, noting her hesitation with a mocking tone. Swallowing her pride, Grace swallows her anger and forces herself to bow, introducing herself as Tunda's loyal butler. But Jinho immediately calls her out, telling her that acting like the real power in this household has clearly gone to her head. Grace panics internally, realizing his aura is totally dominating the room and that he definitely has a hidden card. Her eyes widen in absolute shock as she catches sight of a specific golden glow under his cloak. It is the priest's mark, a literal holy insurance policy that makes him completely untouchable. Right then, a furious Tunda springs up from his chair, demanding to know why his little brother isn't showing him any respect. He screams at Jinho for barging into his estate uninvited. Jinho casually walks past him toward the dining table, flatly stating he has nothing to say to a mere puppet. Tunda slams his hands onto the table in a blind rage, losing his mind over being talked down to. Desperate to assert dominance, Tunda conjures a swirling flame spell, threatening to teach his younger brother a brutal lesson. But Grace steps in with a swift movement, ordering her master to put the magic away immediately. Tunda screams at his butler, completely humiliated that she is stopping him from retaliating. Grace clenches her fist and desperately tells him to stay quiet, promising to explain the danger later. She lowers her head to Jinho, offering a formal apology while Jinho notes that at least the butler knows when she is completely outmatched. Grace knows that hurting someone with a priest's mark means an automatic imperial investigation, and their family head would cut off her mana circuit just to keep the peace. Since she cannot touch a single hair on his head, she has no choice but to politely ask what he actually wants. Jinho finds her hidden ambitions highly amusing, but decides to finally state his business. He smiles and tells her that his mansion is completely out of food, so he's here to take theirs. Grace holds back her rage and commands the staff to pack up all the meat and bread they have. As she asks if that will satisfy him, Jinho casually says it will do for tonight. He gives her a mocking wave as he walks out, leaving her with a chilling warning that they will be seeing a lot more of each other. Grace grinds her teeth in absolute fury, cursing his name as he leaves with all their supplies. Back at his own ruined manor, Jinho immediately orders his earth and fire mages to dig a pit and light up a campfire. The mages start roasting the stolen meat, completely stunned because cooking over an open flame is traditionally reserved for knights and strictly taboo for mages. Jinho overhears them and asks what kind of ridiculous nonsense calls a good outdoor barbecue a taboo. When a noble mage tries to argue that they shouldn't eat like visual savages, Jinho simply asks if that means they are skipping dinner. He sits down heavily, telling them they lead incredibly tiresome lives and should just eat whatever they want. He officially declares that all stupid old taboos are banned in his house, and as long as they do their jobs, they have total freedom. The very next morning, Jinho tracks down Tunda's secret property proxy, Warren Beatty, who desperately begs for mercy while Jinho points out he knows who really owns the land. Jinho slams a contract onto the table, making it clear that this isn't a friendly property deal. It's a hostile takeover. With his magic knights looming over the terrified man, Jinho uses total psychological pressure to break his resolve. Warren stammers that Tunda holds the actual deed, but Jinho smoothly slides the paperwork forward, revealing he already brought a custom city contract. He offers to pay the proxy double and guarantee his safety, making it clear the only alternative is dying right there. Warren looks up trembling, asking for a final confirmation on the life guarantee. Jinho gives his word as an Arahan, and the terrified proxy immediately scratches his signature onto the contract. Jinho flashes a sharp grin as he takes the papers, officially declaring himself the brand new landlord. He immediately takes the contract straight to Nekka City Hall, asking the mayor to notarize the property transfer on the spot. Mayor Douglas Hooper opens his massive ledger, confirming the transaction is legally sound and mentioning their strict dual-record registry. The mayor notes how peculiar it is for an Arahan heir to register land directly under their own name, instead of hiding behind a proxy. Jinho flatly replies that hiding is exactly what leaves a proxy open to being hijacked, right as a massive commotion erupts outside the door. The heavy doors are violently blasted open, with a massive surge of purple mana. Grace Monet storms into the room with her aura blazing, screaming at the mayor for helping Jinho steal Tunda's building. Jinho doesn't even look up from his seat, calmly stating that the paper records clearly show Warren Beatty was the sole legal owner. Furious at being legally outplayed, Grace warns him that he has no idea what kind of brutal consequences he's just brought upon himself. She swears on her family name that he will pay dearly for humiliating them today. Jinho lets out a cold laugh, turning around to give her a final, terrifying warning of his own. His eyes flash a dangerous crimson as he states the Arahan family creed, promising that if she ever comes at him, he will make sure she loses absolutely everything. Eddie is completely stunned when Jinho brings him straight to the prime piece of Nekka Real, a state they just legally wrestled away from his half-brother. Jinho casually confirms that this massive property is now officially his, and it's where their new operations are going to be based. Eddie has to give it up for him, admitting he didn't realize Jinho's ambitions were on a completely different level. To prove he's pulling his own weight as a business partner, Eddie slides over a carefully compiled list. Jinho looks over the document, entirely unsure what he's even looking at. Eddie explains it's a secret list of powerful hidden mages in Nekka, pointing out that Jinho desperately needs a proper teacher if he wants to survive his family. In the cutthroat Arahan clan, absolute strength is the only metric that matters. Jinho reflects on the idea, knowing that finding a master might finally help him break through his stagnant limitations. Eddie leans forward and taps the very top name on the sheet, confidently declaring him as the absolute best choice. He reveals that this man belongs to the Gutra family, a legendary group of mercenary mages who dominated the western battlefields in the past. Jinho is surprised, wondering how typically arrogant high-end mighty mages could ever stoop to working as common mercenaries. The concept of a battlefield-hardened combat mage definitely piques his interest. Eddie explains that his network of street beggars reported back that Jinho is a phenomenal physical fighter. Because of that unique physical brawling style, a standard academic wizard won't do, making this veteran mercenary the perfect fit. Jinho deadpans, asking why Eddie bothered to write down a dozens of backup options if this one guy is so incredibly irreplaceable. Meanwhile, back at the rival estate, a fist slams down onto a desk in absolute fury. Tunda is having a total meltdown, screaming bloody murder about his brother, taking his building right under his nose. He turns on his butler, Grace Monet, violently screaming at her for letting things spin so completely out of control. Grace remains perfectly cold and commands her young master to look directly into her eyes. Her eyes flash a bright purple as she subtly unleashes a hypnotic charm magic across the room. She firmly grabs his face, completely overriding his erratic emotions and dominating his mind. With her purple mist fully clouding his brain, she treats him like a puppet, telling the noisy brat to shut his mouth. Tunda instantly goes blank, hollowly apologizing to his servant without a single shred of free will left. Now that she has the crying kid under control, Grace turns away to methodically plot Jinho's demise. She softly orders Tunda to grant her full access to his massive private reserves of funding. The brainwashed noble complies, allowing her to gleefully plan on hiring the absolute most expensive assassins available. She flashes a sinister, triumphal smirk, loving how perfectly obedient her master is when his brain is thoroughly scrambled. Sometime later, Jinho tracks his target's coordinates to the ultra-luxurious Libera Hotel, dragging Eddie along with him. But the strictly uniformed doorman steps up, blocking Eddie because the hotel enforces a rigid, classist, nobles-only policy. Eddie gets left behind at the entrance, loudly cursing the corrupt world where commoners are barely treated like humans. Jinho steps into the lobby alone, marveling at the absurd, dazzling display of wealth everywhere. He tries to get a location on his target, but the front desk clerk mentions that high-end, sweet guest directories are heavily restricted. Jinho realizes that since the staff isn't intimidated by the Arahan family name, this luxury hotel must belong to one of his powerful older siblings. He slides over the basic public guest directory anyway, hoping to find a clue. Scanning the names confirms the guy isn't in a normal room, leaving Jinho wondering how on earth he's supposed to breach the VIP suites. Suddenly, a loud, obnoxious voice echoes from above, breaking his train of thought. Up on the balcony, an unhinged bald man is screaming at the hotel staff, threatening to riot because they served him regular beef. Jinho watches the massive public tantrum, completely disgusted by what an unbelievable jerk this guest is. Then Eddie's warning flashes through his mind. He did mention the master was a bit eccentric. The screaming man turns around, showing a heavily scarred face, and zeroes in on Jinho's unmistakable Arahan noble uniform. Jinho blinks, innocently playing dumb as the old man glares daggers down at him. The grumpy veteran mutters about an Arahan brat ruining his entire day before storming away, leaving Jinho deeply annoyed by the casual disrespect. Eddie somehow sneaks past security and runs up, frantically pointing out that the crazy beef guy was indeed Krang Gutra. Jinho looks at him deadpan, dryly stating that he already put two and two together. Eddie offers to look for standard retired mages instead, but Jinho knows normal methods won't help his weird situation. Realizing his hard-capped mana stat is desperately stuck at level 5, Jinho decides he can't be picky and dashes after the crazy old man. Jinho catches up to Krang Gutra after learning the eccentric old man belongs to a famous family of mages. His companion points out Krang's unique forehead symbol right before they finally spot him eating at a restaurant. Jinho tries to figure out a clever way to break the ice, remembering that his rival Tors once offered him some high-grade meat. He takes a deep breath, knowing that a standard magic mentor won't be able to fix his capped stats anyway. But the moment Jinho tries to greet him, Krang slams the table and yells at him to let a man eat in peace. The old mercenary goes completely ballistic, assuming Jinho is a hotel worker trying to bill him. Jinho immediately regrets his life choices and decides this toxic personality is absolutely not worth the trouble. Before he can even walk away, a barrage of flying daggers targets him out of nowhere, but Krang blocks them effortlessly with bare hands. The old man casually pats himself down, looking completely unbothered by a sudden ambush. Jinho is stunned, realizing Krang intercepted the strike by focusing raw mana directly into his fingertips. What is even crazier is that he stopped the blades without even looking at them. Krang makes it clear he didn't do it out of kindness. He just didn't want a corpse ruining his dinner scenery. He warns Jinho that the atmosphere is officially ruined because a massive wave of bloodlust is closing in. Suddenly, a whole squad of masked assassins floods the street, screaming at the civilians to clear out. Jinho instantly puts two and two together, knowing Grace Monet wasted no time sending hitmen after him. He just cracks his knuckles, completely unfazed by a bunch of low-level thugs ganging up on him. Krang scoffs at his typical arrogant royal attitude, noting how troublesome the Arahan family is. The old veteran happily backs off to let Jinho handle the crowd solo. The lead hitman tells the old man to stay out of it, and Krang is more than happy to sit back and watch the show. But then the assassins catch a glimpse of the mark on his forehead and realize they just threatened a living legend. They immediately drop to their knees, begging the legendary mercenary for absolute forgiveness. They introduce themselves as members of the Jatma Guild, completely fanboying over Krang while Jinho stands there highly annoyed. Krang just glares down at them with terrifying intensity. The hitmen start crying about how rough the economy is and how they only took the job to feed their kids. Krang shuts them down, shouting that a real mercenary never compromises their honor or takes dirty assassination contracts for pocket change. But then he hits them with a wild twist, smiling as he tells them that since they signed the contract, they have to finish the job. Jinho is completely blindsided by the casual betrayal. Krang walks away, preaching about how professional mages always see their work through to the bitter end. Re-energized by the legend's permission, the assassins draw their swords and charge Jinho. Jinho just sighs, thoroughly done with the old man's ridiculous mind games. He decides to stop holding back and activates Transcendence, unleashing a wild storm of lightning aura. The attackers freeze in sheer terror, recognizing the signature elemental power of the high nobility. Even Krang looks back, genuinely fascinated by the unusual density of Jinho's magic. Before Jinho can swing, his secret Black Mirror guards drop from the sky to protect their master. The captain reports they intercepted intel about the hit from local beggars and rushed over to clear the field. Jinho grins, realizing Grace Monet must have spent a literal fortune trying to wipe him out. He steps up to the trapped assassins, demanding the exact name of the client who hired them. When they try to act tough, Jinho orders his secret guards to break them and force them to their knees. The Black Mirror operatives move instantly, completely overwhelming the mercenaries in a flash. Krang steps right back into the fray, blocking the guards and telling them to step away before they get hurt. He explains that interrogating them is useless because the client placed a high-tier silence enchantment on their souls. He mocks Jinho for not even recognizing a basic restriction spell, proving he still has a long way to go. However, the old man offers a loophole, hinting that he is fully capable of breaking the curse for a price. Jinho keeps his lightning active, silently listening to what the veteran wants. Krang admits he is highly curious to see what this unique lightning aura can actually do in a real fight. He proposes a formal spar, promising to break the curse and answer Jinho's requests if he survives. He laughs, clarifying that defeating him is impossible, so Jinho only needs to land a single scratch to win. Jinho confirms the terms, making sure the old mercenary keeps his word if he manages to pull it off. Locking eyes with the master, Jinho prepares himself to see if this old man is actually worthy of training him. Krang walks up and notes that a cramped restaurant alleyway is a terrible place for a proper magic duel. Before anyone can react, a massive pillar of spatial magic crashes down from above. The bright flash completely engulfs both of them, teleporting them away from the city center. They reappear instantly on the wide-open outskirts, leaving Jinho slightly disoriented from his first teleportation trip. Krang smirks, telling the kid to bring everything he has got. Jinho drops into his classic combat stance, his lightning flaring up as the high-stakes match begins. Jinho arrives at the training courtyard in a flash of teleportation magic, completely thrown off by how fast they just moved. Seeing Krang casually pull off high-tier teleportation, Jinho asks if he's actually a hidden 7th circle high mage. Krang just laughs it off, saying people are way too obsessed with arbitrary rank labels instead of real battlefield worth. Looking at the old man, Jinho lets his lightning aura flare up as he prepares to test those words himself. He knows firsthand that formal grades don't mean everything, considering he already survived fights against powerful opponents like Warden Clark and Tor's Bahal. Krang notices him smiling and gets comically annoyed, demanding to know what's so funny before a fight. Jinho stands his ground, asking the old mercenary if he's ready to handle a completely non-traditional opponent. Krang just chuckles, telling the kid that those are pretty bold words for someone who hasn't even landed a hit yet. Instead of backing down, Jinho brings his hands up into a solid boxing stance as lightning crackles around his fists. He unleashes a massive shockwave of electric energy, turning the entire arena into a live wire. Jinho warns the old man to take this seriously, planning to exploit the typical preconception that mages only fight from a distance. Krang keeps his grin, replying that a true predator never holds back, even when it's just hunting a rabbit. The match kicks off with Jinho rocketing forward, leaving a massive trail of yellow electricity in his wake. He drops down from the sky at extreme speed, aiming a heavy strike right at Krang's guard. Jinho throws a full-force punch, but Krang easily anticipates the trajectory and slips the attack without breaking a sweat. The sheer momentum forces Jinho to crash into the dirt, shattering the stone floor as he repositions. Krang stands completely unfazed by the dust cloud, noting that Jinho's fast instincts are the only reason he didn't counter immediately. He tells Jinho to keep using the aura until it becomes second nature, casually walking around the field. Jinho focuses his lightning, realizing the old man is far smarter and more perceptive than his eccentric attitude lets on. When Jinho asks how he's tracking his speed, Krang just shrugs and notes that a mage trying to throw hands is incredibly easy to predict. He points out that while the stance is entirely new to him, it is clearly optimized for brutal, close-range combat. Jinho is completely stunned that someone could read his professional MMA form perfectly on the very first viewing. Krang lists off every single target area Jinho is subconsciously guarding, breaking down his defense piece by piece. He emphasizes that no standard magic user in this world holds their weight or balances their core like a prize fighter. Dropping into a relaxed, low crouch, Krang beckons the kid forward, daring him to show whatever else he's hiding. Jinho charges in once more, trying to figure out a clean opening against a master who reads his body language like a book. He decides to close the gap cautiously, knowing those sharp eyes will instantly spot the moment his system traits trigger. Jinho creates multiple afterimages to circle around the perimeter, trying to throw off the old man's tracking. Instead of panicking, Krang literally sits down on the ground and yawns, completely ignoring the high-speed distraction. Jinho gets incredibly frustrated by the blatant taunting, barely stopping himself from making a reckless mistake. Losing his patience, he dives in with an aggressive overhead strike, putting everything into a direct grapple. He swings his fist forward with full confidence, certain that his sheer physical speed will overcome the gap this time. His system screen pops up to announce his persistent challenger trait is active, granting him a massive temporary stat boost as he reaches out. For a split second, Jinho actually thinks he successfully caught the veteran off guard. But his hands grab absolute nothingness as Krang dissolves into a cloud of smoke, revealing it was a magic clone the entire time. Krang appears directly behind him in a flash of dark energy, calling him a fool for tunneling so hard on his own offense. Before Jinho can reset, a massive magic circle erupts beneath him and heavy iron chains slam around his body, locking him down tight. Completely trapped in a cocoon of iron, Jinho struggles to find oxygen as Krang walks up and demands his immediate surrender. To make things worse, his system alerts him that his challenger trait has deactivated due to his psychological panic, crushing his remaining stats. Stuck in the dark, Jinho reflects on his past life and his true nature, remembering that he chose to live in this world specifically to fight the strongest. He stops thinking like a cornered rabbit, his eyes flashing with renewed focus as he embraces his identity as a relentless challenger. Krang notices the iron bundle vibrating, completely shocked to see bright yellow electricity violently leaking out from the restraints. With an absolute roar of power, Jinho triggers a massive lightning strike explosion, shattering the heavy chains into pieces and blowing the old master backward. Jinho immediately starts firing off lightning strike spells, refusing to stay down. Krang completely loses it, screaming at the kid for acting so reckless. But Jinho keeps pushing right through the explosive chaos. The sheer intensity of his mana starts crackling through the air. Even wrapped tightly in chains, Jinho insists he still has plenty to learn from the old mercenary. Krang just can't believe how incredibly stubborn this kid is. With a massive surge of lightning, Jinho forcefully breaks free from the restraints. His eyes flash crimson as his combat focus kicks into overdrive. He looks Krang dead in the eye and tells him he's going to win, no matter what it takes. Realizing the kid is dead serious, Krang calls an end to playtime and gets ready to drop him for good. Standing across from each other in the arena, Jinho locks in the ultimate wager to make Krang his master. When asked if he honestly thinks he can win, Jinho casually calls it a 50-50 shot. Krang warns him that if he rushes in blindly this time, he will straight up kill him. Jinho just grins and tells him to go right ahead. Krang doesn't hold back and unleashes a spell that completely warps the air. Jinho instantly recognizes the staggering weight of 8th Circle magic. It's the legendary Spear of Judgment, a spell that famously inspired countless players in his past life. With the massive spear fully manifested, Krang tells him it's time to die. But instead of backing down, Jinho clenches his fist and prepares his absolute final move. His heart is pounding, but his focus has never been sharper. Krang scoffs at his foolishness, thinking the kid simply doesn't know when to quit. Right before impact, the system saves him by activating his immortal gambler trait. A blinding flash of light erupts as the forbidden powers collide. Krang looks on in absolute shock, unable to comprehend what just happened. Taking advantage of the opening, Jinho rushes through the smoke and physically grabs him. They trade rapid blows in an incredibly tight, high-speed exchange. Krang stands paralyzed with disbelief, wondering how a kid could possibly match his peak magic. As Jinho holds onto his arm, Krang reflects on his 7 years away from the mercenary life and realizes his fire has been reignited. He calls the family head senile for throwing away a monster capable of nullifying magic. Looking at the exhausted kid, Krang realizes Jinho has the potential to become a supreme authority like Temud. He grins, completely shifting his perspective and resolving to push the kid to meet those insane expectations. Jinho collapses and rolls on the ground, entirely spent after pushing his body past its absolute limits. Krang kneels down to examine him, but spots something that makes his jaw drop. Running a quick analysis, he realizes Jinho hasn't even reached the 1st circle yet. His mana is brilliant, but his actual circuit is pathetic, making his accomplishments completely absurd. Before he can process it, Krang realizes their massive clash just drew way too much attention. Sure enough, armed soldiers suddenly arrive on the scene. The Black Mirror squad rushes into the crater, completely surrounding them. A sentry yells out to protect Jinho, but Krang coldly tells the old farts to back off if they want to live. The soldiers are completely outraged by his blatant defiance. The elite guards quickly block every single exit path. Their captain, Robin, steps forward and respectfully greets Krang as a legendary hero of the war. He politely explains they're just here on official orders to check on young Master Zed. Krang lets out a dark laugh and challenges the entire squad to try and take him. Krang casually tells the surrounding guards that he isn't going to murder his own student, so they can just get lost. The squad captain immediately backs off, realizing they don't have the heavy hitters required to handle a beast like Krang. When they try to at least check on Jinho, Krang stands his ground and shuts down their requests completely. The captain warns him that defying the House of Arahan is a death sentence, but Krang doesn't care. He admits he finally found a worthwhile goal in his old age, and the family is just standing in his way. His aura flares up again, proving he is more than ready to wipe them out right here. The guards get an emergency call from their higher-ups ordering a temporary retreat, much to Krang's amusement. Before leaving, the captain warns him that there will be a heavy price to pay for this disrespect. Krang just tells him to shut up and leave before he changes his mind. The squad disappears into the shadows, leaving behind an ominous promise that they will meet again soon. With the guards gone, Krang sighs knowing his quiet retirement days are officially over. He looks down at Jinho, realizing the boy's father only keeps him alive because he knows his son is special. He honestly feels bad that such a massive talent was born into the toxic Arahan family dynamics. The old mercenary clicks his tongue, taking pity on the kid's brutal circumstances. But he realizes that by guiding the boy properly, he can keep him from turning into a total monster. Later on, Jinho suddenly jolts awake inside his own safe house. Krang and the local mercenaries are right there, surprised he finally woke up from his massive nap. Jinho is still out of it, so Krang reminds him that they had a duel and he actually won the contract. Jinho then turns his attention to the captured Jatma mercenaries sitting in the room. He questions Krang about it, since the old master claimed he wouldn't get involved in his messes. Jinho already knows who sent them anyway, accurately calling out Tunda's shady butler, Grace Monet. Instead of executing them for the hit job, Jinho stuns the mercenaries by offering to let them go. He tells them the catch is simple. They are going to act as his personal double agents from now on. Realizing they have no choice if they want to live, the mercenary leader quickly nods in agreement. Jinho lets them leave, fully aware that these guys could easily flip on him the moment he turns his back. But with a powerhouse like Krang backing him up now, he knows the mercenaries won't dare to step out of line. Suddenly, one of his allies mentions a crucial message sent over by his main butler, Ryu. It turns out the family is hosting the major sacred mausoleum ceremony early next month. Jinho is shocked to hear his name put forward alongside his rival Tunda, since he isn't even 20 yet. The only real perk of becoming an official heir candidate is the absolute freedom to travel outside family lands. But Jinho knows the real danger, because this is exactly when the lethal sibling sabotage begins. With less than 10 days left until the ceremony, he realizes he needs to change his plans fast. Krang agrees to pause their heavy training, but reminds him that his master contract still costs 100 gold coins a month. Jinho just chuckles, finding it hilarious how a legendary figure is so incredibly greedy for cash. Right then, a bloody and battered mercenary stumbles into the room, barely clinging to life. He reveals that Grace Monet completely snapped and slaughtered 5 of their men as punishment for failing the mission. The man breaks down in tears, begging Jinho to use his power to help them get bloody revenge. Jinho looks him in the eyes and swears on his own name that Grace will die by their hands. The mercenary completely breaks down, crying tears of gratitude for the young lord's protection. Jinho immediately turns to Eddie to check on the rest of Tunda's remaining assets in the city. Eddie explains that Tunda still controls a small intelligence group disguised as a local merchant guild. Jinho grins, telling the Kinjura brothers and the mercenaries to hide out at Eddie's place while he funds them. Before they split up, the battered mercenary stops Jinho to give him one final, chilling warning. He tells Jinho to be extremely careful around Grace, because her true power is completely inhuman. He recalls the horrific, bloodthirsty aura she unleashed, proving she is a massive threat to their entire operation. Jinho stares ahead silently, realizing the upcoming family ceremony is going to be a total bloodbath. With the big ceremony happening tomorrow, Jinho is making sure all his final preparations are locked in. He just got a crucial new item from Lacto, but he knows Grace Monet will definitely try something during the event. Later that night, Krang Gutra drags him out to show off his new hideout overlooking NECA. Jinho tells him he's way too busy for a scenic tour, which completely annoys the old mercenary. But Krang actually set up a whole training ground with targets and mana stones just for him. Jinho appreciates the effort, but Krang warns him he better be ready to work once the ceremony is over. Krang gets straight to business and points to a mana stone, telling him to try breaking it. Jinho worries using his lightning strike will expose their location, but Krang just tells him to use his bare fists. Jinho lets out a click of his tongue, drawing an immediate scolding from his eccentric master. Still, he activates his transcendence aura and gets ready to strike. He doubts he can even crack it, since stones like this usually require someone to be at least a first circle mage. But he throws a massive punch anyway, slamming his fist directly into the target. Against all odds, the mana stone completely shatters into tiny golden pieces. Krang acts like he expected it and immediately points him toward the next stone. Jinho winds up and launches another lightning-infused strike. And yep, he breaks this one too, leaving himself totally shocked by what just happened. He points out that breaking a stone like this should realistically require a second circle rating. Krang reminds him that a normal mage's power is measured by the full mana rings surrounding their heart, but Jinho doesn't even have one. In the game's stat rules, he only has 5 points, making him a tiny half-circle mage. Krang cracks up, calling him a total beginner whose ring development randomly froze halfway through. When Jinho asks what his point is, Krang gets hyped and tells him to actually use his brain. If a regular human body can only hold 10 rings, Jinho's incomplete ring means his ceiling is going to be way higher than anyone else. Krang genuinely believes he's a genius who might even surpass the legendary Temud Arahan. Temud was basically the strongest figure in the game's history, so hearing that he can reach that level is a massive deal. Krang notes that pulling this off with only 5 mana points to some kind of special trait. Jinho checks his status screen and realizes his combat traits carried over from his real-world MMA champion days. But that last passive trait, Blessing of the Archmage, is a complete mystery since he barely ever played a mage. Krang snaps him out of his thoughts, yelling at him for zoning out while his master is talking. Jinho bows and thanks him for the lesson, but Krang tells him to just get going and wishes him luck tomorrow. Just as he walks away, Jinho turns back to ask one last quick question. The very next day, the scene shifts to the opulent and intimidating Arahan mansion. Jinho and Tunda find themselves on their knees in the grand hall before the head of the house. Jinho notices Grace Monet's hypnotic enchantment spell is missing, likely because she can't risk showing it here. The family head looks down and asks them if they are fully aware of the sacred mausoleum ceremony. Tunda nervously stammers out an answer, but the Lord instantly shuts him down for being pathetic. Seeing his brother visibly trembling, Jinho decides it's best to wrap this meeting up as fast as possible. The Lord asks Jinho what the ceremony grants, and he correctly answers it's the right to wear the protective cloak of Arahan. The Lord explains the artifact has been passed down since Temud, and wearing it proves you are a true member of the family. No escorts are allowed inside, which Jinho takes as a subtle warning that his safety is entirely on him now. With the rules set, the Lord tells them it's going to be a tough day and dismisses them. As they leave, the Lord watches Jinho's calm demeanor and finds it highly amusing how little he cares about Tunda. He realizes the kid doesn't even view his own brother as a rival. Suddenly, a Black Mirror squad operative materializes from the shadows. He reports that Grace Monet is already making hostile moves, but the Lord commands the squad to completely stand down. The captain is visibly horrified, knowing the young master might not survive an unassisted strike. But the callous family head just laughs it off, stating if Jinho can't survive the day on his own, he was never worth anything anyway. The escort team is completely ready outside the mansion to begin the trek up Mount Triman. Michael introduces himself as the captain of the guard assigned to protect them along the way. Jinho introduces himself as Zed Arahan, noting that the trail ahead is going to be incredibly rough. Meanwhile, Grace tries comfort a completely terrified Tunda after his meeting inside. Grace immediately starts yelling at Jinho for making everyone wait around. Instead of arguing, Jinho just grabs the lead position right out from under her. Grace confronts him physically, complaining that his attitude is embarrassing in front of the guards. Jinho shuts her down by pointing out the guards are official employees, not slaves, and orders everyone to move. Grace is left completely shaking with rage at how arrogant he is acting. She silently vows to make sure he dies a painful death once they reach their destination. The path up Mount Triman quickly turns into a massive, rocky mess. It doesn't take long for the entire escort group to start completely running out of breath. The guards are already complaining about how impossible this climb actually is. Tunda immediately starts throwing a tantrum, yelling at Grace for not bringing a carriage. He keeps whining about having to walk, completely oblivious to Jinho watching him. When the captain checks on him during a brief break, Jinho acts like this workout is absolutely nothing. The captain mentions that even the eldest son, Rondo, couldn't climb like this, which catches Jinho's attention. Jinho recalls that Rondo Arahan is a major mage character from the game, making him a future rival. Grace throws another fit when Jinho forces everyone to end the break early while Tunda is still resting. Jinho completely ignores her complaints and tells the captain to keep maintaining the pace. The climb continues to get even steeper as they push higher up the mountain. Jinho actually starts enjoying himself, realizing the intense cardio is waking his physical body up. His focus sharpens as he notices the group falling further and further behind. Grace is absolutely furious, watching Jinho pull ahead without showing a single hint of exhaustion. Things get pathetic real quick when a guard is forced to literally carry Tunda on his back. Abstract speed lines. Jinho completely loses his patience and confronts them, telling Tunda to stop being dead weight. He glares at his brother, demanding to know why it's so hard for him to just pull his own weight. Tunda whines that the guard offered, but Jinho reminds him that the ritual requires making the climb alone. When Tunda tells him to mind his own business, Jinho immediately shuts him up with a hard slap across the face. He warns the rest of the group that anyone caught helping Tunda from now on will answer to him. Jinho lays down the law, stating they move at his pace, and anyone who can't keep up gets left behind. With that settled, they finally manage to reach the summit of Mount Triman. The remaining guards collapse onto the ground, completely shocked by how fast they made it up. Jinho just stands there calmly waiting, without a single scratch on him. Grace looks back down the trail and realizes Tunda and the captain are still completely missing. Seeing that the sun is setting, Jinho looks at the entrance and starts calculating his next move. He tells Grace they should just start his ceremony first, so they don't keep wasting time. Grace tries to object based on age order, but Jinho points out there is no rule against going first if you arrive first. With no valid argument left, Grace reluctantly leads him toward the entrance of the sacred mausoleum. The ritual guide gives him one final warning that utilizing mana is strictly forbidden inside the structure. Jinho takes a deep breath, realizing he is actually getting pretty nervous about what is next. He steps through the barrier, activating the ancient magic of the ritual space. The immediate sensation catches him off guard because the inside feels surprisingly warm. He steps completely through the portal as the magical doorway seals behind him. His eyes widen in disbelief as the scale of the hidden room comes into focus. The inside of the sacred mausoleum looks absolutely massive compared to the cave entrance. It feels less like a tomb and more like he was instantly teleported to a completely different world. The guide explains that only those carrying the true Arahan bloodline are permitted to stand here. Jinho approaches the central altar where his blood is supposed to be put to the test. But the second he reaches out, a sudden wave of panic causes him to pause. A terrifying thought hits him about whether this magic will immediately expose him as a fake. This is the final resting place of a legendary figure, so the magic here is definitely capable of it. If the altar detects that his soul belongs to a completely different world, things will turn sideways fast. Jinho stares down at the ritual device, completely terrified of what is about to happen to him. Looking at his hands, Jinho reminds himself that while this body has the bloodline, his soul is from an entirely different world. The guide brings out the ritual dagger, explaining that the ceremony will prove his lineage and grant him the family cloak. Jinho hesitates for a second, making the guide ask if something is wrong. He tries to play it cool, casually asking what happens when the ritual succeeds just to test the waters. The guide says the altar simply lights up, but Jinho knows it is anything but simple for an imposter like him. If this ancient magic detects that he doesn't belong here, his entire cover is blown. But he has already come too far to back out now. He steel cuts his skin and takes the plunge. Surprisingly, the cut doesn't even hurt. With everything on the line, he places his bleeding palm directly onto the ancient altar. Suddenly, a massive surge of dark energy erupts, and a mysterious voice calls him the Chosen One. Jinho immediately pulls his hand back in sheer shock. He stands there completely bewildered, wondering if he is the only one hearing this voice. The guide doesn't notice a thing and tells him he needs to keep his hand on the altar to finish the process. Jinho swallows his panic and forces his hand back down. The moment contact is remade, the mysterious presence speaks to him again. It claims it has been waiting a very long time for his arrival. Realizing the entity can read his thoughts, Jinho tries to communicate internally. The voice then drops a bombshell, straight up asking if he is Temud Arahan. Jinho demands to know why he was summoned to this world in the first place, but the entity says time is running short. Before fading away, the voice promises it will always be with him as he grows stronger. The connection snaps, and the altar suddenly erupts with light. The guide looks absolutely stunned by the color flashing before them. Instead of the traditional family red, the entire altar is glowing a brilliant gold. Thinking fast on his feet, Jinho quickly covers his tracks by pointing out his brothers use fire mana, while his element is unique. He asks if they are finally done, putting the guide on the spot. Internally, he shivers at the realization that if anyone ever discovers Temud's soul is inside him, he will become target number 1. The guide accepts the lightning explanation and formally brings out the proof of his new rank. With the cloak secured, Jinho is now officially recognized as a rightful candidate for the succession. He opens his status window to check the results of the ceremony. To his disappointment, his stats and skills are completely unchanged, proving the ritual was pure lore and no level up. Meanwhile, the other heirs finally arrive at the summit in the dead of night, murmuring in frustration. Jinho turns around to face them, fully draped in his new heir attire. The sixth son loses his mind seeing the cloak, furious that Jinho didn't wait his turn. Jinho doesn't care at all and tells him he should have walked faster if he wanted to go first. The interaction quickly sours as the rival heir aggressively steps up, threatening to leave him behind. The guide steps in to break it up, casually mentioning she has to report everything that happened here directly to the Lord. That threat immediately shuts the arrogant brother up, and they all begin their trek back down the mountain. As they walk, one of the guards pulls Jinho aside for a private conversation. The guard reveals they spotted strange movement on the way up and notes that Butler Grace deliberately ignored it despite her high magic circle rank. Knowing Jinho and the other heirs are on terrible terms, the guard asks if he was already aware of a plot. Jinho looks back with piercing red eyes, coldly warning him that an ambush is waiting for them on the path below. Before the chaos kicks off, Jinho passes out some specialized gear to his team, making everyone wonder what he's up to. He explains that these devices set up an anti-mana barrier, giving him a massive edge over any enemy mages. Right as the ceremony wraps up, The tension spikes because everyone knows the ambush is coming. The forest drops to freezing temperatures, and the crew can feel the ominous vibe setting in. Suddenly, a mysterious hooded mage steps out, looking for a fight. The team breathes a quick sigh of relief when she passes by, but the danger is far from over. She stops dead in her tracks, completely halting their retreat. And just like that, she vanishes into thin air, throwing everyone into a panic. The trap is sprung, and one of the allies gets blindsided from the shadows. Michael Cadden immediately takes charge, ordering the guards to spread out and brace for combat. Inmate 172 charges straight into the fray, completely frantic. He's screaming for Jinho, completely lost in the middle of the dark forest. An enemy strikes out of nowhere with blinding speed. Jinho dashes in to intercept the hit just in the nick of time. Jinho snaps at inmate 172, telling him to stop being reckless and go hide. Suddenly, an enemy support spell activates, giving the attackers a massive boost. The hostile squad charges forward to overwhelm the front line. Blades clash as the guards scramble to hold their ground. The battlefield erupts into a chaotic frenzy of steel and magic. The attackers bring heavy weapons into play, swinging with deadly momentum. Instead of panicking, Jinho calmly steps up and starts coaching his team on how to counter. A guard follows the advice and counters with a swift dash. Jinho cheers them on as they start pushing the enemy back panel by panel. Seeing his tactical advice working perfectly, Jinho just grins. The squad rallies together for a final offensive push. They absolutely smash the frontline ambushers away. Inmate 172 is completely blown away by how effortlessly Jinho handled the situation. The guards express their deep gratitude for surviving the initial wave without any casualties. They are totally in awe of his combat prowess and want to learn his secrets. But Jinho tells them to back off and protect the others because he needs to go all out alone. The guards realize he's right and quickly respect his command. They admit he's way out of their league to protect anyway. The team retreats toward the slope to stay clear of the upcoming magical blast radius. Left on his own, Jinho activates Transcendence to prepare for the real threat. The enemy mage unleashes a gigantic water spell that towers over the entire forest. Jinho realizes it's a massive area of effect spell designed to wipe them all out. He recognizes the high-level magic as the Sea Stallion's wave. With the massive wave crashing down, Jinho yells for the team to deploy the barrier devices immediately. The apocalyptic wave slams into the area, setting up a massive cliffhanger clash. Jinho makes sure his squad is in one piece after that massive water attack from the previous chapter. He knows if anyone trashes this sacred mausoleum, the Arahan family is going to make them pay dearly. Suddenly, a loud rustle in the woods ruins the moment, and it turns out someone is having a massive argument. Jinho steps out and tells the attacker he completely overvalued their competence. The red-haired woman screams at him to shut up, absolutely losing her mind. Then a smug guy steps up, completely unfazed that Jinho blocked his first spell. The girl is furious, screaming about how her own brother could completely betray her like this. Meet Lucre Monet, the completely unhinged vice-captain of the Billy family. Lucre just laughs it off, saying blood ties stopped meaning anything the second she joined the Arahans. She tries to explain her master plan to destroy the family, but Lucre decides he's completely done talking. He charges up his magic, aiming to take out the main target so the rest are just easy cleanup. He manifests a sharp ice shard right in his hand, telling her not to take it personally. A massive flash of energy erupts as the spell fires, but someone is already moving to counter it. Jinho steps right into the line of fire, channeling his lightning aura to tank the hit. Lucre is completely unimpressed, mocking Jinho for wasting a lightning aura when he's just a brat. Jinho doesn't care about the trash talk because he made a strict promise to keep her alive. Lucre asks him what a total weakling could possibly do against his whole squad. Jinho just grins, pointing out that firing a giant spell like that is basically an open invitation for backup to arrive. An incredibly awkward silence falls over the entire forest as both sides wait for something to happen. Jinho's eye twitches as he realizes his backup is completely missing in action. Luker starts laughing, thoroughly amused by how pathetic the Arahan family is. Internally, Jinho is absolutely screaming at Krang for bragging about how mercenaries are never late. Luker decides to stop playing games and spins up another spell to finish the job. But just as the spell drops, the Kinjira brothers burst through the trees and block the hit right in the nick of time. They swear they will protect Jinho with their lives, making him sigh with absolute relief that they finally showed up. With his front line secure, Jinho immediately dashes out to exploit the opening. Luker notices the shift and flies right past the mercenaries to lock onto his main target. Jinho realizes this is the perfect chance to exploit the classic weakness of mages at close range. He commands his squad to scatter the incoming magic while he accelerates forward like a missile. The enemy mages completely panic, realizing Jinho is moving way too fast for them to track. The Kinjira brothers lead the charge, barreling right into the enemy lines. The enemy forces desperately yell to keep the physical fighters from closing the distance. But the mercenaries refuse to give them a single inch to breathe. They absolutely shred through the frontline mages, completely breaking their defensive formation. An enemy operative frantically shouts a warning to Luker as their defenses collapse. Jinho clenches his fist, his eyes glowing red as he zeroes in on the leadership. He lets loose a massive crackle of lightning that completely tears up the battlefield. He follows through with an intense blitz maneuver, blinding everyone in the area. Jinho locks his eyes on the remaining mages, ready to end this entire fight right now. But instead of panicking, the surviving enemy mages just start laughing like they've already won. That's when Jinho looks up and sees a massive grid of glowing magical circles forming in the sky. The mercenaries instantly realize it's a massive combo spell, allowing low-circle mages to cast high-tier destruction magic. Jinho screams at everyone to fall back and put as much distance between them as possible. A massive, deafening explosion rocks the entire summit before they can even move. Luker looks through the magical storm, smugly declaring that it's already way too late for them. The ground rumbles as the mages unleash the specific ultimate spell they mastered just to wipe out the family. Jinho looks up in pure shock as he finally recognizes the true, apocalyptic scale of the magic crashing down on them. A colossal tidal wave of energy completely engulfs the screen, leaving our heroes' fates on a massive cliffhanger. So the squad summons a literal sea serpent, which completely changes the game. The enemy mages are already celebrating, thinking they've got this wrapped up. Jinho Kim tells the Kinjira brothers to back off immediately while they try to help. He insists he's the actual target here, and they need to stay clear to avoid dying for nothing. He charges up his lightning magic, trying to find a tactical opening. He spots a weakness, noticing these are fourth circle mages burning through everything to sustain a ninth circle beast. Hoping his persistent challenger trait keeps him up, he drops a lightning strike directly on it. The serpent barely even notices and lets out a roar. Before he can reposition, the thing moves way faster than expected. It lunges straight down at him. Jinho gets hit hard, surviving only because his immortal gambler trait kicks in just in time. The mages are losing their minds, wondering how he's still breathing, but they pivot to coordinate another strike. The beast charges right back up for a follow-up. Jinho doesn't skip a beat and immediately reactivates Transcendence. He dashes through the sparks to dodge the next incoming blow. The ground shatters from a massive blast right where he was standing. The beast blindsides him from behind, forcing his defensive trait to bail him out yet again. He hits the dirt hard as a massive cloud of debris completely covers the area. The creature snaps at him through the smoke, triggering his absolute last line of defense. His spell deactivates, leaving him completely exposed in the middle of the field. Realizing the monster's heavy moves have a long wind-up time, he realizes he can actually pull this off. He clashes directly with the creature, trading massive blows in a desperate bid to outlast its timer. The mages realize their standard attacks aren't cutting it and decide to pool their mana for a decisive finisher. The serpent starts shimmering as it begins channeling a massive amount of energy. Jinho freezes when he sees the spell matrix shifting. The absolute scale of what they are casting hits him, and he can't believe the training required to hold a spell like this. He locks eyes with the beast, realizing the next few seconds determine everything. The enemy yells that running won't save him from a localized blast of this size. The serpent unleashes a colossal wave of energy right down on his position. Staring into the blast, he thinks his time might finally be up. He curses his luck and pushes his magical core past the absolute breaking point. He drops to his knees, completely drained of every drop of mana. Even though he's about to die, he smirks, realizing he finally mastered dual casting under all that pressure. With the final blow coming, he wonders if dying here means he gets to go back to his old life or just vanish. Suddenly, a bright flash completely blanks out the battlefield. Inmate 172 tries to sprint right into the danger zone, screaming for Zed while the guards hold them back. Instead of a corpse, an ominous dark energy starts radiating outward from the crater. Jinho stands up completely surrounded by a dark crimson power, leaving everyone terrified of what he just awakened. Jinho taps into his dark red aura, completely shifting the vibe of the battlefield as his eyes glow crimson. The mages instantly panic when they realize their coordinated magic has completely stopped moving. They start turning on each other, shouting about who forgot to put in their mana, while Jinho just stands there completely unfazed. Even their giant blue sea serpent summon begins flinching as it completely loses momentum. With a cold stare, Jinho straight up commands the magic to return to its place. The attackers can only watch in absolute disbelief as their entire spell begins to fall apart. They realize the horrifying truth that the spell is actively unsummoning itself and breaking apart. They frantically try to figure out what kind of insane trick Jinho just pulled on them. Looking down at his own hands, Jinho takes a moment to appreciate just how well this body handles high-level manipulation. He moves like a blur, tearing right through the leftover magical energy without breaking a sweat. He lands with a thum, completely scattering the rest of their forces. The mages huddle up in a panic, desperate to convince themselves that this was just a total fluke. But as Jinho glances at them, their desperate magic literally shatters into pieces. Now they are in absolute shock, forced to face the reality that they are completely outmatched. They start losing all hope, realizing that if this is the power of the Arahan bloodline, their entire ambush was a joke. In a final act of pure desperation, their leader orders everyone to charge up every last bit of mana they have. Jinho stands his ground, ready to receive the absolute last-ditch effort this group can throw at him. He genuinely looks bored, calling their final attack nothing more than pests throwing a tantrum. With one quick motion, he totally neutralizes the entire wave, turning their ultimate spell into a harmless splash. The terrifying realization finally hits them, and someone screams that he is using actual mana interference. Recognizing that they do not stand a single chance, the entire squad decides it is time to turn tail and run. Jinho is honestly just disappointed by how fast they chose cowardice over a real fight. But fleeing is not an option anymore, as the mages freeze up and realize they can no longer control their own internal energy. They start trembling uncontrollably under his heavy gaze as the trap completely locks them in place. Jinho slowly closes the distance, his footsteps sending pure terror through what is left of the squad. They hit the ground, totally broken by the fact that they ever thought they could take down House Arahan. The remaining attackers drop to their knees and completely beg for forgiveness. They promise to never challenge the family again, crying out for him to spare their mana circuits. Jinho looks down at them with glowing crimson eyes, reminding them that an Arahan shows absolutely no mercy. The mana interference fully triggers, twisting and snapping the magical pathways right inside their bodies. The entire group collapses, screaming in absolute agony as their internal circuits are ruined. They stare at their hands in horror, realizing every single drop of their mana is completely gone. By hijacking and severing their circuits, Jinho has effectively stripped them of their magic forever. They are left twitching on the ground, completely crushed by the sudden emptiness of losing their powers. Right on cue, a newcomer steps onto the scene, totally confused by the carnage left behind. He looks around at his broken allies, wondering if they somehow fell under a massive illusion spell. Then his eyes lock onto Jinho, realizing this single kid is the source of all the destruction. Hoping to end the threat immediately, the newcomer channels his wind magic and charges straight ahead. The two instantly clash, but Jinho effortlessly mirrors the intensity of the incoming assault. In a flash, Jinho counters with sharp ice shards, catching the attacker completely off guard. The guy looks down at his hands, suddenly realizing his own body is locking up just like the others. He gasps for air as the mana interference takes hold, causing his own power to backfire. With the field completely cleared, Jinho stands victorious surrounded by his dark crimson power. But as his eyes blink, an ominous voice echoes in his mind, warning him that he will eventually have to pay the ultimate price for this awakened strength. Jinho finally opens his eyes after that intense battle, waking up back in his own body. He sits up, realizing that while his mind was fully awake, his body was moving completely on its own during the possession. That borrowed power felt so intense that it literally felt like his entire system was about to burn to a crisp. Suddenly, a system notification pops up to show him the cold, hard stats of his recent stunt. It turns out his resonance with the unknown entity leveled up, giving his mana a massive boost. He even unlocked a few high-tier spells like Transcendence and Lightning Strike, which catches him completely off guard. Looking closely at the numbers, his base mana jumped straight from 5 to 15. But there is a catch. His physical stats like strength, agility, and stamina all dropped by 10 points as a penalty for the strain. He considers trying to trigger the possession again for more mana, but decides against it since a worse penalty could permanently break his soul. Before he can think on it any further, his system's screen flickers away as voices approach. The estate guards come rushing over, completely frantic after hearing the massive commotion. They bow and beg for forgiveness for being useless, but Jinho tells them to relax since the massive mana boost actually makes him feel completely refreshed. Right on cue, Ryu comes sprinting through the crowd with tears streaming down his face. Before Jinho can even tell him to watch out, the kid completely tackles him into a massive hug. Jinho just sighs and pats him on the back, while the rest of the guards look on in absolute relief. Moments later, healing magic activates over the wounded men, bathing the area in a bright green glow. It turns out his master, Krang Gutra, finally decided to show up after the entire fight was already over. Jinho gives him a massive death stare, because he almost died out here while his master was busy taking a bath. Krang shrugs it off with a terrible excuse about how old people just forget things sometimes. To make peace, Krang offers to waive this month's training fee, but Jinho points out 100 gold coins is a pretty cheap price for his life. Jinho demands 3 months of free training instead, leaving the old mercenary complaining that he's being robbed in broad daylight. Krang then looks around at the massive destruction and asks what actually went down while he was gone. He spots Lucre Monet's corpse and recognizes him as a top-tier vice-captain who was right on the verge of becoming a 7th Circle mage. Jinho nods, having already ordered the guards to keep the spiritual possession a complete secret from the rest of the family. Suddenly, a coughing sound breaks the silence as someone stirs in the shadows. It's Grace Monet, stumbling out of the wreckage and absolutely cursing Jinho for ruining their entire plan. Krang takes one look at her and notes that she still has a ton of fight left in her. Grace charges forward in a desperate move, but Krang instantly activates a spell to shut her down. Before she can even take a step, A massive localized force slams her straight into the dirt. Jinho watches in awe, realizing his master is crazy skilled since he can restrict a massive spatial domination spell to a single target. Krang just smirks, completely keeping her pinned to the ground without breaking a sweat. With the threat neutralized, Krang tells Jinho to head back because his father is definitely waiting for a full report. Krang offers a teleportation shortcut for another 100 gold coins, so Jinho immediately tells everyone they are walking instead. A short walk later, they finally arrive back at the massive Arahan Grand Estate. Inside the main hall, the head of the family, Zenedin Arahan, sits on his throne radiating a massive dark aura. His eyes glow crimson in the dim room, waiting to see how his youngest son handled the ambush. Jinho enters the hall and drops to one knee, greeting his father with perfect noble etiquette. Zenedin mentions he heard a lot happened last night, and surprisingly tells Jinho he did a good job. He acknowledges that Jinho has finally proven he is fully worthy of wearing the family's candidate cloak. Zenedin then orders the guards to bring in the prisoners, who orchestrated the entire betrayal. Tunda Arahan and Grace are dragged into the room in heavy chains, looking completely broken. Zenedin asks why Jinho requested to postpone their execution, and Jinho answers that Tunda still holds the boundless potential of the family bloodline. Zenedin laughs at the suggestion, asking what real value a weak man controlled by his own butler could possibly bring to the house. Jinho counters by bringing up his own past, reminding his father that he was once considered a useless child without any mana at all. The room goes completely dead silent as Zenedin glares down at his son. Tunda looks up in absolute shock, unable to believe his brother is actually defending him. Jinho adds that a parent killing their own child, or brothers slaughtering each other, just doesn't sit right with him. Zenedin asks if Jinho is still holding onto a soft, naive side, but Jinho looks him dead in the eye with a piercing stare. He clarifies that this isn't mercy or pity at all. He fully intends to keep his brother alive just to exploit his strength and use him as a pawn. Jinho makes it clear to his father that he's not asking out of pity. He fully plans to use Tunda's strength as a pawn. Zenedin thinks it's completely ridiculous to put a brother under his command, warning him how easily family can turn into an enemy. But Jinho is completely unfazed by the threat. He just fires back that he'll become so strong that no betrayal will ever be able to shake him. Hearing that, the patriarch actually bursts out laughing, clearly impressed by his son's absolute confidence. He agrees to the deal, locking Tunda into a 1-year probation in the underground prison while still letting him train. Zenedin leans forward with a dangerous grin, asking if that satisfies him. Jinho immediately bows and gives his thanks. He then asks to handle Grace Monet personally, and his father grants him permission. But the old man makes it clear he won't let an insolent pest walk away completely unscathed. Zenedin unleashes his power, brutally shattering Grace's entire mana circuit on the spot. The sheer gap in their power leaves absolutely no room for her to resist. She collapses to the floor, left trembling and completely broken. Jinho watches quietly as she's taken out of the throne room. He realizes that while looking his father in the eye used to terrify him, he can now face him with ease. Zenedin glares down at him, asking if he has anything else left to say. Jinho speaks up, shifting the focus straight to the Billy family. He knows his father's fury toward them must be unreal. He tests the waters, asking if the reason they haven't retaliated yet is because of the Emperor. That question clearly catches the patriarch off guard. Jinho pushes further, pointing out that the Billy family defiled their sacred mausoleum and tried to kill an heir, so staying quiet makes no sense. Zenedin shuts him down instantly, telling him to back off because it's none of his business. But Jinho recalls from the game that the Arahans never actually pledged true loyalty to the Imperial Palace. They only tolerate the precarious balance of power because of the Imperial Army's strength, and wiping out the Billies would bring those soldiers right to their doorstep. Despite being told to leave, Jinho stands his ground. He looks his father dead in the eye, repeating the family motto. He explains that when he entered the sacred mausoleum and faced the attack, he felt the true weight of those words. The Arahan family shows absolutely no mercy. Zenedin tells him he'll understand the political reality of these decisions once he grows up. Jinho wonders if this ruthless legacy is just the lingering influence of their ancestor Temud. Still, seeing his powerful father hesitate over politics makes his stomach turn. Zenedin's aura flares as he commands his son to return to his place one last time. Jinho knows the secret Black Mirror squad is meant to handle things quietly, but that won't satisfy the family's honor. So he makes a massive gamble, guaranteeing he will personally ensure the Imperial Army never sets foot on their land. The sheer audacity of the claim leaves his father stunned. Jinho urges him to unleash his full fury and show the entire empire what happens when you provoke their house. He argues that the Billy family needs to be entirely erased for trying to frame their allies and take his life. Zenedin looks down from his throne, asking if he's truly ready to bear the responsibility for those words. Jinho says yes, staking his own life on keeping the Imperial soldiers away. With that, he finalizes his strategy with the Patriarch. The terms are set, and it's time to act. Jinho heads out of the Grand Hall, leaving the throne room behind. As he walks out into the courtyard, someone blocks his path. It's Tunda, who is completely shaking and genuinely thanks him for saving his life. Jinho is honestly surprised his brother even had the nerve to talk to him. Tunda admits he's been a total fool, promising to focus entirely on his training during his year in prison. Jinho smiles and tells him he expects full backing the moment he gets out. Grace glares up at him, completely terrified and trembling with rage. Jinho drops a cold final warning, telling her that losing her mana is just the beginning, and she will face retribution for everyone she killed. Back inside the quiet throne room, Zenedin sits alone on his throne. He summons Kali's Leal, the Magic Knight's captain, who appears instantly from the shadows. The Patriarch's eyes glow with a lethal red light. He commands Kali's to immediately prepare the summoning circle. He gives the final execution order, declaring that by the time the sun rises tomorrow, the Billy family will be completely wiped off the map. Zenedin kicks things off by ordering Kali's Leal to get the summoning circle ready. Kali's immediately agrees, but asks him to think this over carefully. Zenedin asks if he felt any shame, and Kali's admits that, yeah, it was pretty embarrassing. Zenedin explains that playing it safe in the shadows for so long has made them look weak. He knows people only respect their name out of fear, and that fear is starting to fade. If they do nothing, his kids will inherit a world where anyone thinks they can take a shot at them. Kali's points out the obvious risk, wondering if the seventh heir can even stop the Emperor's army. Zenedin just laughs it off, seeing this as the perfect chance to teach the kid a lesson. With the plan set, Zenedin wraps himself in shadows and heads out. He promises that by tomorrow morning, the Billy family won't even exist anymore. Cut to the Billy estate, where Robert Billy is just watching the storm roll in. He turns around to say something to his guard, only to find Zenedin dropping right out of a flash of lightning. Robert panics and demands to know why the head of the Arahan family is crashing his place. Zenedin doesn't even answer and just lets his dark aura do the talking. He tells Robert he should be honored since he decided to show up personally. Robert instantly realizes something is wrong because this guy normally sends his stealth squad. He starts wondering if Zenedin has completely lost his fear of the Emperor. Thinking it's just a scare tactic, the elite guards step up to protect their boss. A whole army surrounds Zenedin, telling him to leave before he regrets it. Zenedin just keeps walking forward, telling them every step he takes brings them closer to ruin. Robert tries to mock him, calling him a joke of a leader who is letting down his ancestors. Zenedin ignores the insults and starts listing their sins, starting with trying to kill his son. Robert just clicks his tongue, clearly annoyed by the speech. Then Zenedin brings up the final strike, mentioning the fake charges they made years ago. His eyes flash red as his power completely floods the area. Realizing the secret is out, Robert decides they have to kill him right here. Zenedin notes that since they threw the first punch, he has a free pass to go all out. Robert brags that this magic was custom-built to destroy the Arahan family. He screams at Zenedin to die as the blast hits. But Zenedin just counters with a wave of his own energy. Robert's smug grin instantly vanishes when he sees the result. Zenedin is standing there completely fine, which totally breaks Robert's mind. He just casually walks through the sparks like nothing happened. The remaining mages panic and fire off another spell in desperation. Zenedin easily dispels it, forcing the feedback right back at them. The return energy completely cooks the guards on the spot. Robert can only stare in shock as his forces disappear. He drops to his knees, watching his entire life's work turn to dust. Zenedin steps right up to the broken leader. He stands directly over him like an absolute nightmare. Robert immediately switches gears and starts begging for his life. He promises to serve the Arahans forever, but Zenedin just grabs him by the throat. He lifts him off the ground, calling his pleading nothing but annoying noise. Robert tries to squeeze out one last plea as the blue fire flares up. And just like that, Zenedin finishes the job and ends the Billy family for good. The ruins of the Billy family estate are still burning with a strange blue fire after a whole week. The local mages completely failed to put it out, so the Emperor decides to check out the damage himself. He reaches out to examine the mystical blue embers left behind by Jinho's father. The moment he touches the fire, it reacts explosively and bursts into bright golden light. Looking down with absolute gravity, the Emperor is clearly not happy with this blatant display of lawlessness. He immediately commands his knights to send investigators straight to the House of Arahan. While his subordinate salutes, a strange Imperial system screen pops up displaying a recovery progress rate. The screen reveals the current recovery rate is hovering just above 30%. Meanwhile, the local townspeople are crowded around tavern tables, gossiping about the family's sudden erasure. Everyone is completely shocked that a major noble house could be wiped out overnight. But since the Billy family was hated, the general mood in the city of Nekka is actually pretty optimistic. Back at headquarters, Eddie is thrilled about the chaos because it means his properties will bring in way more intel. Jinho tells him to shut his mouth and keep digging through the archives to find a legal loophole. Thinking about the raw power of the Arahan family gives Eddie the chills, but Jinho orders him to stay focused. Eddie points out that Imperial law is incredibly strict regarding total clan elimination. Jinho admits that searching the last 120 years has brought up zero useful precedents. Just then, the Kinjura brothers burst into the room to report on their secret mission. They confirm that Tunda's remaining merchant groups surrendered the moment they heard he was locked up. Looking over the signed contracts, Jinho calculates a massive spike in his monthly gold income. He tells his team to keep a low profile so his brothers don't start breathing down their necks. Then Jinho notices a whole crowd of cloaked figures standing in the back of the room. He gives Eddie a cold glare, demanding to know who authorized bringing extra forces into the base. Eddie smiles nervously and admits he hired the entire Jatma mercenary guild to boost their spy network. Jinho just stares at him, silently calculating whether this extra expense is worth the trouble. The intense pressure makes Eddie cough awkwardly as he tries to justify his business choice. Jinho lets out a quiet sigh, realizing the mercenary group was just desperate for a legal roof over their heads. He turns to the towering leader, who bows and introduces himself simply as Ralph. Ralph expresses deep gratitude, thanking Jinho for giving them the chance to honor their fallen comrades. Jinho accepts them onto the team, but delivers a lethal warning that he will never tolerate betrayal. When Jinho asks if they can read, Ralph casually drops that he speaks 5 different tribal languages. With plenty of literate hands now available, Jinho orders everyone to grab a history book and start digging. Ralph speaks up and mentions that his former master might actually know an ancient story that matches this exact situation. Jinho leaps to his feet and demands to hear every single detail about this legendary Gutra family. Ralph explains that their entire bloodline was supposedly wiped out, forcing the survivors to become mercenaries. Jinho tells the squad to comb through 1,000 years of imperial history to uncover those specific records today. The newly hired mercenaries immediately get to work, poring over massive stacks of ancient registries. Eddie stays right by Jinho's side, turning pages as the clock keeps ticking down. Suddenly, one of the fighters shouts out that he finally found the exact historical entry. Jinho stares deeply at the open page, completely stunned by the text in front of him. Up on the mountain, Master Krang Gutra is sitting alone, grumbling about spending his gold on training gear instead of steak. He looks down at his remaining chest of coin, still annoyed by the whole arrangement. Suddenly, his advanced senses pick up a rapid approach, ruining his quiet retirement. Jinho dashes onto the mountain path completely out of breath, his eyes glowing with intense determination. Krang freezes in shock as his student demands to know the absolute truth about the massacre from 540 years ago. Jinho meets up with his master Krang Gutra to get the full story on what went down with his family 540 years ago. Krang thinks it is crazy for Jinho to risk his neck for the Arahan family, especially since Zenodin was the one who threw him in the prison camp to begin with. Krang tells him he should just take this chance to walk away, assuming Jinho absolutely hates his father. But Jinho explains he does not care about family attachment. He just knows that if the Arahans fall now, the Empire's power balance goes out the window, and that ruins his own plans. He directly asks his master to give him the real story. Krang sighs, completely confused by his student's bizarre logic. He finally gives in to explain how the Gutra family launched a brutal surprise night attack centuries ago and completely wiped out the Jupil family. Jinho notes that the historical archives are missing everything that happened right after that massacre. Krang explains that the Empire handed his family 3 brutal punishments, starting with seizing their military and banning them from ever rebuilding it. The third and worst punishment forced the Gutra family to fight on the terrifying front lines of the Great Magic War every single time. Jinho instantly connects the dots, realizing this means Krang's family had to continuously hold off the dead front demonic beast wave, which explains why the game's difficulty spikes so hard. Because of that endless frontline draft, every single heir died before turning 30, leaving Krang as the sole survivor of his bloodline. Jinho confirms that these 3 toxic punishments were a slow death sentence designed to wipe the Gutra clan off the map. Krang laughs bitterly, noting that everyone back then falsely praised the Emperor for showing mercy just because they survived the initial day. Jinho realizes just how terrifyingly deceitful the Emperor's political traps really are. But then Jinho mutters that he is glad he finally found a loophole out of this mess, causing Krang to freeze in absolute shock. Krang snaps at him, asking if he even heard a single word about the Emperor tearing families apart when they step out of line. Jinho calmly tells his master to stop stressing out. With a confident smirk, he reassures him that the escape route is already perfectly clear. The very next morning, the high-ranking Imperial forces march straight toward the Arahan territory. The local Arahan guards are losing their minds with panic, but Jinho warns them to stay completely cool so the enemy does not sense weakness. He confidently guarantees the guards that the army will not be able to take a single step onto their land. The guard watches nervously as the massive line of high-ranking investigators keeps advancing. He starts counting the incoming ranks as they get closer to the gates. He panics when he realizes all 41 official Imperial investigators have showed up at once. The guard tries to run off to warn the Magic Knights, but Jinho commands everyone to stand down and steps forward alone. Stepping in front of the gate, Jinho calmly introduces himself to the army as Zed Arahan, the 7th heir. When the investigators demand entry under the Emperor's holy orders, Jinho bluntly tells them that is not going to happen. The investigators are furious at the disrespect and immediately draw their weapons. The surrounding Arahan guards completely lose their nerve as the tension spikes. Suddenly, the lead investigator, Sir Cox, steps up and orders his aggressive men to calm down since they did not come to start a war. His assistant is shocked, asking why Cox is letting this kid get away with being so rude. Cox points directly at the glowing, rare artifact pinned to Jinho's high collar. The entire back rank of the army starts whispering in confusion when they realize what it is. Cox firmly reminds his men that you cannot just execute someone who holds the sacred priest's mark over a minor dispute. Cox directly asks Jinho if he still has the official investigator badge that was given to him. Jinho holds it up high, confirming he has it, which leaves the assistant absolutely speechless. Cox reveals that the Emperor himself explicitly mentioned Zed Arahan, making him more than qualified to hold the high-status badge. Cox tells his troops they need to hear him out, but warns Jinho that even with a badge and a mark, he cannot legally block the Emperor's direct will. Jinho smoothly plays dumb and asks what high-priority business brought the Imperial Army all the way out here. Cox states they are here to arrest Zenedin Arahan for mass murdering the Billy family, but Jinho counters that his father just made them pay the price for their crimes. Jinho argues that the Billy clan broke imperial law first by trying to assassinate an heir inside a sacred mausoleum, making the retaliation legal self-defense. Cox yells back that killing the actual attackers counts as self-defense, but that excuse absolutely does not cover massacring an entire family line. Instead of backing down, Jinho calmly reaches into his cloak and pulls out a glowing purple magical projection orb. With a chillingly confident look, he tells the legendary investigator that the orb holds irrefutable recording footage proving the self-defense claim is entirely valid. Jinho plays the magic orb recording right in front of Cox, showing the absolute mess the Billy family made of the sacred mountains and their direct attack on an Arahan heir. The investigators are completely thrown off, sweating as they realize the sheer power displayed in that recording. Jinho smoothly challenges them to check the footage themselves and decide if it's real or fake. He zeroes in, stating that if the footage holds up, then Robert Billy's confession proves they only acted to handle a threat. Cox stares at the glowing orb, completely locked in thought while his men wait for his call. Before Cox can even process that, Jinho pulls out a second green crystal orb and tells him there's more to look at. He reveals this one holds the official testimony and petition of Lacto Chervil. The entire Imperial squad starts whispering in total shock, unable to believe a Chervil actually survived. Cox takes the green orb, realizing the political stakes just skyrocketed. The green light flares up, projecting a massive recording of Lacto Chervil himself confirming his identity. The investigators lose it when the official Chervil family crest appears right in front of them. Lacto's projection explains he went directly to the Arahan family to plead his case for justice. He makes it clear that the Arahan family was simply correcting the Empire's massive oversight to restore his family's honor. Cox glares at Jinho, realizing this kid completely outmaneuvered them and planned out every single step. Cox lets out a heavy sigh, admitting that Jinho's logic is sound and the Billy family definitely deserved execution under Imperial law. But he demands to know why they didn't just report this to the Emperor first, and Jinho casually responds they had to verify the facts first. Jinho doubles down, telling the legendary investigator that any final judgment needs to stick strictly to the facts. When Jinho asks what exact charges are even left, Cox states the only offense is acting on their own without reporting it to His Majesty. Jinho completely stuns the room by invoking an ancient loophole, demanding a substitute mission order from the Emperor to take the punishment himself. The investigators start panicking, wondering how on earth a kid knows about an obscure, centuries-old legal system. He points out their technical violation doesn't compare to past historical crimes, so the terms of his missions shouldn't be nearly as harsh. With the legal defense perfectly locked down, Jinho confidently tells the massive Imperial force it's time for them to pack up and leave. The soldiers can only whisper among themselves, completely terrified by how fearless this kid is against an entire army. Cox offers a dry grin, mocking that the Arahan patriarch must be thrilled to have such a dependable heir. He turns his back but leaves a final warning, telling Jinho to watch his step because he really doesn't want to come back to destroy him. Jinho plays along with perfect diplomacy, thanking him and promising to be very cautious. Cox tosses one last request over his shoulder, telling Jinho to have his father send a formal invitation next time. And just like that, the entire Imperial military force turns around and marches right back into the distance. Standing completely alone at the border gates, Jinho lets out a thoroughly satisfied smirk. Back inside, Lacto Chervil is clutching his official Imperial pardon, weeping tears of absolute relief. Ryu is already completely over it, lounging on the couch and telling the old man to stop crying before he ruins the paper. Lacto vents about how many agonizing years his family waited for this moment, but Ryu tells him he should be celebrating instead. Ryu points over to the literal chests of massive gold coins, trying to get him to cheer up. Ryu reaches out with a massive grin, thinking he should probably count a few coins just to be completely sure. Jinho walks right into the room behind him, instantly catching him off guard by asking if he's planning to steal a few. Lacto ignores the bickering and thanks Jinho from the bottom of his heart for finally making good on his word. The old man insists he has no use for 10,000 gold coins anyway, telling Jinho to take all of it to build up his own power. Jinho doesn't hesitate to accept, keeping it real that he actually needs an absolute fortune for his next plans. Lacto instantly turns on Ryu, threatening to smash him with a blacksmith hammer if he even breathes on a single coin. Jinho just grins at the absolute chaos of his companions, enjoying the brief moment of peace. He cracks open the official Imperial scroll to see exactly what kind of mess he just signed up for. The system lays it out plain, granting him amnesty in exchange for 5 substitute missions, but giving him until next February before the real test begins. The guy realizes 5 substitute missions are a lot of work, but they also give him a valid reason to ditch the family mansion for a while without his brothers messing with his plans. He has exactly 4 months to scale his powers before things get real next February. So Jinho Kim steps right back into the throne room to see the big boss. Zenedin Arahan actually welcomes him by name, completely changing the vibe. He just stares at the kid with those glowing eyes. And wow, the family patriarch is actually handing out compliments today, saying the kid exceeded his expectations. He was seriously impressed by how Jinho handled the whole Billy family disaster and forced out a confession. Jinho plays along, bows respectfully, and acts like it was all a team effort just to keep his promises. But Zenedin drops some political context, letting him know the family elders have been singing his praises too. The patriarch clearly despises those old guys, calling them pathetic cowards who only care about protecting their own status. He warns Jinho that their compliments are just empty flattery and that he shouldn't let it get to his head. Since half of those elders are already backing the first heir, Rondo, Zenedin warns him that they're going to start reaching out to manipulate him. He basically wraps up his speech right there, leaving Jinho completely hanging. The kid is left wondering if he's supposed to play it safe or actively use this to his advantage. But before he gets dismissed, Jinho stops him and points out that the patriarch forgot something crucial. Zenedin is confused, so Jinho politely explains that he hasn't received his true encouragement yet. When the boss asks if he's just begging for more praise, Jinho clarifies that to him, real encouragement means material compensation. The pure audacity of the request actually cracks Zenedin up, and he bursts out laughing. The sheer weight of the patriarch's aura drops Jinho to his knees, but the boss is amused enough to ask what he actually wants. Jinho doesn't hesitate and demands exactly what he's after. Cut to a massive vault filled with gold, where Callie's Leal plays tour guide. This is the legendary Arahan Underground Vault, a place normally completely off-limits to anyone but the family head. The commander tells him he gets to pick exactly one item from the collection, which honestly feels a bit stingy to Jinho. Jinho casually asks if there's a time limit on his shopping trip. Since there's no rule against it, Jinho tells Callies he hopes he isn't busy today, because he intends to inspect every single piece in the room. Hours fly by as he checks out legendary artifacts like Nurk's bracelet and Dayek's ring. But something feels seriously wrong to him. After spending 5 whole hours looking around, he realizes this entire showcase is just underwhelming junk. He turns to Callies and straight up insults the collection, asking who even maintains this garbage pile. The commander tries to defend the rare pieces, but Jinho tells him the game is over and it's time to show him the real vault. Callies acts surprised, but his nervous face gives it away instantly, proving Jinho's theory right. Jinho tells him they've stalled long enough, and he's not leaving until he sees the actual hidden treasures. Seeing that the kid completely read the room, the commander finally gives in. He steps up to a wall and activates a massive red magic circle. The entire room begins to shake violently as the real security system kicks in. A secret doorway opens up, and yeah, Jinho is pretty pleased with his deduction skills. The real inner sanctum is finally revealed, looking way more impressive. Callies tries to cover his tracks by saying he only saves the best stuff for people who understand their value, but Jinho is already tracking a massive energy signature. He walks right past the main displays and grabs a specific box hidden away. The commander is completely shocked that the kid found it so fast. Inside is the legendary Lick's bracelet, and the moment he puts it on, the system triggers. Just like that, his mana stat jumps up by 5 points, giving him the exact power boost he came for. We start off looking at the vault's standard items, like Goat's bracelet, Uma's ring, and Zahart's belt. Basil's summoning ring is also right there on the cushion, looking pretty tempted. But Jinho knows none of those public treasures can even compare to what he actually uncovered. The second he equips the hidden Lick's bracelet, the interface immediately kicks in. His eyes light up as he gets that perfect combat stat adjustment he needed. Gordon sees him grinning like a maniac and asks what's going on, but Jinho just says he found something worth keeping. With his mana hitting 20, he unlocks a brand new spell and realizes this artifact raises his tier by half a level. He tells Gordon that this kind of power isn't something money can buy. The old master artisan chuckles, immediately sensing that this bracelet is anything but ordinary. Then Gordon brings out the custom emblems Jinho requested, hoping they live up to expectations. He hands over the specialized packages for a quick structural check. Jinho looks down and realizes it's the official Chervil family crest engraved onto the gear. It gets a bit emotional because he can tell how much genuine joy Gordon put into making this. When he picks up the main piece, the strap feels light as a feather. Gordon reminds him that custom warrior gear has to feel right if you're putting your life on the line. He fastens the gold plate belt around his waist, and the system instantly recognizes the equipment slot. A notification pops up confirming that a massive new mana storage function has been unlocked. Gordon stands back to check the alignment and asks how the fit feels. Hearing that it fits perfectly gives the old man a major boost of craftsman pride. Next up, he tells Jinho to try on the matching green talisman necklace. The chain snaps into place, filling up his secondary accessory slot. The system completely breaks the scales by offering a 50% bonus multiplier straight to his mana stat progression. Gordon admits he doesn't get many requests for complex circulation devices, so it took some serious trial and error. Jinho bows in deep gratitude, and Gordon promises him top manufacturing priority from here on out. Cut to later that night, and the cozy forge vibes are totally gone as Jinho locks into high-intensity mode. He is sweating bullets and realizes his new training mentor is a total nightmare. Krang Gutra starts yelling at him from a distance, threatening to keep him running until sunrise if he starts slacking. Even though he's being brutal, Krang watches from the shadows and silently admits the kid is an absolute genius. Jinho's output is already high enough to break a fourth circle mana stone on command. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning strikes the center of the arena to simulate a real battlefield. Krang commands him to empty every last bit of his internal reserves right now. He tells Jinho that spamming raw magic is useless, and what actually matters is precision mastery. The pressure is heavy, and Krang keeps pushing him to repeat the execution until it's natural as breathing. Jinho can barely keep his balance over the rocks as exhaustion sets in. But he forces himself to sprint back up, knowing that managing magic under extreme fatigue accelerates his pathways. That's when Krang steps it up a notch and unleashes a massive wave of atmospheric energy. A whole group of dark magic duplicate clones manifests across the path. Jinho stops dead in his tracks as the illusions completely surround his position. Krang bellows for him to fight through, and Jinho just grits his teeth and focuses. He leaps straight into the center of the trap, letting loose a massive electrical impact to clear the field. Panting heavily, he looks down at his belt gauge and thinks about tapping into his stored reserves to make this easier. But he stops himself because using shortcuts would make this entire training session totally meaningless. He drops onto a nearby ledge, catching his breath and hoping that was finally the last of them. Instead, the shadows part to reveal an entire army of fresh clones blocking the summit. Jinho stands there completely drained, realizing that Old Man is never going to let him catch a break. Jinho is completely out of gas, realizing his mana pool is completely tapped out from overexertion. He remembers Krang's advice about controlling both the target and the intensity of his magic, rather than just blasting everything at full power. With a sudden spark of realization, he figures out he doesn't need a full-blown attack to clear these clones. He gives a confident smirk, realizing the old man's brutal training methods actually make complete sense. But before he can strike, he has to scramble and play keep away to let his mana pool recover a bit. He leaps and dances across the terrain, narrowly avoiding the incoming mob. He goes into a full sprint, huffing and puffing just to keep a safe distance. Glancing back under immense physical strain, he checks on his targets while running on absolute fumes. He dives clear of another incoming strike, buying himself the precious seconds he desperately needs. Landing firmly on a peak, he realizes he has just enough juice left for one solitary lightning strike. He focuses everything into his hands, carefully weaving the electrical particles to split the spell matrix. Sweat pours down his face as he forces himself through the grueling mental friction of microcasting. He tells himself to buckle down and concentrate, enduring the sheer physical pressure of modulating his power. The golden sphere crackles inside his palms as he carefully compresses the elemental energy. His hard work pays off as he successfully splits the magic into multiple distinct golden orbs. Standing atop the ridge, he looks down at the army of clones rushing his position. The compressed orbs pulse with a brilliant golden light as they prepare for detonation. Independent branches of lightning begin to arc outward, locking onto every single target simultaneously. He throws himself forward, ready to slam the newly formulated magical network straight down. The spell starts to fracture violently, pushing his control to its absolute limits. A bit of doubt creeps in, and he wonders if this first attempt will even be enough to impress his eccentric master. But he grits his teeth and refuses to back down right as the massive wave of clones converges on him. With a final burst of willpower, he unleashes the condensed magical generation directly into the crowd. The system prompt confirms the absolute unthinkable. He successfully triggers Chain Lightning Strike. Krang watches the absolute demolition unfold from the sidelines, completely stunned by what he's seeing. The old man can't even believe his eyes, shaking because the kid bypassed dual casting and jumped straight to multicasting. Completely drained, Jinho stumbles forward and weakly tells his master that he's calling it a day. And with that, his body finally hits the limit, and he drops face down onto the floor, completely unconscious. Krang stands over his student's body, looking at the residual sparks and calling him a living, breathing monster. The old blacksmith lets out a proud, wide grin, thoroughly impressed by the kid's terrifying growth. As Jinho rests peacefully, ambient blue mana points begin to swirl around his unconscious frame. The system chimes in with a permanent stat reward, officially increasing his base mana by 1 point. Meanwhile, the perspective shifts to a shadowy council room where high-ranking clan members are discussing the latest candidate reports. They dismiss him as a nobody who will eventually fade out, but they're deeply concerned that Zenodin seems to favor him. The Black Mirror leader decides he's not letting things get complicated, proposing a plan to humble Jinho before he gets too full of himself. Jinho reviews the newly gathered intelligence and compliments Eddie on a job well done. He instructs Eddie to keep digging into his brothers, wanting to know every single details they can find. Suddenly, Ryu bursts into the room completely out of breath, yelling that they have a massive problem. Jinho tells him to take a deep breath and explain what's going on. Ryu drops the bomb that an influential old lady just stopped by the manor, and turns out she is actually Jinho's grandmother. Since Jinho wasn't around, she left but promised to return tomorrow exactly at lunch, leaving Jinho wondering what her angle is. Jinho realizes the clan elders from his mother's side of the family are starting to make their move much earlier than he expected. Ryu asks what they should prepare for her lunch tomorrow to make sure everything goes smoothly. Jinho knows these non-pureblood relatives have amassed incredible wealth and influence using the family's power, meaning he can't just brush them off. Even the head of the house, Zenodin Arahan, originally rose to power with their support, making them a force to be reckoned with. To keep things proper without making an unnecessary show of wealth, Jinho tells Ryu to prepare some mountain beef and potato soup. Eddie finds the whole situation amusing and notes that Jinho is walking straight into a brutal family power struggle. Jinho gives him a cold glare, telling him he sounds a bit too excited about the chaos. Eddie jokes that Jinho never appreciates him and hopes this will finally make him stop threatening to raise his rent. Eddie grumbles about the lack of respect, but pulls out the dossier and hands over the records on the elders anyway. Jinho flips through the pages with a grin, suddenly praising Eddie for being incredibly capable when it counts. Jinho decides it's much better to focus entirely on investigating the elders right now, rather than dealing with his brothers. The next day, Jinho waits outside the manor with Ryu and Lisa, frowning as the lunch hour approaches with no sign of his guest. Realizing she is running late, Jinho tells Ryu to take the prepared meat back inside and heat it up again so it doesn't get ruined. Just as the servants head inside, footsteps echo across the courtyard as his grandmother finally makes her grand entrance. Madisa Kindle arrives with a full squad of armored personal soldiers, casually apologizing for getting held up on the way. She remarks on how much he has grown and condescendingly offers him a grandmotherly hug. Jinho skips the fake affection, politely bowing and inviting her inside to discuss business over the meal. Once seated at the massive table, Madisa slides her plate away, claiming she has no need for food and telling him to eat since he's still growing. Jinho pushes back calmly, asking her to at least taste the meal out of respect for the sheer effort his servants put into making it. Madisa just smirks, completely unfazed by his insistence. Instead of eating, she watches him closely with a sharp grin, judging his manners as he tastes the food. Jinho can see she has absolutely zero respect for him and is deliberately trying to humiliate him in his own home. With his eyes flashing crimson, Jinho decides he is going to respond to her disrespect in kind. He immediately calls the meal finished and instructs a nervous Lisa to clear the table and bring out the tea instead. Madisa's elite guards stand rigidly behind her as Lisa quietly clears the plates from the tense dining room. Looking around, Madisa comments on how empty the manor feels with only 2 servants and offers to send over some of her own. Jinho sees right through the transparent attempt to plant spies in his household and flatly rejects the offer. She tries to push the issue, lecturing him that a proper noble house needs a large presence to thrive and bring prosperity. Jinho firmly tells her that if she sends anyone, he will throw them out immediately, forcing her to smile at how cold his Arahan blood truly runs. Recognizing that her initial attempts to establish dominance have failed, Jinho tells her it's time to get straight to the point. Madasa drops her condescending act, realizing this negotiation is going to require a much different approach. She turns around and orders all of her private security forces to step outside the room for a moment. She specifically warns her men not to cause any trouble with Jinho's magic knights outside, signaling to Jinho that these guards are high-level martial assets. With the guards gone, Madasa smiles broadly and agrees that they shouldn't prolong the conversation any further. She bluntly states that she came to either persuade him or resort to direct threats if cooperation fails, but Jinho warns her that neither tactic will work on him. Madasa's expression turns sinister as she unleashes a heavy aura, telling him he should have known his place and kept a low profile instead of getting under her skin. Madasa starts by making it clear she's getting pretty annoyed by all the recent rumors floating around about him. She gets straight to the point, asking if he actually plans to take over as the head of the house. He doesn't flinch, casually replying that there's no harm in having big ambitions. But she shuts that down instantly, warning him that those kinds of delusions will get him killed. Unbothered, he just asks her to lay out exactly what she's trying to say here. So she drops the nice act and commands him to drop his hopeless dreams and learn his place. He instantly reads between the lines, knowing this isn't a conversation, it's a straight-up threat. Instead of backing down, he pivots, asking who the elders are actually backing right now. He asks what kind of deal she cut with the first heir if he takes the throne. She just gives him a sly smirk, pretending she has no idea what he's talking about. That's when he drops a bombshell counteroffer, promising to double whatever bribe Rondo gave them. The sheer audacity of his proposal has her bursting into hysterical laughter right across the table. She mocks him to his face, laughing at the idea of the seventh heir aiming for the top. While she keeps snickering, he just sits there completely composed, letting her finish. She asks how he expects to surpass Rondo when he only just unlocked his mana. He answers without hesitation, saying it'll actually be pretty easy. She leans over, revealing that the current lord only got the throne because she chose to back him. She explains that the elder's only job is making sure the absolute strongest climbs to the top. He smiles, realizing they just go with the flow, meaning they'll have to choose him once he takes everyone down. She gives him one final, icy warning that his ambition is going to cost him his life. The tense negotiation ends in a standoff, leaving a massive psychological divide between them. He checks her etiquette, pointing out she didn't show up on time today to buy himself some leverage. He tells her to just sit back and watch his progress with a little patience. She's left stunned that a literal rookie is already showing his fangs to her. Later that evening, he heads out to the forest training grounds to clear his head. He sits down to reflect on the conversation, still annoyed that she seemed to pity him. Krang Gutra walks up, telling him to stop overworking himself before he breaks his own body. Krang immediately figures out that his grandmother came to visit and asks if that's what's bothering him. He quickly realizes Krang and Lacto have basically become best buddies behind his back. He wonders out loud if he should have just hidden his ambitions, but Krang tells him not to overthink it. Krang stretches, reminding him that the elders only care about doing whatever it takes to keep their power. Curious, he asks his master how he happens to know so many details about his family history. Krang drops a major reveal, stating he was actually childhood friends with Dennis. He explains he watched Dennis fight through the entire brutal succession struggle to become the head. The realization that his master knew his grandfather completely catches him off guard. Krang notes that mercenaries have deep connections, adding that Dennis used to be a good soul before power changed him. He internally wonders if the old man is spinning a wild lie, asking what happened next. Krang calls the Arahans the most vicious family in the entire empire, which is exactly why he walked away from them. The dark history of his family line leaves him sitting in silence as the sun sets. Krang repeats that the elders only want the strongest on the throne, so their own positions stay safe. The heavy talk ends with Krang jokingly telling him to go get killed for all he cares, while he mock apologizes. Night quickly falls over the manor, bringing a quiet chill to the private residence. But things take a sinister turn as a hidden tracking spell activates in the dark, revealing he's being monitored. Jinho plays along, offering to believe every word if the old man just spills the rest of the family secrets. Krang isn't having it and smacks him, yelling that he needs to stop playing defense and make the family tide his own. He warns Jinho that the only way to handle the elders is to show them exactly what kind of man he is through pure action. Later that night back at the manor, the grandfather clock ticks down as an hidden trap activates in the quiet halls. A mysterious magical scroll drops right onto the floor with a soft thud. It instantly unrolls, bursting with a sinister purple runic light that triggers a mental curse. Suddenly, Jinho's vision warps, and he finds himself standing right in the middle of a packed, roaring MMA stadium. The crowd is going wild, screaming for him to finish the fight in the very first round. He looks around the cage, completely thrown off by the absolute realism of the arena. He can't believe what he's seeing and wonders how any of this is even possible. Everything looks exactly like his old championship matches, making him question if he's somehow back in his original world. Looking down at his bare torso and gloves, he quickly realizes this has to be a highly coordinated illusion. Even knowing it's a dream, he raises his arm to acknowledge the fans because, honestly, it still feels great to be back. He locks eyes with his opponent across the canvas, noting it really has been a minute since he last stood in the ring. Jinho raises his guard to his chin, casually deciding how he wants to take the win today. But right as he moves to strike, a sudden anomaly completely freezes him in his tracks. He looks down in total shock as something unexpected flutters through the air. It's a white corner towel, hitting the blue mat right in front of him. He stares at it in absolute fury, unable to understand why his coach would ever throw a forfeit. The referee waves the match off and raises the challenger's arm, ruining Jinho's flawless career record right inside the dream. The stadium erupts into massive boos, and Jinho grits his teeth as the extreme psychological stress peaks. His eyes narrow with pure lethal intent, vowing to completely destroy whoever dared to sabotage his fight. He scans the stands and catches a single, dark figure standing completely still among the blurred crowd. The illusion wavers, revealing the chilling, smug face of Madasa Kindle watching him from the seats. Jinho blinks rapidly as the dream arena violently cracks apart around him. He snaps awake back in his dark room, rolling onto the floor as a stinging pain jolts through his entire body. A system window pops up, confirming he's been hit with a real-world toxin called the Black Viper's venom. He winces as visible dark veins begin to throb across his hand from the magical puncture marks. Realizing his high passive immunity is barely holding it back, he forces his mana to activate Transcendence. Massive bolts of golden lightning instantly erupt through the room, shattering the remaining layers of the curse. The spectral form of a giant dark serpent rears back, writhing in agony as the lightning tears into it. Fully enveloped in his golden aura, Jinho demands to know who had the nerve to pull a stunt like this. He casts a massive electric discharge, completely incinerating the Viper entity into nothingness. A massive explosive wave of raw power discharges through the space, fully neutralizing the lethal toxin assault. Meanwhile, in a quiet garden hall, Madasa Kindle calmly holds a vibrant red rose, completely detached from the failure of her trap. She slides a sharp pair of silver gardening shears right against the thick stem. With a cold snip, the heavy rose head drops cleanly onto the stone floor, leaving a chilling warning for Jinho's future in the family. We start off at Madasa's luxury estate, completely unaware of the absolute chaos about to head its way. Madasa is just chilling in her prized rose garden, waiting for an update on her latest scheme. Her butler approaches with a suspicious package, and she immediately demands to know if Jinho has been dealt with. The butler freezes, realizing he has to explain that things did not exactly go to plan. He tentatively tries to break the bad news, while she gives him a look that could kill. When she hears that Jinho survived the Black Vipers and left the estate completely unharmed, she is absolutely furious. The butler quickly bows down, trying to deflect her anger by presenting a mysterious golden box. She stares at it, demanding to know what he's holding. He explains it was just left sitting in the garden as a gift, so he brought it right to her. Curiosity gets the better of her, and she starts unwrapping the fancy fabric to see what's inside. She uncovers a dark wooden box and instantly gets suspicious. She spots a blacksmith crest on the wood that looks incredibly familiar. Ignoring the red flags, she goes ahead and pops the lid right open. But instead of treasure, she's just left staring in complete confusion. She slams her hand down, losing her mind over what looks like a pathetic prank. Inside is just a cheap towel with a mocking message telling her to hold it over her head if she wants forgiveness. Before she can even process the insult, the box starts violently flashing with a bright blue light. And boom, a massive magical explosion rips through the entire estate, completely obliterating her garden. Later that evening, we cut over to Krang's training grounds where things are a lot more peaceful. Ryu calls out to Jinho, checking in on him after the crazy day they've had. Jinho just grins, completely satisfied that his little payback package successfully went off. His eyes narrow as he notes that Matisa was clearly playing for keeps from the very beginning. He turns back to the group, completely unbothered by the fact that he just declared war on an elder. He casually promises to pay back any future aggression tenfold. Ryu rushes over, still totally panicked and making sure his friend is actually alive. Jinho lifts his shirt to show a few minor snake bites, completely brushing it off like it's nothing. He explains that his lightning blast wiped out the Vipers instantly, but it kind of blew up his entire mansion in the process. Ryu looks totally devastated over losing their nice house, wondering how they're supposed to live now. Jinho points out that camping near his master is actually safer, while Gordon keeps busy working on his anvil in the background. He walks over to his knights, genuinely apologizing for forcing them to rough it out in the woods. But the knights just smile warmly, completely loyal and insisting they actually love the fresh air. He thanks them for their patience and walks away to let them rest. Ryu follows closely, whispering to ask if they're really going to get away with this. Little do they know, a hidden spy is lurking right in the bushes, hanging onto their every word. From his perfect vantage point, the spy listens to them openly discuss the attack. Jinho confidently tells Ryu that Matisa has no idea he was the one behind the counterbomb. He mocks the elder, saying she views all the air candidates as simple children she can easily control. The spy's eyes go wide with absolute delight as he realizes he just stumbled on the ultimate blackmail material. Meanwhile, the scene shifts over to the Grand Castle, where the Arahan Council of Elders is meeting. Jinho's mother, Lady Rachel, is sitting at the table, fully aware that all eyes are on her. The suspicious counselors press her, demanding to know if she had anything to do with the bombing. Rachel casually denies it all, flashing a confident look and asking why she'd ever harm her own mother-in-law. The elders glance around nervously, whispering that Matisa is already on her way and completely unhinged. Outside the doors, a guard tries his best to stop the intruder, but it's totally useless. Matisa slams the double doors open, screaming Rachel's name in pure, unfiltered rage. The entire room freezes in shock as she stands at the entrance looking like an absolute demon. Rachel stands up to calmly greet her, but Matisa is already marching straight down the long table. Without a single word of warning, Matisa delivers a vicious slap right across Rachel's face. She screams that everything she owned has been burnt to ashes because of this. Rachel stands there holding her stinging cheek, silently enduring the public humiliation. Matisa points a threatening finger, vowing that Rachel will pay dearly for what happened to her estate. As the chapter ends, Rachel can only stare back through the tension, completely trapped in the crossfire of Jinho's dangerous game. The elders are completely losing their minds over Matissa getting slapped, demanding an immediate apology or else they're taking this to the top. They even bring out the heavy hitters, with the council guards stepping up to surround the table. Both the hardliners and the moderates start screaming at Rachel, telling her she has absolutely no right to act this righteous after everything that went down. But Rachel is completely done playing nice, slamming the table so hard the entire room falls dead silent as she asks if they really want to destroy the family. She glares at the crowd with absolute authority, ordering everyone to put away their mana this instant. Matissa bounces right back up, calling Rachel a treacherous snake for trying to blow her up. Before Matissa can even finish her threat, Rachel just unleashes a wave of pure, cold blue mana that completely cuts her off. That immediately gets Matissa sweating, because she can feel this mana is sharp enough to cut like an actual blade. She suddenly remembers exactly who she's dealing with. This is Rachel, an absolute powerhouse near the Ninth Circle, famously known as the Witch of the North. If Rachel had ever chosen to be ruthless, these internal political factions wouldn't even exist anymore. With the entire room terrified, Rachel completely takes over the meeting, dismissing the elders to the annex and ordering some warm tea so she can have a private chat with Matissa. Once they're alone, Rachel plays along and politely apologizes, trying to lower Matissa's guard. She calmly asks for every single detail about the explosion, acting like she's just looking for evidence to help. Matissa slams her cup down, still super suspicious since their sides have been political enemies forever. Rachel just uses pure logic, asking why she would ever plan an attack where she'd obviously be the #1 suspect. That actually makes sense to Matissa, and she starts falling right into the trap. Matissa starts overthinking, wondering if her own butler was secretly working for someone else. Rachel keeps pushing for clues, asking if there's anything else about the package she remembers. As Matissa mentions the golden cloth and the weird white towel message, Rachel leans back and notes that whoever pulled this off has serious skills. Matissa pauses, starting to feel a little uneasy about where this conversation is going. That's when Rachel drops the real question, asking if she's done anything lately to earn a deadly grudge. Matissa scoffs, laughing off the idea that anyone would ever dare target an elder of the Arahan family. Speech bubble dismissing Zed as a threat. Rachel keeps her eyes locked on her, watching for any tiny slip-up or visual tell. She presses further, casually asking Matissa who she thinks could possibly be behind it. Matissa plays completely innocent, claiming she's just been hanging out in her garden and hasn't even left the house. But Rachel just stares back with an absolute ice-cold glare, making it very clear she isn't buying the story. Matissa completely flinches, stuttering as her whole lie falls apart. Rachel's blue mana starts flaring back up as she pieces it together. With Tunda locked up in prison, the only possible target for Matissa's grudge was Zed. Her eyes light up with pure fury as ice crystals begin cracking through the air, screaming that she explicitly warned her never to touch her children. Matissa completely panics, scraping her chair back as creeping frost starts trapping her in place. Rachel literally floats into the air, surrounded by giant ice pillars as she asks how Matissa expects to survive after breaking her word. Matissa screams for mercy, admitting she was totally wrong just as the magic swoops right at her face. But right before the strike lands, a sudden burst of black smoke intercepts the blast and fizzes out the ice energy. Out of the smoke steps Robin, the captain of the Black Mirror squad, kneeling respectfully. He delivers a direct message from the family lord, requesting Rachel to stop right there. Rachel's voice absolutely booms with motherly rage, furious that anyone would ask her to back down after her child's life was endangered. Robin tries to calm her down, reminding her that Matissa is technically the Lord's mother and a high-ranking elder. Rachel completely rejects the title, stating that right now, Matissa is nothing but a traitorous enemy who tried to murder her son. The chapter ends on a terrifying close-up of Rachel's face as she delivers a chilling, absolute promise. She is going to kill her. Lady Rachel is barely holding back her absolute fury after learning her child was targeted. Robin begs her to stand down, reminding her that this is the family lord's direct command. But Rachel isn't having it and unleashes a massive wave of sharp blue energy across the room. The attack completely blows back the nearby official, shattering the floor instantly. With the confrontation over, Robin orders the submissive council elders back to their manners. Rachel calms her mana and locks her sights right onto Robin for a private interrogation. Robin stays perfectly firm, declaring his ultimate allegiance belongs to the house. Rachel demands the truth, knowing the Black Mirror squad sees everything that happens in the shadows. She plays the mother card, stating she has every right to know what happened to her own son. Robin takes a heavy sigh, realizing he is going to have to break protocol for his former master. He confirms Matissa tried to assassinate Zed, and while Zed survived, the manor was completely leveled. Rachel leaps out of her seat, demanding to know exactly where her son is hiding right now. Robin admits that even their own stealth trackers don't know his exact location. He drops a massive bombshell. Zed is currently under the protection of the legendary master Krang Gutra. Rachel is left completely baffled as to why a powerhouse like Krang would take an interest in her son. She can barely wrap her head around the fact that her once frail, monoless child is now a warrior's disciple. Clutching her chest, the news brings a massive wave of emotional shock to her heart. She thinks back to his childhood, realizing her little boy has grown up to be way more resilient than she ever imagined. A single tear of pure relief falls down her cheek knowing he's safe. But she needs to see him with her own eyes and orders Robin to give up the coordinates. Meanwhile, the scene shifts deep into the mountains over at Krang's hidden training camp. Krang finally wraps up a grueling daily session, letting his exhausted trainees take a breather. The local recruits can't help but whisper, joking that the old war hero's training feels more like actual torture. The mood lifts instantly when word gets out that the camp is throwing a massive barbecue party tonight. Everyone settles down around the campfires, enjoying the cozy under-the-stars vibe. Except for Dimmer, who sits in the back throwing a bitter, resentful glare at the whole crowd. While the others happily stuff their faces, he grows completely disgusted by their simplistic lifestyle. He flinches when an associate asks why he isn't eating, forcing a fake smile to hide his frustration. Later that night, the entire camp goes dead silent as Dimmer cautiously peeks out from his tent. Believing everyone is fast asleep, he stealthily slips out into the dark forest. Panting heavily, he sprints toward the perimeter, completely desperate to reach the edge of the barrier. He thinks he's about to be set for life by selling out Zed's secrets to Matissa, but a sudden crushing weight freezes him mid-stride. He spins around in absolute shock as two dark figures step right out of the moonlight. The guards mock him instantly, laughing at the little rat who thought he could scurry away undetected. Before Dimmer can even think of an excuse, a giant armored hand reaches through the darkness. Krang Gutra looms over him like an absolute nightmare, asking if his warnings were a joke. The old master plants his boot firmly onto Dimmer's chest, crushing any hope of escape as the traitor begs for mercy. While Zed watches coldly from behind, Krang charges up a dark purple runic spell to seal the boy's mouth. Dimmer screams in absolute agony as the agonizing magic constraints wrap tightly around his chest. Krang warns him that if he ever speaks a single word about this place, his body will instantly swell up and burst. Totally disgusted by the betrayal, Krang tells the guards to drag him away while he takes a solo walk to clear his head. He steps out onto an open ridge overlook, looking out into the pitch-black night sky. Suddenly, a strange, mystical distortion ripple warps right through the mountain air pathways. Sensing immediate danger, Krang flares up his white magical aura and drops straight into a combat stance. The chapter ends on a massive cliffhanger as the entire outer defensive barrier shatters into pieces. Unfortunately, this is the end of this manhwa. Until there is a second season, this is all we got for this video. If you enjoyed my content, please leave a like and subscribe for more manhwa recap. Cheers.